Marshall Peak, Chapter 4367, Locking Divine Spirit Array. Yang Kai stared at the void in front of him. They had arrived at this place following the instructions in the jade slip given by Tijung, and Bai Qi confirmed that proprietress had disappeared here. It meant that the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven was somewhere around this place. As long as they could find the entrance, they could enter and save her. However, this was easier said than done. The first difficulty they were facing was where to look for the entrance. The shadowless cave heaven had remained undiscovered in this place for countless years, which suggested that the entrance must be well hidden. After all, innumerable people had moved around the shattered heaven over the years. If the entrance could be found easily, the shadowless cave heaven would have been exposed by now. In reality, this universe cave heaven had essentially remained undiscovered. Only the masterminds here knew how to open up the entrance, as they had lured the proprietress to this place and made her fall into the trap. Despite the fact that it was serene in the void, anyone could feel the hidden murderous intent. With a solemn expression, Zhu Jiuyin spoke up, "Brat, I have a bad feeling." As soon as she arrived at this place, she could feel that they were being watched over by countless pairs of eyes. After scanning the surroundings with her divine sense, she could clearly feel that many auras of living creatures had hidden in the spirit provinces around them. Yang Kai said gently, "Please stand guard for me, senior." Zhu Jiuyin turned to look at him and realized that he had closed his eyes. As space principles swirled around him, it was apparent that he was looking for the entrance. Such a troublesome brat. Zhu Jiuyin snorted in disgust, but she wouldn't dare to be negligent as she paid close attention to her surroundings. At the same time, she secretly made a decision that the moment things turned south, she would immediately take Yang Kai away. It wasn't a wise choice to fight enemies in a trap set up by the other party. She wasn't a fool, so she wouldn't do such a silly thing. Now, she just had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. As for the life or death of the others, it had nothing to do with her. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. The universe cave heaven was actually an independent sealed world that lingered in the void of the shattered heaven. If there was really an entrance, there would be some space principle fluctuations coming from where the two places intersected. When the blood monster cave heaven opened up in the past, Yang Kai made use of space principles to discover entrances in advance. Therefore, he believed that he could also find the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven by doing the same thing here. Even though Yang Kai was just a half-step open heaven realm master, which meant that he was the weakest among everyone here, even Zhu Jiuyin was no match for him when it came to this. There was no doubt that she was powerful, but she knew nothing about the Tao of space. The entrance of the shadowless cave heaven was well hidden, so perhaps only some slight space principle fluctuations could be felt. She couldn't sense them, but Yang Kai might be able to. As long as he could find the entrance, he could try to enter it. As he emptied his mind and carefully examined every part of the void, with his divine sense to observe the tiny differences, he fell into a kind of trance. "Come out!" Zhu Jiuyin suddenly bellowed, and turned to look at a particular spirit province while raising her hand. In silence, a spirit province of several hundred square kilometers exploded. As the stones scattered everywhere, a few figures appeared in embarrassment as they looked both horrified and doubtful. However, before Zhu Jiuyin could make a move again, she heard someone guffawing, "You've got a short temper, it seems, senior Sister Zhu. That isn't good for you, as it might make you grow old faster." Following that, a figure engulfed in demon qi shot out of a spirit province in a different direction. He was none other than Tijung, who showed up in the restaurant in the Shattered Heaven Star City before. He wasn't on his own, as he was followed by two others. Fog was seen weltering around them, so no one could clearly see their figures. However, The auras exuding from their bodies suggested that they were high-rank open heaven realm masters. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Many figures started appearing above the spirit provinces around them. Yuhi and the others looked around and became alarmed. That was because in the depths of the shattered heaven, more than 20 open heaven realm masters had gathered together in this part of the void. Apart from Ti Zheng and the other 2 high-rank open heaven realm masters, the rest of them were mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Even the weakest one was in the 4th order. This kind of formation could be described as horrifying. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, only the cave heavens and paradises were able to mobilize so many powerful open heaven realm masters. Judging from the current situation, Chu Hua Shang's speculation some time ago was right. This time, they had indeed gathered 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters at the shadowless cave heaven to deal with Zhu Jiuyin. As long as they could hold her down, the rest of Yang Kai's companions were no match for their people. The difference in numbers on the 2 sides was glaring. I'm old enough to be your grandmother, so what if I'm a little foul-tempered? Zhu Jiuyin snorted and reproached him. Ti Zheng replied with a smile. I hope that your power justifies your terrible temper, senior sister Zhu. Just then, someone beside Ti Zheng asked, Chu girl, what are you doing here? Don't forget your identity. He could apparently recognize Chu Huashang. She pressed her lips together and replied, Junior brother Yang has saved my life on multiple occasions. Since he's in trouble now, I can't sit back and do nothing. My actions today are mine and mine alone. They have nothing to do with my master sect. After this incident, I will return to the sect to accept any punishment they deem necessary. There's never a gentle fight in this world. Are you sure you can leave this place alive? The person asked. Chu Huashang replied with a smile. If I die, I won't have anything to worry about anymore. The person nodded. Since you've understood, this king will say no more. We are all responsible for our own actions. Many thanks for your lesson, senior. Chu Huashang elegantly saluted him. An impatient Zhu Jiuyin scoffed. Cut the crap. Young boy has come here, as he was told. Make a move now if you want to kill him. Let's see if you're capable of doing that. Ti Zheng grinned. Senior Sister Zhu, since you can't wait any longer, I'll grant your wish. As soon as he spoke the last word, he turned into a fog of demon qi and brought with him a horrifying world force as he pounced on Zhu Jiuyin. Meanwhile, the 2 high-rank open heaven realm masters beside him made a move at the same time. One of them was wielding a sword while the other flicked his fingers and sent out numerous beams of light. At that instant, the auras of the high-rank open heaven realm permeated and shook the world. As soon as these 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters took action, the mid-rank open heaven realm masters around them moved towards specific places to form an array. Following that, they sent flags into the void and started forming hand seals, linking them in a profound and mysterious manner. A fight between high-rank open heaven realm masters was terrifying, so these mid-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to interfere at all. It seemed that their only purpose here was to operate some kind of array, rather than to face Zhu Jiuyin head-on. This was undoubtedly a wise move, as not only could they prevent any loss of life on their side, but they could also weaken Zhu Jiuyin's strength. Before the array fully activated, Zhu Jiuyin already felt a pressure coming at her. She immediately realized that this mysterious array was targeted at divine spirits. Thus she yelled, "Protect young boy." As she spoke, she charged towards the high-rank open heaven realm masters on her own, initiating a world-shaking battle. Yuhi and the others formed into a triangular formation as they surged their powers to ward off the fallout from the battle, protecting Yang Kai behind them. Presently, Yang Kai was just a half-step open heaven realm master. So if he was hit by a shockwave from the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and her enemies, he would die on the spot. Therefore, Yuhi and the others wouldn't dare to be negligent. When the 100 Sects Alliance invaded Voidland, Previously, Zhu Jiuyin was able to fend off 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, it seemed taxing for her to battle against 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Now, as she fell into a disadvantage almost immediately, faced with the attacks of Tizheng and the others, she could only protect herself but not counterattack. Furthermore, the current situation was different from the previous one. Back then, Zhu Jiuyin had nothing to worry about, so she could focus on the battle against her enemies. But this time, she had to ensure Yang Kai's safety, so she was even more constrained. Just a moment later, a rumbling sound was heard as the array targeted at divine spirits took shape. An abstruse pattern lit up in the void as Zhu Jiuyin and the others stood in the center of effect. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly became slightly sluggish, and following a rain of attacks from Tizheng and the others, she fell into a perilous situation. Just a while later, wounds could be seen appearing on her body. "What is this damned spirit array?" Zhu Jiuyin bellowed through gritted teeth. While Tizheng calmly attacked her, he replied, "Locking divine spirit array. It's an array specifically designed to suppress divine spirits. Senior Sister Zhu, you're extremely powerful, so this array won't have much impact on you. However, in a life-or-death battle, even the slightest influence might cost your life." Despicable, Zhu Jiuyin snarled. It seemed that the siege by Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union previously was indeed just a probe. Zhu Jiuyin was forced to make a move in that fight, so the other party brought out this locking divine spirit array to deal with her. Tizheng grinned. "Senior Sister, you're quite beautiful, so you shouldn't waste your time protecting a boy in the Emperor realm. Why don't you side with me from now on?" "Side with you?" "That's right." Tizheng smiled faintly. "I do need a mount now. Since you're a divine spirit, you would be qualified. As long as you side with me, I'll treat you well." Murderous intent surged as Zhu Jiuyin roared. "You dare blaspheme this queen? You court death." She couldn't believe that someone had the gall to want to make her, a divine spirit, heavenly moon demon spider, their mount. There could be no greater humiliation. However, it was useless for her to be enraged at this moment. Under the restriction of the locking divine spirit array, her divine spirit source had been slightly suppressed, so she wasn't able to fully exert her strength. What's more, she still had to protect Yang Kai. In short order, her fair skin was marred with wounds. Fortunately, as a divine spirit, Zhu Jiuyin's vitality was quite astonishing. Otherwise, she would have been weakened significantly from these wounds. She secretly cursed at Yang Kai for being obstinate as she was dragged into this mess. There were times when she had the urge to grab him and simply flee from this place. However, she was even more infuriated by Tizheng's words, so she became determined to teach him a lesson today. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4368, Heaven Covering Web. On the other hand, when Yuhi and the others who were protecting Yang Kai saw that Zhu Jiuyin was suffering a setback, they realized that the array had some impact on her. They wanted to break the array, but the battle between the 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and Zhu Jiuyin was so intense they didn't dare to act rashly. Left with no choice, they could only remain in place with their anxieties. Above a certain spirit province fragment that was a few thousand kilometers away, some figures hid and suppressed their auras. Apart from the fact that there was not even a single high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master around, this group of people were a match for the ones attacking Yang Kai, and the others when it came to the number of people and collective strength. The person at the front was seen with a pair of bloodshot eyes as though blood was swirling around behind them. He was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch, just like what Yang Kai had expected. Even though Black Crow had turned Yang Kai down outright, he was actually interested in this opportunity. However, he didn't want to reveal his intentions in front of Yang Kai. Certainly, he was aware that Yong Kai wanted to use him to deal with the cave heavens and paradises, which was why he rejected him so firmly. However, he wouldn't want to miss such a good chance either. Therefore, after Yong Kai and the others left, Black Crow led his people to secretly follow them to this place. Presently, he could see that they had gotten into an intense battle. Even though he was several thousand kilometers away, he could still feel the horrifying world force explosions sweeping across him, which made him feel elated. Wonderful. Keep fighting, so that this monarch can appear at the last moment and reap all the benefits. He was resentful of both parties in this battle. The cave heavens and paradises hunted him down and forced him to sneak into the shattered heaven. On the other hand, Yong Kai had repeatedly foiled his plans in the blood monster cave heaven. It could be said that he had fallen into such a state because of Yong Kai. Therefore, he was determined to kill both parties. Seeing both his enemies fighting to kill one another, he was naturally quite jovial. Regardless of which party emerged as the winner, he would be able to reap all the benefits by kidnapping some blood sacrifices for himself. Both Yong Kai and the other party had many mid-rank open heaven realm masters with them, after all. To the side, Tan Luo Xing said with a fawning smile, "Everything is within your expectations, divine monarch. This dog-eat-dog fight between them is splendid." Black Crow grinned. "It seems that Brat is on the losing side, though." Tan Luo Xing's interest had been piqued as well. "Do you think Yong Kai will die?" Since Black Crow was in a good mood, he decided to explain the situation. He's not going to have an easy time. Even though he has a divine spirit to protect him, there are 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters on the other side, and those mid-rank open heaven realm masters have set up the locking divine spirit array. As soon as they can break through the divine spirit's protection, that brat will definitely die. Now, it seems that even though the divine spirit is powerful, she's unable to ensure that little bastard's safety. It's just a matter of time before her guard is broken through. An excited Tan Luo Xing said, "I knew that he would have a short life. I hope he dies a horrible death." Yong Kai was the main reason he had fallen into such a state. If Yong Kai hadn't brought the wooden token to Abundant City, he wouldn't have attempted to kill him, and then been forced to flee from that place. Yong Kai was the cause of his misery. Of course, if he hadn't fled from Abundant City and come across Black Crow Divine Monarch, he would have exploded and lost his life just like Mo Mei and the others because of the blood principle restriction. At the thought of Mo Mei, Tan Luo Xing appeared dejected. Even though he was a slave now, he was still alive at the very least. However, the others from Abundant City were not so lucky. Unbeknownst to him, the people from Abundant City were now living a great life in Void Land. It would be interesting if he ever found out about it. It was apparent to Black Crow which party was on the losing side. Zhu Jiuyin was in a perilous situation as she had to keep retreating, so he frowned and said, "This is bad. That divine spirit is no match for them. It's time for us to make a move." Tan Luo Xing was shocked. "Are you going to help that boy, Yong Kai, divine monarch?" Black Crow grinned. "The best scenario for this monarch is if the battle drags on. If one side loses too soon, how am I supposed to get my blood sacrifices?" Tan Luo Xing was unwilling to act, but since Black Crow had given the order, there was nothing he could do. And so they secretly began moving from the spirit province fragment towards the battlefield. There were countless such spirit province fragments in the shattered heaven. So neither side currently in combat could have expected that a large number of mid-rank open heaven realm masters was hiding behind this one like a pack of ferocious beasts just waiting to strike. Usually, regardless of how perfectly Black Crow's group could hide, they would be unable to evade the perception of the high-rank open heaven realm masters and a divine spirit. However, Zhu Jiuyin and her enemies were engaged in a life-or-death battle now, so they were unable to pay attention to anything else. The spirit province fragment slowly approached. Just when they were about several dozen kilometers away from the array, a strange turn of events took place. An unfamiliar aura abruptly spread around as a figure appeared in the battlefield like a phantom and turned into a ray of light before charging towards Yang Kai. Black Crow's expression changed. "There's one more person here?" The aura that had suddenly appeared was that of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Initially, Black Crow thought that both sides had shown all their cards, with 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters being sent to deal with the divine spirit. So it surprised him when he realized that there was a 4th such master who had been hiding all along. This person was pretty skillful, as Zhu Jiuyin wasn't even aware of his presence. As soon as he made his move, though, Ti Zheng and the others bombarded Zhu Jiuyin with their attacks to tie her down. As long as she was unable to extract herself from the fight, Yang Kai was bound to lose his life, following the 4th high-rank open heaven realm master's attack, even though he had Yu He and the others with him. Things played out just as expected. The moment the 4th high-rank open heaven realm master made a move, Zhu Jiuyin was unable to rescue Yang Kai as she was forced to counter the attacks from Ti Zheng and the others. The 4th master shot past her and lightly pushed out his palm, whereupon Yu He and the others spat blood and were sent flying away. Following that, the person pointed a finger at Yang Kai. "Young master," Yu He wailed as she pushed all her power in an attempt to save Yang Kai, but her efforts were futile. Right before the finger was about to reach his forehead, though, Yang Kai, who had been looking for the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven, suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his teeth before summoning a small tortoiseshell, which spun around and rapidly enlarged in front of him. Following a loud boom, Yang Kai was injured as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. At the same time, the tortoiseshell was glowing brightly. The 4th master arched his brow as he realized that it was no ordinary tortoiseshell. He then pushed out his palm at Yang Kai 3 times in quick succession. As the horrifying world force surged, Yang Kai felt like he was in a small boat caught in a tempest, at risk of drowning at any moment. The tortoiseshell obstinately stood guard in front of Yang Kai, and glowing fiercely, it managed to fend off the high-rank open heaven realm master's successive attacks, but despite that, Yang Kai still felt his blood weltering in his body from the impact alone. Baishi's tortoiseshell. The person quickly figured out the tortoiseshell's origins. As the saying went, Baishi bears a heavy load. Known for carrying a world on his back, Baishi naturally had exceptional strength and defense. The tortoiseshell he shed was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was only natural that the shell could ward off several strikes from a high-rank open heaven realm master. However, regardless of how great a defense was, it could not withstand persistent bombardment forever. Moreover, Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, so even though he could activate the power of Baishi's tortoiseshell, he was unable to persevere for a long time. Just the shockwaves from the clash would eventually be enough to kill him. The 4th high-rank open heaven realm master seemed determined to kill Yang Kai in this place, so even though he could recognize Baishi's shell, he didn't seem to have the intention of holding back as he was ready to strike again. As his murderous intent surged, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. At the same time, a woman was heard yelling, "Heaven-covering web." As the divine spirit's aura swept across the sky, a colossal figure suddenly appeared. It was a gigantic silver spider. As her terrifying figure hovered in the void, all her legs were seen dancing. The crescent moon symbol on her back was especially conspicuous. Zhu Jiuyin had shown her true form. When a divine spirit assumed their true form, it meant that they had fully activated their power. Previously, Zhu Jiuyin was forced to reveal her true form by the 2 high-rank open heaven realm masters in Void Land. Now that she was faced with 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters, she couldn't possibly have any reservations. Furthermore, as soon as she revealed her true form, a huge spider web suddenly appeared and unfolded in the void before engulfing all 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters. At that instant, a sense of danger rose within them as they felt like they were insects who had accidentally crashed into a spider web. Zhu Juyin was heard laughing in an eerie voice as she gently flicked a thread of the spider web with her huge leg. Following a clang, which sounded like a sword leaving the sheath or the music played by devils, the high-rank open heaven realm master who was raining attacks on Yang Kai fell into a dazed state. When he snapped back to reality, he suddenly saw a ray of light coming right at him. Horrified, he was forced to stop attacking Yang Kai and quickly defend himself. Following a loud boom, the local space shook. The high-rank open heaven realm master flew backwards for 1,000 meters as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Being injured after just one strike, he became quite wary when he turned to look at Zhu Jiuyin. While Zhu Jiuyin made this move, though, Ti Zheng and the others didn't stand idly by and seized the chance and fiercely strike at her body. Unable to deal with both sides at the same time, Zhu Jiuyin was seriously wounded. There was a 30-meter-long wound on her back that revealed her squirming flesh. However, she was still slowly flicking her gigantic spider web as clanging sounds were heard in succession, which seemed able to shake the universe. The sound contained a mysterious power that could bind Ti Zheng and the others to their spots, regardless of how hard they tried to struggle out of the web. Rays of light were seen moving around the spider web, and each one contained immense powers. The high-rank open heaven realm masters wouldn't dare to underestimate these rays as they jumped around in embarrassment. Ti Zheng snarled through clenched teeth, "You were concealing your true strength all along." Even though Zhu Jiuyin had showcased great strength in the battle back in Voidland several years ago, it was still only slightly difficult to deal with. Ti Zheng and the others had estimated that just 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters would be enough to deal with her. The reason they used the help of a 4th person was to make sure that no accidents would happen. Furthermore, the locking divine spirit array was arranged here to suppress her source and weaken her. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4369, Black Crow Strikes. Now, it seemed that Zhu Jiuyin hadn't revealed all her might in the battle in Voidland. At the very least, she had never showcased this heaven-covering web. She was able to hold down 4 7th-order open heaven realm masters all on her own, so it was obvious that her power was equivalent to that of an 8th-order open heaven realm master. In truth, though, Ti Zheng was mistaken. Previously in Voidland, Zhu Jiuyin used all the strength she had to fight him. The reason she appeared stronger now, on par with an 8th-order open heaven realm master, was because she originated from the grand ancient ruins boundary and needed time to adapt to the 3,000 worlds principles. It had been 3 years since the last battle, a period of time that was neither long nor short, but it was sufficient for her to restore more of her strength. That was the reason she seemed more formidable than in the past. They had 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters and used 20 mid-rank open heaven realm masters to form the locking divine spirit array. Nevertheless, instead of killing Yang Kai quickly, they had become bound in Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. Ti Zheng and the others naturally sported dark expressions because of that. Following a roar, a grim voice was heard shouting, "Fear nothing, spare no one." Demon chi surged as a gigantic demon phantom appeared behind Ti Zheng. The demon phantom was covered in narrowed and eerie-looking eyes. There were probably more than 1,000 eyes, and every one of them was darting around randomly as though they were suffering from hysteria. There was a huge blade that was almost 300 meters long in the demon phantom's hand. Its horrifying presence was able to shake the universe and shatter space itself. As soon as 1,000-eyed demon phantom appeared, Ti Zheng became even more overbearing than before. "Divine manifestation," Bai Qi exclaimed. Divine manifestations were techniques exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters, but not all high-rank open heaven masters possessed one. The people who could successfully cultivate a divine manifestation were the top masters among the high rank. There had never been anyone in history who could comprehend a divine manifestation below the high-rank open heaven realm, except Yang Kai. Tizheng was an elder from Myriad Demons Heaven, who had lived for a very long time. It had been a couple thousand years since he ascended to the Seventh Order, so it wasn't surprising that he had a divine manifestation. Once the divine manifestation was cast, it suggested that Tizheng was no longer holding back. While the thousand-eyed demon phantom came into existence, another high-rank open heaven realm master also used his divine manifestation. Unlike Tizheng's thousand-eyed demon phantom, this person's divine manifestation looked ordinary, as it was just a spirit peak that hovered behind him. However, a thick and dangerous earth attribute aura could be felt coming from the spirit peak. The remaining two high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't reveal manifestations, either because they were concealing their strength or because they simply didn't have one. With that said, the latter was most likely to be true. After all, they had fallen into Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. Faced with such a formidable divine spirit, they could lose their lives if they still tried to hold back. Even though they didn't have divine manifestations, the divine abilities and secret techniques they used were still quite horrifying. Clanging sounds were continuously heard as Zhu Jiuyin kept flicking her spider web, binding everything within her domain. As the screeching music sounded, ripples were seen spreading across the thousand-eyed demon phantom and the spirit peak. The thousand-eyed demon phantom roared as all its eyes beamed out dark lights, which pierced the void and flew at Zhu Jiuyin from all directions. Even though Zhu Jiuyin kept avoiding the dark lights, she was still struck as some parts of her skin became burnt. However, she ignored her injuries as though she couldn't feel any pain. Her countless threads of spider silk turned into razor-sharp blades that whipped and slashed at the four high-rank open heaven realm masters. The demon phantom raised his blade and forcefully brought it down, whereupon a few threads of spider silk snapped with a metallic clang. In an instant, Tizheng felt less pressured as he became elated and attempted to break free from the heaven-covering web. Nevertheless, the moment he jumped up, he saw dozens of rays of light coming from above his head, which forced him to fall back down. Looking up, he realized that the broken threads had been reconnected. The sight of it made him feel vexed. In the void, the lights of secret techniques and divine abilities glittered as Zhu Jiuyin was locked in an intense battle with the four Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even Yu He and Chu Huashang, who were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, were unable to join such a battle, let alone by Qi, who was only in the Fifth Order. All they could do was stay by Yang Kai's side and help him fend off the fallout. Fortunately, they were in the center of the spider web, so most of the pressure was still being borne by Zhu Jiuyin, and the fallout that reached them was negligible. However, anyone could tell that even though Zhu Jiuyin appeared to be domineering, she was unable to persevere forever. Moreover, she was too heavily outnumbered, so she was in a really tight spot in this battle. Once Zhu Jiuyin's secret technique was broken through, all of her companions wouldn't stand a chance to counterattack. Now, they could only hope that Yang Kai could find the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven as soon as possible so that they could enter and rest. During the fierce battle, a shriek was suddenly heard from an unexpected place. Everyone involved in the battle was shocked as they turned to look in that direction. Upon finding out what was going on, Zhu Jiuyin remained indifferent while Tizheng and the other high-rank masters became enraged. A spirit province that had been approaching them slowly exploded all of a sudden. Following that, more than 20 mid-rank open heaven realm masters shot out and bombarded the people who were supporting the locking divine spirit array. This group appeared too abruptly, catching everyone off guard. By the time the myriad demons heaven disciples realized what was happening, it was already too late. The instant the attack began, several people already lost their lives, which included a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. "How dare you? Who are you?" Tizheng bellowed. A grim voice was heard cackling, "It's your Grandpa Black Crow." Upon hearing that, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were stunned, and Tijung widened his eyes in shock. "Black Crow Divine Monarch? How can this be? Why is Black Crow Divine Monarch here?" Back then, Black Crow ruthlessly killed many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, and the cave heavens and paradises got wind of Black Crow's doings, they cordoned off all the territory gates in the Blood Monster territory. Everyone who wanted to pass through the territory gates had to submit to inspection. The cave heavens and paradises had spent an entire year trying to capture Black Crow, but they were unable to find any trace of him. Since the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Black Crow seemed to have vanished into thin air. Black Crow was an old fox who had lived for innumerable years and possessed an incredible secret art, like the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture. Naturally, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't let him off. Tijung had been paying close attention to this matter as well, so he immediately understood who the other party was when he heard the name Black Crow. How did this bastard flee from the Blood Monster territory and sneak into the Shattered Heaven? Why does he have so many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters serving him? Tijung could not understand what was happening. His heart sank as he knew that his side was in trouble now. If he came across Black Crow at any other time, he would have been ecstatic. As long as he could capture this fellow, he could stand a chance to comprehend the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture. Moreover, this kind of old dog, who had lived for countless years, must have other secrets with him as well. However, at this moment, Black Crow suddenly appeared with a group of masters, giving Tijung a big headache. Now, all 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were stuck in Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web. They couldn't break free from it if Zhu Jiuyin wasn't killed. Without their support, their disciples scattered around the locking divine spirit array wouldn't be able to fight Black Crow and his band. Like a tiger that had just left the mountain, Black Crow led his subordinates and attacked the enemy. In just 10 breaths of time, they managed to kill 5 more Open Heaven Realm Masters, including the one in charge of the array. Black Crow pointed his finger at the front and ordered, "Kill them all!" Tijung yelled, "Don't you dare, Black Crow!" Black Crow glared at him and sneered, "Open your eyes wide and see whether this monarch dares to." He was forced to live miserably in the Shattered Heaven because he was hunted down by the cave heavens and paradises. Now that he had a chance to get some revenge, he certainly wouldn't miss it. The grudges between those great forces and him had been formed, so it made no difference to him whether he killed even more of their disciples. The cultivators behind him turned into rays of light and shot towards another array node, where 5 more Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together to support the operation of the array. Seeing so many enemies coming at them, this group of 5 wouldn't dare to remain. Upon seeing that, the other Open Heaven Realm Masters and other array nodes ground their teeth and stopped operating the array before gathering together in the same spot. If they worried about the array, they would be killed by Black Crow, and the others one by one. By then, none of them could hope to leave this place alive. Only by gathering together could they stand a chance to go against Black Crow and his subordinates. Soon, 2 groups clashed in a fierce battle. Black Crow remained in the same spot as a mysterious aura swirled around him. The vitality of the deceased Open Heaven Realm Masters was attracted by this aura and converged around him. In the blink of an eye, Black Crow was engulfed in a thick layer of blood mist. So delicious! The blood essence of those from the cave heavens and paradises tastes so different. Black Crow was heard laughing from inside the blood mist. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters caught up in the heaven-covering web were infuriated. The 1,000-eyed demon phantom behind Tijung kept beaming out dark lights and wielded his blade. At the same time, the gigantic spirit peak manifestation behind another master repeatedly attempted to smash Zhu Jiuyin's true form. All 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters were trying their hardest in an attempt to break free from the web. However, without the restriction of the locking divine spirit array, Zhu Jiuyin became even more powerful, as she was able to hold down the high-rank open heaven realm masters more easily. One would expect that the center of the spider web would be the most chaotic, but it was the most serene spot instead. Space principles undulated around Yang Kai as he kept using different hand seals before pushing out his palms at the void in front of him. He could sense that there were some unusual space fluctuations before him, and he could even faintly feel the aura of another world from it. It must be the aura of the shadowless cave heaven. As long as he could open up the portal, he would have a chance to look for the proprietress inside and bring her out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4370, Innumerable Wonders. Despite that realization, Yang Kai was still unable to achieve his goal, regardless of how hard he tried. The entrance of that universe cave heaven was like a hefty door. No matter how much force he exerted, he was unable to open it. The intense battle went on. The appearance of Black Crow and his subordinates divided the battlefield into 2 separate clashes, one of which was Zhu Jiuyin battling against 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters on her own, while the other was the intense battle between 2 groups of several dozen mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Even though the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the high-rank open heaven realm masters was world-shaking, they all possessed incredible strength and abilities. Therefore, despite the fact that they had fully used their powers, they had fallen into a kind of stalemate. With that said, it was inevitable that they became injured, especially Tizheng. Zhu Jiuyin was incensed that this man humiliated her earlier, so most of her attacks were targeted at him, causing him to groan in exasperation. In the other clash, people were heard shrieking as lives were lost with great frequency. Both sides had roughly the same number of people, and they were equally matched when it came to their orders. However, Black Crow and his subordinates were undoubtedly weaker when it came to their collective power, just like how Mo Mei, a 6th-order open heaven realm master, wasn't a match for Wan Baifeng in the past. Black Crow subordinates were all newly promoted open heaven realm masters, so they hadn't had time to consolidate their foundations and build up their heritage, leading them to be weaker than the mid-rank open heaven realm masters brought to this place by Tizheng and the others. Moreover, the secret techniques and artifacts they used were inferior to those of the other party. Surprisingly, though, Black Crow and his subordinates actually gained the upper hand quite quickly. When Black Crow resolved the blood principle restriction on these mid-rank open heaven realm masters in the past, he used a trick and made sure that he could control their life or death. Therefore, as soon as he gave the order, none of them dared to be negligent as they went all out, risking their lives. Furthermore, Black Crow and his subordinates had killed some opponents in their initial surprise attack, so the momentum was already on their side. Once they engaged in battle, the mid-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises found it hard to breathe and were soon suppressed. The situation was exacerbated for them when Black Crow joined the battle. The body taken over by Black Crow was that of Zhou Yi from Great Thousand Bloodland. Even though Zhou Yi was a core disciple in his great force, he was still far weaker than Chu Huashang and the others, as he only managed to condense fifth-order powers. Black Crow had inherited Zhou Yi's heritage, so he could only reach the fifth order when he ascended to the open heaven realm. However, after using the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture to absorb the blood essence of all the deceased mid-rank open heaven realm masters around him, his aura surged to the point where it was on par with an ordinary sixth-order master. He was an old master who was reborn in someone else's body. Coupled with his sixth-order strength, no one beneath the high-rank open heaven realm masters was his match. He had mastered the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture, which contained many powerful methods that he could now use with ease. Immediately after he joined the battle, countless blood crows flew around and squawked loudly, blinding and distracting his opponents. All of the blood crows were relentless, and even after they were destroyed, they would simply recondense. The cave heavens and paradises side soon found themselves overwhelmed. If a person was covered in 3 to 4 layers of blood mist, he was basically doomed in such a battle. Within an incense stick, 6 mid-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises had been captured alive. Black Crow sealed their cultivations and had one of his subordinates guard them. Obviously, he was planning to bring these people back to serve as his blood sacrifices. A lot of mid-rank open heaven realm masters had lost their lives already. In a short period of time, more than 10 such masters were killed on both sides, most of which came from the cave heavens and paradises. Black Crow had only lost a couple of subordinates so far. Whenever someone was killed, though, Black Crow would use the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture to absorb all of their blood essence. The blood chi around Black Crow thickened by the moment, and his aura became increasingly horrifying. He was starting to show signs of truly breaking through to the 6th order. Certainly, the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters who were caught up in the heaven-covering web could see that the other battle wasn't going in their favor, as many of their subordinates had lost their lives. While Tijung roared repeatedly, another person threatened that he would skin Black Crow alive sooner or later. Of course, Black Crow just snorted and ignored them. Such a great chance was hard to come by. Even though he was fairly strong now, he could only run for his life if he was faced with high-rank open heaven realm masters. That was the reason he had been hiding in the shattered heaven all this time. However, the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises were presently held down by Zhu Jiuyin, so Black Crow had nothing to worry about. It felt exhilarating to take advantage of the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in such a brazen manner. Although he was indirectly lending Yang Kai a hand, he had indeed gained a lot of benefits. Therefore, he decided to let Yang Kai off for now. As for the grudges between them, he would get even with him when he fully recovered in the future. The subordinates of the high-rank open heaven realm masters were all either dead or injured now. If the remaining ones stayed any longer, all of them would be killed or captured. While facing Zhu Jiuyin's wrath, Tijung yelled at those surviving mid-rank open heaven realm masters, "All of you leave." The reason he brought them over was to arrange the locking divine spirit array to pin down Zhu Jiuyin. Now that the spirit array was destroyed and could no longer be used, it was pointless for them to keep staying here. They would only be killed by Black Crow in the end. Since some of them were still alive, the best course of action was for them to flee. The remaining 8 mid-rank open heaven realm masters had been waiting for permission to leave, so as soon as they heard Ti Zheng's order, they activated their secret techniques and ran for their lives without hesitation. "None of you can flee from here." Black Crow snorted and shook his figure, whereupon rays of blood, light beamed out of his body. Like maggots on rotting bones, those rays of bloodlight chased after those disciples. Once someone was struck, his figure would be greatly weakened, and then Black Crow's subordinates would pounce on and capture them. Meanwhile, Black Crow charged towards a certain 5th order open heaven realm master who was engulfed in demon chi. He had his eyes on that person, not because the latter was powerful, but because he was running the fastest. As blood light broke through the air, Black Crow was about to reach that person, and with a grin, he extended his hand and shouted, "You won't get away." That person hurriedly turned around and pushed out his palm. Black Crow sneered in disdain. He usually wouldn't even have any regard for a 5th order open heaven realm masters, not to mention that he had absorbed a lot of high-quality blood essence just now, and was significantly more powerful than before. As they traded moves, their world forces clashed violently. Black Crow performed a hand seal and activated the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. Given his power and his mastery of the Bloodlight Scripture, there was no way an ordinary Fifth Order Master could get away from having his blood essence absorbed by him. However, what took place next surprised him. As they traded moves, Black Crow could feel a horrifying suction coming from the other party's palm. The suction power was similar to his Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture, but there were some slight differences. Even though the person seemed inexperienced when using this technique, his suction power was just as great as that of Black Crow. Instead of absorbing the other party's blood essence, the overconfident Black Crow had some of his own blood chi sucked away by that person. Following a loud boom, that person was sent flying away as demon chi around him undulated. In the end, there was still a gap between their powers. Following the clash, this Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master suffered a setback as expected. However, he was pretty swift, and using the momentum from being flung back, he turned into a cloud of demon chi and flew away. Black Crow was still shocked by the exchange of attacks earlier, and by the time he came to his senses, the other party was already nowhere in sight. Then he looked down at his palm as his bloodshot eyes glistened. Interesting. How interesting. He wondered what kind of secret art that Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven had cultivated. Through their brief contact just now, he could feel that the other party's secret art must be extremely abstruse, but due to the fact that the person still hadn't mastered it, his execution appeared somewhat amateurish. That person could already display such an immense power before mastering his secret art. Therefore, the secret art must be as powerful as the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture, if not even more so. It seemed there truly were innumerable wonders in this expansive world. As Black Crow stared intently in the direction that person had fled, he snorted before turning around with his hands behind his back. In just a short while, the dust had settled, and of the original 20 or so mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, other than 6 who managed to flee, all the others were either killed or captured. Black Crow's subordinates were also wounded as their auras faltered and world forces trembled. There were over 20 of them initially, but now there were only about a dozen. He had lost 10 subordinates in that battle. Rays of bloodlight could be seen shooting out of the corpses and gathering around Black Crow. Tan, Luo Xing, and the others stared at him in horror, but none of them dared to utter a word. Meanwhile, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and the gigantic Heavenly Moon Demon Spider were still locked in an intense battle in the heaven-covering web that stretched across the void. Black Crow licked his lips as though he was drooling over some delicious dishes. If possible, he wouldn't mind interfering in that battle too. The blood essence of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and a divine spirit were on a completely different scale compared to what he had absorbed earlier. The blood essence of a powerful master would be greatly beneficial to him. However, he was incapable of interfering in such a battle. Even if he made all his subordinates join in, it wouldn't make a difference. Suppressing his greed, Black Crow sneered. All of you from 36 Cave Heavens and 72 Paradises, widen your eyes and look. This is the consequence of going against me. And this is just the beginning. There will come a day when this monarch re-enters the 3,000 worlds, storms into your headquarters, and kills all of you. Tijing bellowed, Old dog, how dare you act so presumptuous? You court death. Black Crow scoffed. You'll find out whether this monarch is the presumptuous one later. Let's go. Following that, he turned around and left. Tijing and the others were both shocked and infuriated. One of them bellowed, Don't flee, you coward. There were 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters around, so how could they possibly let Black Crow just take their subordinates away? However, even though they wanted to save them, they were unable to do so. Before destroying Zhu Jiuyin's heaven-covering web, none of them could leave this place. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4371, Riding a Tiger. As they exchanged glances, they knew that they couldn't hold back anymore. If they still wouldn't risk their lives, Black Crow would escape from this place. After they made a decision, layers of blood mist were seen exploding around the four of them, as these four high-rank open heaven realm masters burned their blood essence. Their auras exploded. Even the thousand-eyed demon phantom behind Tijun became reddened and more overbearing. No one was willing to use this kind of technique unless they were left with no choice, as doing so would damage their foundation and it would be troublesome to recover from. However, that was the least of their worries in this situation. In an instant, Zhu Jiuyin felt immensely pressured as her heaven-covering web was no longer able to restrict the movements of these four masters. Following the attacks of the thousand-eyed demon phantom's demonic lights and blade, the web was starting to show signs of collapsing. Although Zhu Jiuyin was trying her best to sustain it, she was unable to persevere indefinitely. After all, she hadn't fully restored her power yet. Just now, she had caught her opponents off guard. She had already done her best by trying to confine them for such a long time. Seeing as the four enemies were about to break free from her web, Zhu Jiuyin realized that once they managed to do so, she would be unable to ensure Yang Kai's safety on her own. She suddenly had the intention of retreating. While she was still lost in her thoughts, she felt her chest tightening. Following a loud boom, her gigantic true form staggered backwards while her heaven-covering web broke apart. A ray of light shot out of the spider web and rushed in the direction Black Crow, and his subordinates had left earlier. Apparently, he was trying to save the captured mid-rank open heaven realm masters. He disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Tijun and the others bombarded Zhu Jiuyin with their attacks. The giant spirit peak repeatedly landed on her, while the thousand-eyed demon phantom slashed across the void with its blade. A flustered Zhu Jiuyin brandished all of her legs, and even the crescent moon mark on her back started glittering. She wanted to weave a web again, but she didn't have the chance to do so. As soon as she spat out a thread of spider silk, it would be destroyed with overwhelming force. The remaining three high-rank open heaven realm masters seemed to have tacitly come up with a strategy, as two of them pinned Zhu Jiuyin down while the last person pounced towards Yang Kai. Their goal this time was to kill Yang Kai, so as long as they could achieve their objective, they could immediately leave this place. By then, Zhu Jiuyin would never be able to stop them. Even though Zhu Jiuyin was powerful, she was faced with the divine manifestations of two high-rank open heaven realm masters on her own. Meanwhile, the last person brought with him an immense world force and broke through the spider web's restriction before appearing before Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. Yu He Bai Qi and Chu Huashang became alarmed as they hurriedly tried to intercept this person. However, the difference in their strength couldn't be made up with numbers. Faced with the tremendous force, the three of them were sent flying away after just 3 breaths. They looked battered as they sprayed out blood from their mouths. Since there were no more obstacles in the way, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master looked at Yang Kai condescendingly. An Emperor Realm Junior to him was just an ant. Engulfed in a sense of crisis, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and pushed all his might to use Bai Shi's turtle shell to protect himself. Yang Kai had used the turtle shell to fend off his opponents some time ago, so he was naturally prepared to do so again. However, even though this shell was sturdy, the person using it was too feeble. Instead of destroying the turtle shell, this master only had to continuously attack, and Yang Kai would eventually die from the impact. Therefore, even though Yang Kai had summoned the turtle shell, this person still didn't seem to have the intention of holding back. As he brandished his fists, innumerable shadows engulfed Yang Kai. Hong, hong, hong. World force surged like a storm. even though the light on the turtle shell remained strong and obstinately stood guard in front of Yang Kai. The fallout that passed through the shell and reached Yang Kai was enough to cause severe damage. Just a moment later, Yang Kai felt as though all his bones had been dislocated and the vitality in his chest was weltering. It seemed that he would lose his life at any moment. At the critical moment, he could no longer hold back and shouted, "Dragon transformation!" Following a high-pitched dragon roar, the universe trembled. A huge and majestic dragon's head manifested behind Yang Kai's back before disappearing into his body. As a golden light glittered and explosive sounds were continuously heard, Yang Kai's figure expanded rapidly. His hands turned into gigantic dragon claws and dragon horns grew out of his forehead. A long dragon tail swept out, and his entire figure was covered in a layer of glistening golden dragon scales. Simultaneously, a rich dragon pressure permeated the void. An originally petite human suddenly transformed into a 4,000 meters long behemoth. Yang Kai had refined all the dragon blood pills he had obtained from the grand ancient ruins boundary, which allowed his dragon form to evolve massively once again. Bai Shi's turtle shell expanded exponentially as it seemed to cover the void and hovered in front of Yang Kai, who extended his claw and grabbed it as though he was holding a colossal shield. Following a dragon roar, Yang Kai shot a glare at the high-rank open heaven realm master who attempted to harm him. As his dragon whiskers flapped in the air, he targeted the person and hurled the turtle shell at him. "You're part of the dragon clan." That person was flabbergasted. He never expected to see Yang Kai undergo such a transformation. Feeling the pure dragon pressure, he fell into a dazed state, and by the time came to his senses, the turtle shell was already upon him. Then he roared and parried the attack with both hands. As the violent forces clashed, that master was forced back several hundred meters before he was able to stabilize himself. On the other hand, Yang Kai slightly bent backwards as he almost flipped over. The flesh on his arms exploded as his golden dragon blood splashed across the void. There was still an enormous gap between their powers, which was why Yang Kai immediately suffered a setback. If it weren't because his dragon form was extremely sturdy, he would have exploded on the spot from the impact. Meanwhile, Ti Zheng and the other Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master were stunned as they looked dazedly at Yang Kai. Quickly, they used feints to withdraw and widen the gap between Zhu Jiuyin and them. Zhu Jiuyin breathed a sigh of relief, as she didn't have the intention of relentlessly attacking them. Just now, for a moment, she thought that Yang Kai was doomed, as she secretly cursed at him for being overconfident about his capabilities and interfering in this matter. If he really died in this place, Shanqing Luo and the others would become widows. By then, she wouldn't know how she could explain herself to Shanqing Luo when she returned. However, it never crossed her mind that the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would relent at this moment, allowing Yang Kai to escape from death's door. The intense battle came to an abrupt halt as Yu He and the others, who were coming back to protect Yang Kai, stood there in disbelief. Ti Zheng and his companions gathered together as they vigilantly stared at Zhu Jiuyin while examining Yang Kai. They appeared both doubtful and shocked. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression as he hovered in the void like a true dragon overlooking the heavens and earth. Even though he was the weakest at the scene by far, he was also the most overbearing. "Are you really a member of the Dragon Clan?" Ti Zheng asked through clenched teeth with a pale face. He was severely wounded when battling against Zhu Jiuyin just now. The main reason was that he had humiliated Zhu Jiuyin, so the woman targeted most of her attacks at him, which led to his current miserable state. At this moment, the small universe in his body was trembling violently. "What difference does it make whether I'm part of the Dragon Clan or not? Cut the crap and fight if that's what you want," Yang Kai replied. Every word he said was like thunder that reverberated across the void, making all of their ears ring. Despite what Yang Kai had said, he could clearly see a sense of wariness behind the eyes of Ti Zheng and the others. He became slightly at ease as he realized that Miemeng and Bai Shi were right to say that it was useful to reveal his dragon form at the most critical moment. Ti Zheng and the others were naturally not wary of him, but they were of the dragon clan. Revealing his dragon form had pros and cons. Even though the dragon clan was extraordinarily powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds, so this identity might attract some unwanted trouble for him. However, he had no choice but to reveal his dragon form in that kind of situation just now. Ti Zheng snorted. How could there be such a strange dragon clan member like you in this world? As a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was naturally more familiar with the dragon clan than ordinary people. Although Yang Kai had many characteristics of the dragon clan, there were still some traces of a human in him. That was why he was doubtful. With that said, he was puzzled at the purity of the dragon pressure he was currently feeling. If Yang Kai only had a faint dragon clan bloodline, he couldn't possibly exude such a pure dragon pressure. There was a reason that the dragon clan was touted to be the head of the myriad spirits. Whether I'm a dragon or not is none of your business. Yang Kai decided the less he revealed the better. Humph, this monarch has a way to find out. As Ti Zheng spoke, he rubbed his fingers together and obtained a drop of golden dragon blood that was floating nearby. After having a taste of the blood, though, he sported a dark expression. The other two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters turned their heads and observed his expression before realizing that Yang Kai was indeed a dragon clan member. Otherwise, Ti Zheng wouldn't have sported such a solemn look. At that instant, they furrowed their brows as a single thought crossed their minds. This is bad. It wouldn't have mattered if Yang Kai was just a random dragonborn. The dragon clan was known for its lasciviousness, and they had left behind countless dragon descendants in the 3,000 worlds. Half-dragons and dragonborn were not valued by the dragon clan at all, so they could be killed without any concern. However, a pure-blood dragon couldn't be killed as one pleased. If they could erase all traces of the act, they could ensure the dragon clan never found out about it. It wasn't like there had never been dragons who were murdered in the past. Nevertheless, even if they could kill Yang Kai today, there was no way they would be able to kill Zhu Jiuyin. Hence, this news was bound to leak out. Although they were all Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were not willing to risk offending the Dragon Clan. It wasn't that the great forces behind them were afraid of the Dragon Clan, but creating this kind of unnecessary conflict would be extremely detrimental to them. At that instant, they found all their previous actions laughable. They had summoned 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and more than 20 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to deal with Yang Kai, but in the end, many of them were either killed or injured, and they were unable to kill him as they pleased. What was the point of doing all this? If they knew Yang Kai was a Dragon Clan member, they wouldn't have spent so much effort setting up a trap in this place. Now, they were all riding a tiger, unable to get off. They couldn't let Yang Kai go just like that, as many of their subordinates were killed. How were they supposed to explain themselves to their respective great forces when they returned? What's more, if they released Yang Kai, it would be troublesome should he manage to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. At that instant, they didn't know what to do, as they could neither kill him nor release him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4372, I've Made Up My Mind. As Ti Zheng and the others traded glances, they were unable to make a decision. Just then, the 4th high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who had run after Black Crow earlier, returned. He had no idea what was going on, so he couldn't help but ask, "What are you all doing?" Another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master parted his lips and quietly informed him of the situation, causing the former to frown. Ti Zheng asked, "Where's Black Crow?" "He escaped," that person said resentfully. Black Crow was an old monster who had been reborn by taking over someone's body, and he had also cultivated a heaven-defying secret art. Even though the one who chased him was a high-rank open heaven master, Black Crow still managed to throw him off. Left with no choice, he could only come back. They were not able to either kill or release Yang Kai, while Black Crow had captured their people and fled. Their plot this time could be said to be a complete failure. Therefore, all 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters sported extremely dark expressions. While they were in a dilemma, Yang Kai suddenly asked loudly, "What's going on with this shadowless cave heaven? Why can't I open the portal?" Initially, Tijung wanted to ignore him. The failure this time would definitely damage his reputation in Myriad Demon's heaven. When he returned to his great force, he would probably be demoted and punished. Presently, he was wondering how he could settle the issue, so he wasn't in the mood to reply to Yang Kai. However, as he darted his eyes around, he suddenly thought of something, and with a smile, he said to Yang Kai, "You're just a half-step open heaven realm master, so you're unable to open the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven." "Why is that?" Yang Kai gazed at him with a tilted head. Tijung explained, "That's because there's a restriction around the shadowless cave heaven. The minimum requirement to pass through this barrier is to be in the open heaven realm. It's just like how the barrier around the blood monster cave heaven dictated that only those below the open heaven realm masters could enter it. The shadowless cave heaven is just the opposite. Only open heaven realm masters can go in." "I see," Yang Kai muttered under his breath, as though he had already expected it. While both parties were locked in an intense battle, just now, he had repeatedly attempted to open up the entrance to the shadowless cave heaven. Unfortunately, even though he had found the entrance, he was obstructed by some kind of repulsive force which stopped him from succeeding. He had a feeling that he was not powerful enough to force it open. If he had sufficient strength, he could easily enter the shadowless cave heaven. "Do you want to go in? It's easy. Just ascend to the open heaven realm." Tijung grinned. Upon hearing that, the other 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters arched their brows as they realized Tijung's intention. "You want me to ascend to the open heaven realm?" Yang Kai sneered at him. Tijung shrugged and coughed before saying, "It's entirely up to you whether you want to ascend to the open heaven realm, and no one can force you to do so. However, I have to tell you that this shadowless cave heaven isn't a pleasant place. Over the years, many people have entered it, but none of them have managed to come out, so no one knows what the situation is like inside or how dangerous it is. It has been half a year since Lan Yuruo fell into it. If you're too slow, you might not even have a chance to retrieve her corpse. Nevertheless, I heard that you're proficient in the Tao of Space. After you go in, you might be able to find a way out. Lan Yuruo's life or death is up to you now." He seemed to be encouraging Yang Kai to break through right now, so upon hearing that, Yuhi paled and exclaimed, "Don't listen to him, young master." Yang Kai remained in his 3,000 meters dragon form as he narrowed his eyes and looked condescendingly at Tijung. Even though Tijung's face was somewhat pale, he still stared back at him, smilingly. A moment later, Yang Kai closed his eyes and returned to his human form. Things had come to a point where they wouldn't fight again. Tijung and the others were wary of the Dragon Clan, so they wouldn't kill Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai had no way to defeat them, so it was pointless to sustain his dragon form. Tijung observed his expression and realized that Yang Kai sported a conflicted look, as though he was trying to make a difficult decision. Upon that realization, Zhu Jiu shot him a glance. "Brat, are you really?" Yuhi anxiously spoke up. "You have come so far in this path, young master. It would be an incredible shame if you fail at the last step. Please don't even think about it." Yang Kai turned to look at her and realized that her eyes were filled with concern and anxiety. There was still a trail of blood at the corner of her mouth. All of a sudden, he stopped hesitating and calmed down as his gaze turned resolute. Then he took a step forward and helped her brush away the blood on her lips before gently saying, "It's indeed a shame to fail at the last step, but I should have my own power now." As a half-step open heaven realm master, he was too weak and insignificant in all these battles. When he was besieged by Shun Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union back then, all he could do was stay behind everyone's protection. Now he was attacked by Ti Zheng and the others, but all he could do was let his companions protect him. He could only watch as Zhu Zhouyin fought a life-and-death battle with the enemy, while Yu He and the others repeatedly spat blood just to shield him from harm. He wouldn't want to go through this kind of terrible experience again, as it pained him to see his companions being harmed while he was powerless to help. As that realization dawned upon him, all his worries melted away, and he was left with a decision in his mind, which was ascending to the open heaven realm. All of a sudden, he felt as though he had been enlightened. Only by ascending to the open heaven realm would he have a right to be viewed as important in the 3,000 worlds. Only by ascending to the open heaven realm would he be able to enter the shadowless cave heaven and stand a chance to bring the proprietress out of this place. "Please don't do that, young master," Yu He exclaimed. Yang Kai had been working hard, and coupled with his incredible luck, he had managed to condense 6 high-rank elements. As long as he could complete the last step, he would directly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm and make a name for himself. If he failed at the very last moment, it would be the biggest regret in his life. Yang Kai spread his arms and flashed a smile at her. "What do you see?" A puzzled Yu He shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. Yang Kai explained, "It's a pair of powerless arms. What can I do with them? Proprietress has fallen into danger because of me, but I'm unable to save her because there's no power in my hands." Then he balled up his fists as though he was trying to grab something. "Only by having strength that I can call my own can I change anything." He and the proprietress were unable to wait any longer. Just like what Ti Zheng had said, no one knew what was going on inside the shadowless cave heaven. It had been half a year since the proprietress fell into it, so there was no telling what kind of danger she was facing. Although the proprietress was among the strongest in the 6th order, she might not be able to break free from this trap. Moreover, what was the point if he kept waiting? It was unrealistic for him to obtain a high-rank element treasure now. This time, myriad demons heaven led the way and used proprietress to lure Yang Kai out of Void Land. What would come next? There was no way they would let him off, and the merchants wouldn't dare to offend all the cave heavens and paradises by selling him a high-rank element treasure. It had been 3 years since he started developing the Star City, and business had been excellent, with all the streets filled with people buying and selling all manner of goods. However, although he had offered a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and a high-rank metal element monster core, he still couldn't get what he wanted. Even if he kept waiting, he might not be able to achieve his goal in the end. Rather than waiting for a dream that was out of reach, the most important thing for him now was to have his own strength. Affirming his decision, he turned around as his black hair flapped in the non-existent wind and bellowed, "I'll ascend to the open heaven realm as you wish, Ti Zheng. I hope you all won't be too disappointed." Upon hearing that, Ti Zheng rubbed his palms together and guffawed. "You're indeed a promising young man." If Yang Kai wanted to ascend to the open heaven realm now, he wouldn't be able to become a high-rank open heaven realm master because he didn't have a high-rank element treasure. He could only make it to the 6th order at most. In that case, they were willing to accept such an outcome. All this while, they had been worried that Yang Kai would directly ascend to the 7th order, giving him a chance to become a 9th order open heaven realm master and challenge the order of the 3,000 worlds. If he only ascended to the 6th order, there would no longer be any worries. The highest limit a 6th order open heaven realm master could achieve was the 8th order, There were quite a number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who stood guard over the cave heavens and paradises, so Yong Kai wouldn't be able to cause a stir. At that instant, Tijung found Yong Kai to be less despicable as he secretly cursed at the latter for being so difficult. If Yong Kai had made up his mind earlier, they wouldn't have had to go through so much effort. If word got out that some of the cave heavens and paradises, led by myriad demons heaven, joined forces just to suppress an Emperor Realm Jr., all of them would lose a lot of face. Young master, Yuhi still wanted to dissuade him. Yong Kai raised his hand and stroked her head. Stand guard for me. With her lips pressed together, Yuhi gazed at him with reddened eyes. While Chu Huashang heaved a sigh, Bai Qi sported a conflicted expression, not knowing what to say. He felt extremely guilty and thought that things might not have come to such a point if he hadn't gone to Voidland to look for Yong Kai. However, he didn't know what else to do. If he stopped Yong Kai, it was akin to letting the proprietress perish. If he let Yong Kai ascend to the open heaven realm at this point, the latter's future would be ruined. He was truly caught in a dilemma. Why do you all wear such expressions? Yong Kai flashed a smile at his companions. Zhu Juyin spoke after a sigh. Brat, it's up to you whether you want to ascend to the open heaven realm or not. You have to think it through. Even though she had once tried to force Yong Kai to refine a sixth order element in Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then, that was because she wanted to increase his strength to prepare for the spirit-seizing war, so that he could stand a better chance to become the winner. Now that he had to voluntarily give up the dream he had been pursuing for years, she couldn't help feeling sorry for him. The main reason she stopped forcing him at that time was that he threatened to kill himself, which showed just how firm his determination was. I've made up my mind. Yong Kai smiled and nodded. He appeared completely at ease. Even though he would ruin the foundation he had built by ascending to the open heaven realm today, he would never regret his decision. That was because if he insisted on being stubborn, the people around him he cared about would be hurt. That was a future he would never want to see. Does any one of you have a sixth order Een element treasure? Give it to me. Yong Kai gazed at his companions, who shook their heads at the same time. He arched his brow and turned to look at Zhu Juyin. She said, Why are you looking at me? This queen does have some sixth order materials, but none of them are of the Een element. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4373, Sincerity. Among all the 7 elements, Yin and Yang were much harder to find than metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yong Kai had spent lots of open heaven pills to buy all sorts of materials, so he was fully aware of that. Yuhi was now a part of Void Land, so it was reasonable that she didn't have any sixth order Een element treasures on her. That was because many people in Void Land needed sixth order materials right now, and such materials were difficult to come by, be it the items Yong Kai had acquired back then or the new sixth order materials that had appeared in the Star City. They were all given to the cultivators who needed them in Void Land, so there was basically nothing left. Certainly Bai Qi and Chu Huashang didn't have one either. The former had followed the proprietress for a long time. If there were any precious items, the proprietress would keep them and only give them to him when needed. As for the latter, even though she was a core disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, she had just ascended to the sixth order. Hence, she didn't need any sixth order materials to improve her cultivation for now. Yong Kai hadn't expected that he would have to ascend to the open heaven realm when he left Void Land, which was why he hadn't prepared anything. Although he had made up his mind, he didn't have the item he needed, and even the cleverest woman could not cook a meal without rice. All of them appeared embarrassed in this situation. Yong Kai glared at Zhu Juyin and asked, You've been accumulating wealth for a long time in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Why don't you even have a single sixth order Een element treasure? Zhu Juyin rolled her eyes and replied, This queen doesn't need those things to cultivate. So, what's the point of collecting them? Moreover, It's also hard to find yin and yang materials in the grand ancient ruins boundary. This was giving Yang Kai a headache, as he didn't know what to do. Across from them, Tizheng and the others were supposed to be at ease. As soon as Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, the burden on their shoulders would be lifted. However, this unexpected situation rendered them speechless at that instant. Certainly, they were more than happy to see Yang Kai ascending to the open heaven realm at this point, as he would no longer be a threat to them once he did. Although they hadn't managed to kill him as they had planned, the outcome was acceptable as they could explain themselves to the great forces behind them. However, it would be troublesome for them as well if Yang Kai couldn't achieve an ascension because there wasn't a yin element material available. Since they were not able to kill everyone here, they wouldn't dare to make a move on a member of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, they would have to face the Dragon Clan's wrath. Nevertheless, they were not willing to let Yang Kai go just like this. While they were in a dilemma, they saw Yang Kai staring at them. The corners of Tizheng's brow twitched as he asked vigilantly, "Why are you looking at me?" Yang Kai snorted, "Since you want me to ascend to the open heaven realm here, I'm willing to grant your wish. However, you should show me some sincerity in return." "What do you mean?" Tizheng furrowed his brows. "Stop asking the obvious. You know what I want." A speechless Tizheng gazed at him and fell silent for a moment before parting his lips to secretly speak to his companions. Although he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he didn't have a 6th Order Yin element material on hand. Therefore, he could only ask the others whether they had such an item. If they could solve this issue by offering up a 6th Order Yin element material, it would be acceptable. Although Tizheng was displeased, he still suppressed his anger. However, after asking around, he realized that none of them had such a resource. Just like Zhuju Yin, they had some 6th Order materials, but not Yin and Yang ones. That was because Yin and Yang materials were extremely rare. Even if they obtained such items, they either had to give them to their respective sects for the disciples' cultivation needs, or refine these items themselves. The cave heavens and paradises were extremely powerful, so they needed more of these rare resources compared to void land. Tizheng glanced at Yang Kai and declared, "None of us have a 6th Order Yin element material." Yang Kai's face fell. "All of you are 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who are filthy rich, and you're telling me that none of you has a single 6th Order Yin element treasure. Do you think I was born yesterday?" Tizheng snapped, "Believe it or not, we don't have the item you need." Upon hearing the reply, Yang Kai put on a sneer. His expression enraged Tizheng. Instead of getting prepared for his ascension, Yang Kai was now blaming others for not having the item he needed, which was ridiculous. However, after giving it a thought, Tizheng realized that Yang Kai had always focused on looking for a high-rank Yin element treasure in order to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Even if a 6th Order Yin element material was presented to him in the past, he probably wouldn't even spare it a glance. This time, he was forced to achieve a breakthrough, so it was expected that he wasn't prepared. After a cough, Tizheng said, "Do you want a 5th Order Yin element? This monarch has a very good 5th Order heavenly Yin sand, which is hard to come by. It's the best kind of material in the 5th Order. If you want, this monarch can give it to you." Yang Kai bellowed, "You may kill me, but you cannot humiliate me. Tizheng, you forced me to ascend to the 6th Order, which is my bottom line, but now you want me to ascend to the 5th Order? What is this? Regardless of how great that heavenly Yin sand may be, it's still a 5th Order material. Can it help me ascend to the 6th Order? Why don't we just fight it out and leave the rest to fate?" Upon realizing that his suggestion was indeed unrealistic, Tizheng fell silent. Yang Kai had built such a solid foundation, and he was gifted enough to become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master directly. He was practically forced to ascend to the 6th Order, so it would be outrageous if they still asked him to lower his expectations further and become a fifth order open heaven realm master. If they push him over the edge now, this young man might do something crazy to retaliate against them. If they got into a fight again, they wouldn't dare to ruthlessly kill Yang Kai. By then, they would be the ones who suffered losses. After giving it a thought, Tijing asked, "Why don't you wait here for a while?" This monarch will send a message and tell someone to bring a sixth order Een element material over. In fact, he was completely vexed deep inside. His goal was to kill Yang Kai to nip this problem in the bud, but things had come to a point that he seemed to be begging the young man to achieve an ascension as soon as possible. Moreover, he had to prepare a sixth order Een element treasure for him, which was simply preposterous. He had lived for a long time, but there had never been a time when he felt so vexed. Yang Kai asked in a grim voice, "How long will it take?" Tijing replied, "It's unrealistic to go back to Myriad Demon's Heaven now. However, this monarch can tell someone to buy a sixth order Een element material in the Shattered Heaven Star City, where all sorts of goods are available, so it shouldn't be difficult to find the item you want. It'll probably take 1 month for the thing to be sent here." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "That's a long wait." Tijing frowned. "It's just 1 month. Yang Kai said, "I can't wait any longer." "What do you want then?" Yang Kai reminded him, "I want a sixth order Een element material right now." Tijing bellowed, "I told you we don't have one. Do you want this monarch to make it appear out of thin air?" "I don't believe you." Yang Kai swept a glance over the space rings on their fingers. "Unless you let me examine your rings." The faces of the high-rank open heaven realm masters fell. Tijing stared coldly at Yang Kai and snapped, "Brat, do you know what you're talking about? Are you going to agree to it or not?" Yang Kai sneered and gazed arrogantly at him. "Fine, I don't want to see your rings anymore. Let's go back to Void Land. I don't believe I'll never get a high-rank Een element treasure in my lifetime." Then he seemed ready to bring everyone back home in a resolute manner. Tijing questioned, "Are you going to let Lan Yurua perish here?" Yang Kai shot him a glance. "You better pray that she's safe. If anything happens to her, I'll destroy Myriad Demon's Heaven right after I ascend to the 9th order. I'll remember what you've done to me and visit all of you one by one when the time comes. I hope you'll still be able to laugh by then." "Impudence!" Tijing roared. "Wait a moment, little friend Yang." Another high-rank open heaven realm master suddenly spoke up. His voice suggested that he was pretty old now. Yang Kai shot him a cold glance. "What now?" The old voice was heard saying, "Since you're a half-step open heaven realm master, it must have been quite some time since you started cultivating. So you should know that a space ring is the most personal possession to a cultivator, and it mustn't be examined by anyone else easily. If you want to inspect our rings, it's no different from humiliating us. We've lived for a long time, so we do have a reputation to preserve." Yang Kai scoffed. "You four are high-rank open heaven realm masters, but you joined forces and plotted against an emperor realm cultivator like me. I'm surprised to learn that you actually still care about your reputation." The old voice replied impassively, "If you were on your own, all of us wouldn't have shown up. However, since you have some powerful protectors, we have no choice but to come all the way here, but now is not the time to talk about such things. What this old master means is, we can let you examine our rings to prove to you that we didn't lie to you. We really don't have the 6th order Een element treasure you need. However, what if you still don't find any 6th order Een element treasure after going through all of our rings?" "What do you want?" Yang Kai questioned. The old voice said, "Since you want to humiliate us, we can't possibly bear it for nothing. There's a price you have to pay, little friend." Yang Kai swept an impassive glance over them and frowned. After giving it a thought, he suddenly said through clenched teeth, "I don't believe that you don't have a 6th order Een element material, but if I still can't find one after examining all of your rings, I'll ascend to the fifth order. His expression was that of a gambler who had lost it all. Upon hearing that, all of them were stunned. "An anxious you," he said. "You can't do that, young master." Yang Kai was unable to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm, so the sixth order was supposed to be his bottom line. The fifth order was totally unacceptable. If he ascended to the fifth order, the highest limit for him would be the seventh order in the future. In other words, the end of Yang Kai's martial Tao was his initial starting point. The disparity between expectation and reality was too great to bear. Bai Qi said, "You mustn't ascend to the fifth order, Yang Kai." Chu Hua Shang also dissuaded him from doing so. Yang Kai put on a bitter smile. "I can't ascend to the seventh order, and there isn't a sixth order Yin element treasure now. What can I do if I don't ascend to the fifth order? Wait for them to get the item I want from Shattered Heaven Star City. Who knows what could happen to Proprietress in 1 month? We can't wait any longer." As he spoke, he secretly winked at you. "Do you remember that thing I have?" He, who was about to dissuade him again, became startled as she suddenly thought of something. That's right, young master still has that thing, with that item in his possession. It makes no difference whether he ascends to the fifth order or sixth order. He can even use this to trick others into believing that he'll only become a fifth order open heaven realm master and stop them from targeting him. In that case, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4374, Like an Arrow on the String? On the other hand, Tizheng and the others exchanged glances as they appeared ecstatic. Even though a fifth order open heaven realm master was fairly powerful in the 3,000 worlds, such a person was nothing in the eyes of these high-rank open heaven realm masters. If Yang Kai really ascended to the fifth order, it was something worth celebrating for the great forces behind them. A fifth order open heaven realm master would never be able to move the world order. For a cultivator who had the hopes of becoming a seventh order open heaven realm master to end up in such a state, it was no different from killing him. Instead of ending his life, they had killed his future. Tizheng's gaze brightened as he asked, "Are you serious?" Yang Kai gazed at him with a tilted head. "You look happy, don't you?" Tizheng coughed. "Not really. However, a wise man knows when to submit to the circumstances. This monarch is gratified that you've made such a decision." "Cut the nonsense," Yang Kai replied dispassionately. Tizheng and the others then secretly spoke to each other. Certainly, they were sure that they didn't have a sixth order Yin element material. Even if Yang Kai wanted to examine their rings, they weren't afraid. Although it was humiliating for these high-rank open heaven realm masters to let an Emperor Realm Junior examine their space rings, it was better than remaining in this stalemate forever. It was especially true for Tizheng. He was injured in the battle against Zhu Jiuyin, so he desperately needed a quiet place to recuperate and stabilize his small universe. Otherwise, he might be left with some potential issues later. The others were in a better state, but they were also wounded. Moreover, as high-rank open heaven realm masters, they didn't want to keep wasting time on Yang Kai anymore. By settling this issue as soon as possible, they could go back and tell everyone that they had achieved their goal. Therefore, they soon came to an agreement. Tizheng scolded, "Brat, we all agree that we'll let you examine our rings. However, if you can't find any sixth order Yin element materials, you must not go back on your word. Otherwise, we'll kill you right here even if we have to face the Dragon Clan's wrath." Yang Kai sneered, "Don't worry. Even though I'm just an Emperor Realm cultivator, I value my reputation. Unlike some other people, I'll never go back on my word." Then he spread his palm. "Pass me your rings. Oh, take out everything from your small universes as well. I know that the small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters like you all must have materialized. Not only can you store some stuff inside it, but you can also let some living creatures live inside it." Tizheng and the others sported dark expressions. However, things had come to a point where they didn't want to argue with Yang Kai anymore. Therefore, they fished out a number of things from their small universes and put them inside their space rings. Obviously, Yang Kai was unable to find out whether they had actually taken everything out, unless he could also inspect the small universes in their bodies. However, that would never happen. Tizheng and the others had made a concession by letting Yang Kai go through their space rings, but there was no way they'd let anyone probe their small universes, or else they'd be risking their lives. Even if they had some precious items stashed in their small universes, they wouldn't put them into their space rings. Yang Kai was fully aware of that. Soon, their space rings fell into Yang Kai's hands. The restrictions on the rings had been erased so that he could easily examine them. When Yang Kai scanned one of the rings with his divine sense, he couldn't help raising his brow. The wealth of a high-rank open heaven realm master was truly astonishing. Open heaven pills had been piled up like mountains, and there were countless resources, which included many sixth-order ones. There was even one seventh-order material in this particular ring. The number of artifacts in the ring was mind-blowing as well. He didn't have time to go through them one by one, but Yang Kai reckoned that the resources in this ring were worth more than 10 billion open heaven pills. Obviously, that wasn't all this man's wealth. The truly precious items must be kept inside his small universe. Unfortunately, none of the sixth order and seventh order materials were yin or yang. Yang Kai set the ring aside and looked at the next, finding it to be about the same. Tizheng and the others were just standing nearby as they watched Yang Kai joyfully go through all the rings. All of them found it odd, as they never expected that things would develop into such a situation. Their initial goal was to kill Yang Kai in this place. However, not only was Yang Kai alive and kicking, but they would also have to help him ascend to the open heaven realm. Besides that, they had also passed their space rings to him to inspect. What they had done was no different from financially supporting their enemy. Nevertheless, they could not object. Although they were high-rank open heaven realm masters who had lived for many years, it was the first time they had such a strange experience. It only took Yang Kai a short time to examine all of the rings. Tizheng asked, "Now, we didn't lie to you." Yang Kai looked up and roared, "The heavens are unfair." Upon seeing that he appeared crestfallen, Tizheng and the others felt less frustrated. Since they had confronted and attempted to kill each other before, there wasn't a need for them to be polite to him. Tizheng said, "In that case, you should give our rings back to us." Yang Kai nonchalantly tossed the space rings at Yu He and kept only a bottle that was half his height. They were too gullible to think that he would return the rings to them. Yang Kai had relented and agreed to become a sixth-order open heaven realm master, but since he didn't have the item he needed, he could only lower his expectation and ascend to the fifth order. With the existence of a particular item he possessed, it made no difference whether he ascended to the fifth order or the sixth order, and he would be able to deceive the outside world. However, there was a price to pay if he wanted to use that precious treasure. The thing was so valuable that the space rings of these high-rank open heaven realm masters could only be considered as a slight compensation for it. There was no way he would give the rings back to them, for he still had void land to run. Even though he had a star city to help gather resources, he wouldn't mind more good things. "You dare covet our space rings?" Tizheng glared at Yang Kai. He was so exasperated that he laughed and nodded, "Very good. You're indeed bold enough." Ignoring him, Yang Kai fiddled with the bottle and shook it. As he listened to the ringing sound coming from the bottle, he asked, "Is this the heavenly Yin sand that you'd mentioned?" Presently, Tizheng was fuming within him. So upon hearing the question, he snorted and did not reply to him. In fact, the moment he passed the space ring to Yang Kai, he had a feeling that he would never get it back. However, he was incensed at the fact that the young man did it in such a brazen way. It was apparent that he had no regard for them at all. Yang Kai gazed at Tizheng and questioned, "Are you deaf? Is this the heavenly Yin sand?" Tizheng looked away and pretended that he didn't hear him. Yang Kai said smilingly, "It seems that it's not heavenly Yin sand. I won't break through then." Upon hearing that, Tizheng glowered at him and said through clenched teeth, "Don't you cross the line, Yang Kai." The faint smile on Yang Kai's face made Tizheng have the urge to give him a punch. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Heavenly Yin sand is extremely hard to come by. It's one of the rarest among the fifth-order materials. It's just that it isn't a sixth-order material. However, the divine ability you'll obtain through this item is as powerful as that of most sixth-order powers once you condense it. The one in your hands was meant for another disciple in my great force. I have no choice but to give it to you." Yang Kai snorted. "I was supposed to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm, but I can only make do with the fifth order because of you all. Who is the one taking advantage here?" Tizheng fell silent. "Forget it. I'm not in the mood to bicker with you." Yang Kai lightly threw the bottle into the air and said to Zhu Jiuyin, "Please stand guard for me, senior." After a moment of silence, Zhu Jiuyin reminded, "Brat, this is an important matter, so you must think it through." Yang Kai replied with a bitter smile, "I'm like an arrow on the string now. There's no going back for me." If he went back on his word at this point, he was basically forcing Tizheng and the others to fight to the death with them. They had Zhu Jiuyin's protection, so they would easily escape from this place, but they wouldn't stand a chance to save the proprietress. Furthermore, Zhu Jiuyin had been wounded after the previous battle. Presently, she looked pretty battered as was covered in blood. "Forget it. It's your own matter, and no one else can interfere. I hope you won't regret your decision in the future." After she finished speaking, she flicked her fingers as threads of spider silk crisscrossed each other in the void, forming an impenetrable web which covered a large area except for the spot Yang Kai was in. If Tizheng and the others wanted to harm Yang Kai, they had to break her web first. Tizheng and the others had experienced how horrendous this heaven-covering web was, so they didn't dare to fall into it again. "Young master," Yuhi's eyes reddened as she pressed her lips together. She seemed to be holding back her words. Yang Kai waved his hand. "All of you stand back." Then he gently closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Will I regret my decision?" If it were for any other reason, he probably would. However, since he was doing this to save proprietress, he didn't think there would come a day when he felt regretful. As he emptied his mind, he calmed himself and sat cross-legged in the center of the heaven-covering web. His aura was curved while he remained unmoving, as though he had fallen into a state of deep sleep. Upon seeing that, Yuhi and the others knew that it was pointless for them to say anything else, so they spread out and stood guard for Yang Kai in nearby spots. They stared vigilantly at Tizheng and the others to prevent them from disturbing Yang Kai while he achieved his breakthrough. It was completely silent in the void. All of them were paying close attention to Yang Kai as they tended their wounds. Time went by slowly, and half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and flicked the bottle. Following a clang, the cap flew up as a ray of light shot out of the bottle. It was apparent that the ray of light was made up from countless grains of sand. Every grain exuded a light glow and an extremely cold aura. They looked just like a galaxy that had been shrunk down innumerable times. Heavenly Yin sand was indeed one of the best materials in the fifth order. As soon as it appeared, the void seemed to have been frozen over as a layer of frost formed on Yang Kai's clothes and hair. Instead of resisting, Yang Kai circulated his secret art and pushed his Tao seal to refine the Yin element power in the heavenly Yin sand. At that instant, the galaxy formed from the sand seemed to have been attracted by a mysterious force as it swirled and danced around Yang Kai. Looking from afar, it was as if he was engulfed in a storm of silver rain. Yong Kai had refined other element powers before, the last one being the Golden Wolf King's monster core, which was a seventh-order metal element treasure. Although the heavenly Een sand was extraordinary for its order, it wasn't comparable to that monster core at all. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4375, Too Fast. Ti Zheng and the others stared intently outside the heaven-covering web. Upon seeing that Yong Kai had started refining the fifth-order heavenly Een sand, they breathed a sigh of relief. Once the process started, it couldn't be stopped. That was because Yong Kai's Dao Seal had been affected by the Een element power in the heavenly Een sand as he built his open heaven realm foundation. There was nothing else he could do to reverse it unless he used something like Tai E-Soul cleansing water to wipe clean his Dao Seal. However, in that case, all his previous efforts would also be erased. Initially, they were worried that Yong Kai might go back on his word. After all, if they were him, they would never be willing to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm when they had a chance to make it to the seventh-order open heaven realm directly. Therefore, they wouldn't be surprised even if he went back on his word at the last moment. However, his action at this moment suggested that he was truly determined. Therefore, they admired the fact that he was able to leave his aspiration behind and make do with such an inferior result. Throughout history, only a small number of people were able to directly ascend to the seventh order. Given such a chance, Ti Zheng and the others reckoned that they would never give it up, but Yong Kai could do that. He's indeed a loyal brat. One of the high-rank open heaven realm masters gently nodded. What a shame. Another person shook his head. It wasn't certain whether he felt sorry for the fact that Yong Kai had to waste his aptitude or something else. Although they were the ones who forced Yong Kai to take such an action, they still felt sympathetic when they saw him do it. Ti Zheng put on a smile. There's nothing to feel sorry about, since we can't use him. The person who spoke earlier gave it a thought and nodded. You're right. The last person fell silent for a moment before uttering. This brat's Dao Seal is indeed very sturdy. Don't you think the speed at which he's refining the heavenly Een sand is too fast? Upon hearing that, all of them immediately turned to look at Yong Kai. Just like what their colleague had said, the speed at which Yong Kai was refining the heavenly Een sand was outrageously fast. The glowing grains of sand could be seen dimming at a rate visible to the naked eye. Given his speed, it would only take him 1 or 2 days to fully refine the heavenly Een sand. All of them were stunned, as this was a fifth-order Een element treasure. Its order was neither too high nor too low. Usually it would take an average open heaven realm master a few months to refine it. For someone with a great aptitude, it would still take him 10 days to half a month. The fact that Yong Kai was able to do it in 1 or 2 days was unbelievable. This outcome suggested that Yong Kai's Dao Seal was extremely sturdy, so the impact of the fifth-order Een element power penetrating his body was almost negligible. That was the reason he was able to refine it without any concern. All of them were high-rank open heaven realm masters who had lived for a long time and seen many gifted people, but none of those people were comparable to Yong Kai. Although they couldn't inspect his Dao Seal, they believed it was far more robust than that of anyone else just by looking at the speed he was refining the heavenly Een sand. A person with a sturdy Dao Seal was able to condense element powers swiftly, and there was only a minimal risk for him to ascend to the open heaven realm. Coupled with the fact that Yong Kai had heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, it could be said that it was practically risk-free for him to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm. Now, the crux of the matter was how strong the foundation of his small universe would be after he achieved his ascension. With a strong foundation, he would become powerful in the future, and vice versa. Nevertheless, he would still be just a fifth-order open heaven realm master, so it wouldn't matter regardless of how strong his foundation would be. While Ti Zheng and the others were paying close attention to Yang Kai, Zhu Jiuyin and her companions were staring vigilantly at the other party. On the other hand, Yang Kai was focused on refining the heavenly Yin sand in the center of heaven-covering web. A sense of coldness penetrated his physique through his pores before converging in his Dao seal under his guidance. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and Yang had already gathered together in his Dao seal, so he needed only one more. As he absorbed the Yin element power from the heavenly Yin sand, his Dao seal gradually became complete. The Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers mutually supported and suppressed one another as they formed an endless cycle in his body. The power of the cycle clashed within his Dao seal, and following every collision, there seemed to be a bell that rang loudly in his body, which shook his very soul. Initially, this kind of movement was still not conspicuous, but as Yang Kai refined more of the Yin element power, the movement became increasingly violent. When Yang Kai refined his metal element power, thus gathering all 5 element powers previously, he realized that a crack had appeared in his Dao seal. He was shocked as he thought that something had gone wrong with his cultivation. However, he couldn't feel there were any problems with him. Be it cultivating or using his strength, he faced no obstacles at all. Instead, he felt that his power had increased after he condensed the metal element power. Still worried, he asked Yuhi about it. It was then he learned that when a cultivator ascended to the open heaven realm, his Dao seal would break apart to allow his own grand Dao to merge with the 7 elements to form his small universe. Nevertheless, the average cultivator would only see his Dao seal cracking when ascending to the open heaven realm, but such an incident happened to Yang Kai in advance. Perhaps the order of the elements he had condensed was too high, leading to such a result. Regardless, this was a good thing for him. Anyone who wished to ascend to the open heaven realm had to go through this trial. If he couldn't successfully integrate his grand Dao with his small universe, his ascension would fail. Since Yang Kai's Dao seal had started cracking earlier, things would become easier when he attempted his breakthrough. As he condensed more of the Yin element power, more cracks started appearing on his Dao seal, as though it would collapse at any moment. At the same time, a chaotic aura started exuding from Yang Kai, who was seated in the center of heaven-covering web. Anyone who noticed this aura would be stunned as they stared fixedly at Yang Kai. All of them were open heaven realm masters who had tread the same path, so they were aware that it was the most critical moment for Yang Kai. Before heaven and earth split apart, there was only chaos. It was apparent that Yang Kai was on the brink of achieving his breakthrough. So far, it had only been 1 day since he started refining the heavenly Yin sand. Anyone could see that the heavenly Yin sand, which looked like a swirling galaxy, had lost all its glow and spirituality. That was because the Yin element power within it had been fully absorbed. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was a genius. Even the high-rank open heaven realm masters were unable to refine a 5th-order material in a day, not to mention a mere Emperor Realm Jr. A mysterious power trembled violently within Yang Kai's body. With him as the center, visible ripples were seen spreading out in a regular manner. Since all the power in the heavenly Yin sand had been refined, it turned into dust and scattered with the wind as soon as it came into contact with these ripples. Meanwhile, all of Yang Kai's skin had reddened as his chaotic aura became even more conspicuous. He felt like he had been trapped inside a thick membrane, as though he had returned to his mother's womb. He was restricted in every way, which made him feel extremely unpleasant. Inside his Dao seal, Yin, Yang, and 5 element powers moved in a cyclical manner as they clashed with Yang Kai. Following every collision, he felt his soul shuddering violently. Not only was he unable to make his mind focus, but he also couldn't control 1 bit of his energy. Yang Kai was flabbergasted, as it was only now that he realized how dangerous the process of ascending to the open heaven realm really was. If he wasn't careful enough, he would instantly lose his life. His Tao seal was pretty sturdy to begin with, and he had consumed a lot of divine Tao water, which fortified his Tao seal to the point that there was no room for improvement. It could be said that within the half-step open heaven realm, no one was a match for him when it came to the sturdiness of their Tao seal. Every time he condensed a high-rank element power, his Tao seal would be bombarded by that same power. Fortunately, he managed to endure each time. When he finally completed his Tao seal with an element power this time, he realized that the collisions he had experienced in the past were nothing compared to what he was going through now. The powers in his body, except for the fifth order element power he had just refined, were all high-rank powers. As they clashed with Yang Kai in succession, he felt his body and soul shuddering. Only when the element power collided with him did he feel an almost negligible impact. He had to face such a difficult trial even though he was just ascending to the fifth order open heaven realm. If he really attempted to make it to the seventh order open heaven realm, the difficulty he would have had to face would be far greater. It was no wonder that only a small number of people had managed to directly break through to the seventh order open heaven realm throughout history. Even if someone had condensed the requisite high-rank elements like Yang Kai, they might still lose their life at this last step. As more cracks appeared on Yang Kai's Tao seal, it seemed that it would break apart soon. However, he realized that he was still unable to get rid of this thick, restrictive membrane around him, and even his mind seemed to be lost in a foggy state. What was worse, the chaotic aura was increasingly thickening. All of a sudden, Yang Kai came to the realization that if he couldn't break through the barrier after his Tao seal exploded, he would fall into danger. At this life and death moment, he became calm instead as he attentively sensed the chaotic aura and let the powers of Yin, Yang, and the five elements clash with his Tao seal without restraint. He still had some heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, but he hadn't planned on using any of them. It was a good idea to use a spirit pill to assist his ascension, but it wouldn't be as rewarding as if he achieved the ascension through his own perseverance. He had initially intended to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm directly, but now he had to make do with the fifth order. If he still needed to use a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill now, it would only mean he wasn't gifted after all. In the past, he had consumed a fair amount of world source liquid, allowing him to sense the magnificence of heaven and earth splitting apart. However, he realized that he couldn't recall most of the details now. Still, he would never forget that innate feeling. As time passed, everyone could see that Yang Kai's skin was alternating between red, white, and blue. That was the result of the powers of Yin, Yang, and the five elements weltering in his body. The primordial elements of the universe turned in an endless cycle, supporting and suppressing one another as the chaotic aura around Yang Kai thickened by the breath. One could see that Yang Kai had been engulfed by very thick fog, which couldn't be peered through even using one's divine sense. Yuhi was on pins and needles as she stared fixedly at the fog, while Bai Qi balled up his fists and hoped that Yang Kai would succeed. To the side, Chu Huashang was secretly praying for him. As Zhu Jiuyin watched coldly, she couldn't help but mutter, "What is this smelly brat doing? Is it really so difficult to ascend to the fifth order open heaven realm?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4376, Chaos Breaks, A New World is Born. If this brat can't break through the fog of chaos, he'll definitely lose his life. An old voice was heard coming from one of the four high-rank open heaven realm masters. Ti Zheng and the others exchanged glances as they felt that they had probably overestimated Yang Kai's potential. He was going through so much danger, although he was just ascending to the fifth order open heaven realm, so it probably wouldn't have mattered even if they allowed him to obtain a seventh order element treasure. Based on their observation, if Yang Kai really attempted to achieve the seventh order open heaven realm, he wouldn't stand a chance of succeeding. The chaotic aura around Yang Kai was so thick that it had engulfed him entirely. Looking from afar, they felt as though he had been covered in a large cocoon that totally obscured his figure. Inside the cocoon, Yang Kai was completely at ease as he silently felt the chaotic aura and the state before heaven and earth split apart. It was as though he had traveled through time and returned to the beginning of history, when there was still nothing but chaos. Just then, cracking sounds were heard coming from his heart as his Tao seal began to shatter. The Tao seal was the very core of an emperor realm cultivator, as it was the essence of their cultivation. When the Tao seal broke apart, it meant that their grand Tao also started dispersing. If this Tao essence wasn't quickly integrated into a small universe, the consequences would be dreadful. Therefore, before the Tao seal completely collapsed, a small universe had to take shape. In order to achieve that, one had to break through the chaos by splitting heaven and earth apart in their body, melding the 7 elements together into a new world. At this life and death moment, Yang Kai seemed to be oblivious to the situation he was in. He couldn't help recalling the moment his body was destroyed by great demon god Mo Sheng. It was the final battle between the star boundary and the demon realm. In order to win that battle, all the masters from the star boundary, including all the great emperors, waged war against great demon god. It was in that battle that Yang Kai lost his life under a horrifying attack from the great demon god. If it weren't for the immortal tree, he wouldn't have stood a chance to be reborn. It could be said that he was someone who had died and come back to life before, so he knew better than anyone else about the cycle of life or death. Most other people wouldn't have a chance to experience dying and then being reborn. All of a sudden, a realization dawned upon Yang Kai as he felt that he gained enlightenment. All life starts with chaos and returns to chaos in the end. What is life? What is death? That doesn't matter. One will only realize life or death if he's aware of it. There is no life or death if he knows nothing of it. What is reality? What is an illusion? There are no boundaries in this world. All is a construct of one's mind. As his murmur was heard coming from the cocoon, there seemed to be a spiritual light that penetrated his mind and broke through the thick fog, which allowed him to see a glimmer of the future. At the same time, the chaotic aura around Yang Kai seemed to have been seized by an invisible hand as it stopped churning entirely. Just 3 breaths later, a crack appeared on the chaos cocoon, and soon after, it was covered in cracks. The aura of heaven and earth exuded from it as a brand new world was taking shape, and through the cracks, Yang Kai's own world force began to permeate, hum. The void shook. The cocoon shattered all of a sudden and revealed Yang Kai's figure. His eyes were still tightly closed as he remained seated with his legs crossed in the void. However, there was a storm swirling around him, which made his clothes and hair flap in the wind. The Tao seal in his body completely shattered, but there wasn't a risk of his grand Tao collapsing. That was because at this exact moment, his newly formed small universe absorbed this grand Tao and integrated with it. Chaos was broken, and a new world was born. At that moment, the illusory image of a small universe manifested behind Yang Kai's back. It was his very own world that had just taken shape. Tijung narrowed his eyes and spoke up. He actually succeeded. He was puzzled as he could see that Yang Kai was about to be consumed by the swirling chaos just now. However, he somehow managed to break through that fog at the last moment and enter the open heaven realm. He didn't understand what Yang Kai had gone through during that life and death moment. Only Yang Kai knew exactly what had happened. The moment the small universe appeared, Tijung exerted more power with his eyes in an attempt to peer into it. Unfortunately, the heaven-covering web was still in place, so he was unable to see it clearly, even though he was a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had advanced to the open heaven realm, Zhu Jiuyin breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, She was stunned as she gazed forward with a frown. That was because instead of immediately consolidating his newly formed small universe, Yang Kai actually turned his hand over and revealed a rounded bead. Zhu Jiuyin immediately recognized that it was his sealed world bead. She knew that there was an independent world inside this bead, but she had never entered it due to it not being able to withstand her immense power. What's this brat trying to do by taking his sealed world bead out at this point? While she was wondering, she saw Yang Kai's body shake as his small universe's illusory image appeared behind him again. Following that, he nonchalantly tossed his small world bead into his small universe. Zhu Jiuyin's brows twitched as she exclaimed, "What the hell are you doing? You crazy brat!" Yang Kai opened his eyes and grinned at her, just taking a little gamble. Zhu Jiuyin felt her chest tightening while Bai Qi and the others widened their mouths in disbelief. Their expressions changed when they realized Yang Kai's intention. While they were staring anxiously at him, Yang Kai performed a hand seal and shouted, "Open!" Following his shout, the sealed world bead exploded inside his small universe. The bead had been with Yang Kai for many, many years, and it had helped him overcome numerous dangers. It could be said that the sealed world bead was one of the most important treasures throughout his cultivation journey. At this moment, the bead had completed its last duty and detonated following Yang Kai's order. Following that, the small universe's illusory phantom trembled violently because it was suffering from a huge impact that was coming from the collapsed small sealed world. Although the sealed world bead looked like a small rounded bead, it contained an entire world within it. At this moment, it was exploding within Yang Kai's small universe, so the immense impact could be imagined. If Yang Kai was unable to bear such an impact, his newly formed small universe would be destroyed, and he would most likely lose his life. There was no doubt that this was an extremely risky move because he was making a bet on his small universe and the sealed world bead. Once he failed, he would lose everything. However, if he succeeded, the sealed world bead would integrate into his small universe, and the benefits he would receive would be inconceivable. Putting the newly formed small universe aside for now, the landmass in the small sealed world was quite expansive. When the blood monster cave heaven collapsed, Yang Kai had collected many of its fragments and stored them inside the bead. Each fragment contained the heritage left behind by a deceased 8-order open heaven realm master. At that time, countless open heaven realm masters were trying to snatch these spirit province fragments. Yang Kai was weak, so he could only collect a few pieces. Usually, even an open heaven realm master wouldn't dare to absorb these fragments into their small universe, unless their aura was extremely similar to that of the blood monster divine monarch. The consequences of forcefully doing this would be akin to poisoning oneself. Yang Kai didn't have to worry about it, as he had the small sealed world to act as a filter. Over the years, the small sealed world had fully assimilated the aura of those fragments, which significantly strengthened the heritage within the bead. Furthermore, Yang Kai wasn't doing this on a whim. In fact, a long time ago, he had already planned on merging his sealed world bead with his small universe while he was breaking through to the open heaven realm. Others didn't have such an option, but it was different for him. Both the small universe and the small sealed world were part of Yang Kai's heritage, with the latter having been thoroughly painted with his aura, so there was absolutely no conflict when merging the two. However, the problem he was facing now was the impact that had been inflicted on his small universe after the small sealed world literally exploded. As long as he could get through this trial, he would be able to achieve his goal. The task was as difficult as ascending to the open heaven realm. The illusory image behind him continuously expanded as Zhu Jiuyin and the others watched, their hearts pounding against their chests. Tisheng and the others were puzzled, as they didn't know what Yang Kai had done to make this kind of scene. they had been paying close attention to Yang Kai since the beginning, but after he achieved his breakthrough, all they saw was him toss some kind of bead into his small universe. And then this happened. What in the world was that bead? Although they couldn't look into what was going on exactly, the ever-expanding illusory phantom suggested that Yang Kai's small universe was experiencing an unimaginable impact. Yang Kai sported a solemn expression as he repeatedly used different hand seals and focused on controlling his strength to stabilize his small universe while merging it with the collapsed small sealed world as soon as possible. Inside his newly formed small universe, bolts of lightning flashed across the sky as a great thunderstorm blew through it. As if it was the end of the world, Mu Shu and Mu Lu hugged each other tightly as they trembled in the medicine garden. These two petite wood spirits had always lived inside the medicine garden in the small sealed world. When trying to assimilate the small sealed world, Yang Kai didn't release them as he already had a plan in mind, although it appeared even more perilous than when he was ascending to the open heaven realm. Everything was well within his control. From time to time, Yang Kai would roar as the illusory image behind him expanded and contorted. However, as time passed, things were showing signs of improvement as the illusory phantom became more stable. Just like what Yang Kai had expected, everything was going well. The small universe was formed by splitting heaven and earth apart when he was attempting a breakthrough. On the other hand, the sealed world bead had been with him for years, so he was able to control every part of the small sealed world as he pleased. That was why everything fell into place, as there was no conflict when merging the two. His Tao seal had already fallen apart as it turned into Tao essence, which filled the entire small universe. As time passed, the thunderstorm calmed, and the illusory phantom behind Yang Kai stabilized, its violent energy fluctuations dissipating. All the commotion died down. An open heaven realm's aura swirled around Yang Kai. That was indeed a fifth-order open heaven realm master's aura. Every new open heaven realm master had to go through this phase, and it would take them some time to fortify their cultivation and consolidate their aura so they could take it out and retract it at will. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4377, Small Universe. Yang Kai was now an open heaven realm master. He had come a long way and encountered countless dangerous incidents. Finally, he took this vital, important step. His emotions undulated in his heart, and as he recalled everything that he had gone through, he couldn't help but let out a long roar to express his excitement. His roar was so loud that the entire void seemed to be shaking. It wasn't until this moment that he had time to examine his own small universe. Sending his consciousness inwards, the entire small universe appeared in his mind. The first thing he could see was a gigantic ancient tree. The tree crown stretched out like a colossal umbrella and seemed to cover the entire sky. Extremely rich vitality exuded from every part of the tree as it breathed life into the small universe. At that instant, Yang Kai realized that it was the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation in his small universe. He comprehended the towering evergreen from his wood element power, which was derived from the immortal tree's essence. Therefore, the manifestation of this divine manifestation had something to do with the immortal tree. Upon realizing that there was a shadow beneath the tree, Yang Kai became startled for a moment before looking up. There, a dazzling golden sun hung in the sky. Caws sounded as there seemed to be a three-legged exotic bird flying around inside the sun. The shadow under the tree was caused by the great sun's glow. It was the manifestation of his golden crow casts the sun. Yang Kai arched his brow as he hadn't expected his small universe to look like this. Besides that, he seemed to understand something at that moment. As his thoughts flashed, time in the small universe seemed to accelerate rapidly. The radiant sun in the sky traveled across the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon as a bright moon rose from the opposite side. The manifestation of water reflects the moon seemed to have cast a silvery glow on the entire small universe, giving it an ethereal ambience. There was a golden wolf standing atop a certain mountain as it howled at the moon. Apart from that, innumerable stars could be seen twinkling in the sky. The round moon was the manifestation of Yang Kai's water element power, while the golden wolf was the manifestation of his metal element power. As for the stars, they were the representation of the heavenly insand that he had just refined. As his thoughts flashed, Yang Kai was able to make the sun and moon cycle in succession. A strange feeling filled his heart as at that instant he realized that his comprehension of the Tao of Time had improved significantly. He had always been a novice when it came to his studies of the Tao of Time, and that was only thanks to him having learned the time flies seal, without which he couldn't even have comprehended the basics of time principles. However, after such a long time, he was still considered a beginner in the Tao of Time. That was because most of his time was spent on the comprehension of the Tao of space. First of all, he didn't have a natural aptitude when it came to the studies of Tao of Time, so it would be quite time-consuming if he insisted on learning it. Secondly, his time was limited, so he had to focus on one grand Tao. There were countless grand Taos in the universe, but while being versed in many had its advantages, mastering one was still a better choice. Nevertheless, at this moment, the Tao of Time was like a generous elder who opened up to him and taught him all kinds of skills and knowledge, tremendously enhancing Yang Kai's comprehension of it. The reason behind that was the formation of his small universe. He knew nothing about other people's small universes, but presently there were sun, moon, and stars in his small universe as these celestial objects that moved in an endless cycle like a flowing river of time. His entire small universe was filled with ample time principles, which was how he obtained such tremendous benefits. There was no doubt that it was a pleasant surprise. As his thoughts continued flowing through his mind, he saw Mu Zhu and Mu Lu sitting together on the tree branch of a certain spirit tree in the transplanted medicine garden. As their heads pressed against one another, they swung their legs and looked dazedly at the starry night sky. While the stars twinkled, they also batted their eyes. Mu Lu remarked, "It's beautiful." Mu Zhu uttered, "And it's wonderful." In the past, although the small sealed world was an independent world of its own, they had never seen such a magnificent view before. Now, everything had changed, since these wood spirits started following Yang Kai and settled in the small sealed world. They had never seen such a wonderful night sky. The sight before their eyes made them recall the time they grew up in the star boundary. Back then, they always loved to sit together and enjoy the mesmerizing night view. Yang Kai retracted his mind and sported a solemn expression. The situation Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were in suggested that his small universe was able to accommodate living creatures, which was contrary to common sense. In the 3,000 worlds, only the small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters were fully corporeal, akin to real universe worlds. Presently, Yang Kai was only a fifth-order open heaven realm master, which was 2 orders below the requisite 7th order. 2 orders was a massive gap that countless cultivators failed to surmount in their lifetime. Although one could slowly cultivate over time, it would take them a painfully long period as well as many fortunate changes to achieve this goal. However, Yang Kai wasn't surprised at the outcome. If he attempted to break through like everyone else, his small universe would have become the same as those of other people. However, the moment his small universe was formed upon his ascension, he integrated his sealed world bead into his small universe, leading to this incredible transformation. The sealed world bead was already able to accommodate living creatures, but due to the limitations of its grade, it was unable to take in open heaven realm masters without the risk of exploding. After the sealed world bead merged with his small universe, the new small universe inherited the characteristics of the sealed world bead. accommodating living creatures was just one part of that. Moreover, there were sun, moon, and stars inside Yong-Kai's small universe, giving it a day and night cycle. Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements formed into a virtuous cycle. The grand Tao and world principles inside it were incredibly complete. Basically, his small universe was no different from a real universe world. Even the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master might not be as perfect as his. The great sun was a divine manifestation he had comprehended after refining the golden crow's true fire, while the moon was the manifestation of the water element power he refined from the moon essence. If someone wanted to reproduce a success, they would have to refine the golden crow's true fire and moon essence as well. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the golden crow's true fire and moon essence, both of which were high-rank materials. One of them was scorching while the other was freezing. Either of them could easily kill a cultivator, who absorbed them haphazardly. In the entire 3,000 worlds, probably only Yong-Kai's small universe contained the sun and moon that rose and set. Upon seeing that Yong-Kai was grinning from ear to ear, Zhu Chuyin couldn't help but scoff. "Why are you so ecstatic when you've only ascended to the 5th order open heaven realm? Can you be more ambitious, you smelly brat?" It was then Yong-Kai opened his eyes and cupped his fist with a solemn expression. "Many thanks for your protection, senior." If Zhu Jiuyin hadn't tagged along, he would have been dead by now. Since 4 high-rank cultivators were waiting for him in this place, he would have had no hope of surviving. In front of absolute power, all strategy was meaningless. "From today forward, I consider your oath fulfilled, senior." Since Zhu Jiuyin had fulfilled her promise, Yong-Kai certainly wouldn't go back on his word. Some time ago, he said that as long as she could escort him to this place, her oath would be completed regardless of whether he survived or not. From now on, she no longer had to protect him. Zhu Jiuyin snorted. "Save your platitudes. This queen is fully aware of that." Then Yong-Kai turned to look at Chu Huashang and thanked. "Many thanks, senior sister Chu." Chu Huashang shook her head with a bitter smile. "I wasn't able to help you in any way." Yong-Kai shook his head. "Simply coming with me is already more than I could have asked for, senior sister Chu." He knew that when she returned to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she would be punished. After all, she had jumped in to interfere when those from Myriad Demons Heaven were dealing with Yong-Kai. Since she was a core disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she was in all essence a representative of her sect. Her actions this time had tarnished her sect's reputation. Following that, Yong-Kai gazed at Yu-He and said, "Please take care of Void Land." A startled Yu-He subconsciously asked, "Where are you going, young master?" Without responding to her, Yong-Kai put on a smile before he pressed his palms together and pulled them apart as he shouted, "Open!" As space principles undulated, a huge crack suddenly appeared in front of them. The aura of another world exuded from the crack. Naturally, it was the aura of the shadowless cave heaven. Tizheng was right to say that there was a restriction around this universe cave heaven that would bar anyone below the open heaven realm from entering. Although Yong-Kai had found the entrance using space principles earlier, he could feel that there was a force that stopped him from entering it. Upon ascending to the 5th order open heaven realm, he realized that the force no longer blocked him. Without hesitation, Yong-Kai slipped into the crack as he sent a divine sense message to Yu-He, "Go back to Void Land and wait for me. I'll definitely bring Proprietress out of this place." Yu-He widened her eyes in disbelief and shot forward to follow him, but the crack disappeared the next instant. When she reached the spot, the entrance was nowhere to be seen. Bai Qi was dumbfounded as well. As they exchanged glances, they inspected the void around them, but failed to find the entrance. A pale Tizheng said, "Stop wasting your time. The entrance is so well hidden that even this monarch is unable to sense it, let alone you all." The reason that Brat can enter it is that he's a master of the Tao of space. Still, it's a wise choice that he went in alone. Zhu Jiuyin shot him a cold glance. What do you mean? Ti Zheng replied with a smile. The shadowless cave heaven is an extremely strange place where one can enter but not come out. Over the years, many open heaven realm masters have accidentally fallen into it, but no one has ever managed to leave, so no one knows what's going on inside. Although that boy can enter easily enough, he probably doesn't have the confidence to come out again. So he doesn't want to drag all of you into it. Ha! He's just a fifth order open heaven realm master. Does he think he can change anything by going in? At this moment, he was completely at ease. Even though he didn't achieve his goal of killing Yang Kai, he had managed to force him to become a fifth order open heaven realm master, which was good enough. It could be said that the cave heavens and paradises could stop worrying about anyone challenging their status, as Yang Kai's future was now ruined. The best a fifth order open heaven realm master could achieve was the seventh order in the future, which was in the same order as them now. Moreover, it'd take Yang Kai millennia to reach the seventh order by ordinary means, so there was truly nothing for them to worry about. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4378, on his own. Senior Sister Zhu, pardon my previous offense. I'll take my leave now. Tizheng cupped his fist at Zhu Jiuyin and left. They had engaged in a life-and-death battle just now because they were on opposing sides, but there wasn't any feud between them. Since the issue had been settled, there wasn't a need to be hostile towards each other. Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit after all, so he had to show her due respect. All 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters turned into rays of light and disappeared from Zhu Jiuyin's sight. They had suffered immense losses in this battle. Other than their own injuries, the over 20 mid-rank open heaven realm masters that they had brought with them were either killed or captured by Black Crow Divine Monarch. Only 5 or 6 of them had survived. These losses were considered painful for the cave heavens and paradises. It wasn't easy to nurture 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm masters, as it took a long time and countless resources. Yu He and Bai Qi were still looking for the entrance of the shadowless cave heaven as they continuously inspected the area, but to no avail. Ti Zheng and the others must have a way to open the portal. Otherwise, they couldn't have made the proprietress fall into it at an opportune time. There was no way Ti Zheng would tell them how to open it, though, so it was pointless for them to ask him about it. After standing around for a while, Zhu Jiuyin sighed and said, "Stop wasting your time. The portal is so well hidden that even this queen is unable to sense anything, so there's no way you two will find anything even if you keep looking." "You cannot sense anything either, Senior." Bai Qi was stunned. If Zhu Jiuyin also couldn't sense it, there was no way he and Yu He could. After a long sigh, he looked in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared and fell into a dazed state. In order to save the proprietress, Bai Qi traveled to Void Land to inform Yang Kai about the incident. In the end, Yang Kai was forced to become a 5th order open heaven realm master, which basically destroyed his future. Now, he had gone into the shadowless cave heaven on his own, and no one was sure whether he could come out again. All these results left Bai Qi feeling extremely guilty. Yu He stopped making a move as her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. Chu Huashan came over and comforted her by saying, "Junior Brother Yang is a man who can create miracles that others can't even dream of. Since he decided to go in on his own, he must have his own considerations and plans." Certainly, Yu He was aware of that. Just like what Ti Zheng had said, no one had yet been able to come out of the shadowless cave heaven over the years, so no one knew what was going on inside. Yang Kai must have been worried that none of them could come out if they all went in together, so he decided to venture in alone. As a master of the Tao of space, if he was unable to find a way out, it was pointless for the others to go in with him. "Let's go," Zhu Jiuyin said. She felt sorry that Yang Kai was forced to become a fifth-order open heaven realm master on this day, and he had even dived into the shadowless cave heaven, so it wasn't certain whether they'd have a chance to meet again. Since she had gotten rid of the oath restraining her, she felt completely at ease now. The problem now was how she was going to explain this matter to Shan Qing Luo when she returned. It gave her a headache just thinking about that young woman rashly deciding to come all the way here to look for him. She truly valued this junior of hers who had a source from her lineage. "You all can go back first. I must wait for young master here," Yuhi gently replied. Even though she was unable to go in with Yang Kai, she was determined to wait for his return regardless of whether it would take her a month or a century. "What's the point of doing that?" Chu Jiuyin snapped. "Before he left, he told you to go back to Voidland and take care of his sect. What's the point of you lingering here? Voidland is still in its development phase, and there is no powerful master to assume command of it now. Mo May has to manage the Star City, so who can take care of Voidland if you don't go back? If you really want to help that brat, go back and help him manage Voidland well. Wouldn't it be better if he returns one day and sees a prosperous sect rather than a desolate one?" After a moment of silence, Yuhi replied in a small voice, "Senior is right." Upon seeing that she was willing to listen to reason, Zhu Jiuyin nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go." A while later, the four of them followed the previous route and left the shattered heaven. Then Chu Huashang bid them farewell. Although she didn't represent her sect, when she followed Yang Kai to this place, she had indeed caused some trouble. Therefore, she had to return to Yinyang Cave Heaven and receive her punishment. She probably wouldn't be able to leave her sect for a while. Meanwhile, a figure was rapidly shooting towards the territory gate in the shattered heaven. The person's face was ashen as he coughed from time to time. Besides the fact that blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth, his aura was a complete mess. He was none other than Tijung. 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters had joined forces to deal with Zhu Jiuyin, but the result of that intense battle was that both parties had been injured. While Zhu Jiuyin indeed suffered serious wounds, the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters didn't fare any better. Tijung was in especially bad condition because Zhu Jiuyin was incensed at his humiliating remarks towards her. So most of her attacks were targeted at him, Tijung, during the battle. There were even times when he almost lost his life. With a bitter smile, Tijung mused on how it was indeed difficult to deal with a mature divine spirit. He was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, but if he were to fight a one-on-one fight with Zhu Jiuyin, he would probably lose his life within an incense stick. He had never been so severely wounded before. The flesh wounds didn't matter, as they would heal eventually. The problem was his small universe. The fierce battle destabilized his small universe and caused his world force to become chaotic. Now, he desperately needed to look for a place to stabilize his small universe. Otherwise, he would be left with huge problems in the future. His situation was similar to what Bai Qi had recently experienced. The reason Bai Qi got out of danger was that he had consumed a star-gathering universe pill. If there were also star-gathering universe pills around at this moment, it could help alleviate Tijung's problem. Bai Qi was a 5th-order open heaven realm master, so just one pill was enough to fix his situation. On the other hand, Tijung was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, so he would require more pills. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to refine such pills, so they were always scarce on the market. Back then, Yang Kai had paid a huge price to find an alchemist to refine the pill. Hence, even though Tijung was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, he didn't have such a pill on him. Furthermore, he had never expected that he would need such a pill one day. If he had only known, he would have prepared one in advance. Presently, he had parted ways with the other 3 masters. He had been feigning calm and nonchalance so that no one could tell how serious his injuries were. However, now that he was alone, he was unable to conceal his condition anymore. His small universe was continuously shaking while the weltering world force caused his blood to churn. All of a sudden, he looked to the side and bellowed, "Who goes there?" Looking up, he saw someone surrounded by demon chi rapidly approaching him. Tijung stared intently and saw through the demon chi, and upon making out the person's face, he set his mind at ease. When the person reached Tijung, he cupped his fist and greeted, "Sir." Tijung nodded lightly, and then he suddenly grunted and coughed out some blood. The person asked in shock, "Are you injured, sir?" Tijung waved his hand and replied, "I'm fine. Where are the others?" The person said in a bitter voice, "They're all gone. Only I managed to escape. Earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch had been hunting us down, so we had no choice but to run and hide. When I sensed your aura just now, I immediately came to you." Upon hearing that, Tijung felt speechless. This time, Myriad Demons Heaven had sent out 7 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but only one of them survived in the end, which was a complete tragedy. He secretly swore that he would capture Black Crow one day, and let him know the consequences of offending him. Then he stared deeply at the person and said, "You're pretty lucky." The person before his eyes was just a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died, but this 5th Order kid managed to survive. Embarrassed, the person replied, "I'm too weak, so Black Crow didn't target me immediately. Perhaps that's why I had a chance to flee." Right then, Tijung grunted again. Besides from his lips, blood was also leaking from his eyes and nostrils, which made him look extremely miserable. The person exclaimed, "Are you all right, sir?" Still, Tijung waved his hand. The person immediately summoned a ship and said, "Please board and recuperate, sir. I'll bring us back to Myriad Demons Heaven now." Tijung nodded and entered the ship. After finding a secret room, he opened the isolation barriers, sat down cross-legged, and stuffed some pills into his mouth. As he emptied his mind and circulated his secret art, he tried to bring order to the chaos in his small universe. His injuries couldn't be healed in a short period of time, so even if he returned to Myriad Demons Heaven, it would take him 3 to 5 years to fully recover. Meanwhile, the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven was standing silently on the deck as the ship moved towards somewhere in the shattered heaven. As demon chi undulated, a small part of the fog floated away and revealed a pair of fervent and tempted eyes. Soon, a sense of determination flashed through his gaze as beneath the demon chi, the person curved his lips into a ferocious grin. 1 hour later, Tijung, who was recuperating in the secret room, became alarmed as he hurriedly opened his eyes. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him had incredibly sharp intuition, so he was often able to detect danger before it even befell him. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard an explosion, and the ship rocked violently. The ship had been struck and was about to explode. Upon that realization, Tijung roared and shot up as he used his immense power to repel the shrapnel around him. Just when he tried to find out what had happened, he felt a violent force coming at him from all directions, which caused him to spray out a mouthful of blood. Even though the explosion was powerful, it couldn't possibly harm him. The reason he fell into such a state was that he had been interrupted while he was in a meditative state. These were no ordinary injuries, as his small universe had been destabilized, so he couldn't be interrupted while trying to stabilize them. At that instant, he realized that the condition of his small universe had been exacerbated. Instead of healing, it had actually worsened. While Tijung looked around in a dazed state, he saw a figure surrounded by demon chi come flying at him backwards. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4379. This king is... The person was the only subordinate of Zhengs that survived. It wasn't certain what kind of attack he had suffered from, but at this moment he was spraying out a mouthful of blood and tumbling through the void like a sack. "Sir, run! Black Crow set up an ambush!" the person exclaimed. Black Crow? Zheng was both shocked and infuriated. If he were in peak condition, he, a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, naturally wouldn't be afraid of Black Crow. However, at this moment, his small universe was in an unstable state, so he wasn't able to battle against anyone. If he forcefully tried to stimulate his world force, there would be a risk his small universe would collapse, and the consequences would be dreadful. He felt resentful, thinking that Black Crow must be aware that he was in a terrible condition, so the latter seized the chance and attacked him. There was no doubt that Black Crow was a despicable person. After hesitating between fighting and fleeing for a moment, Zheng gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Presently, Black Crow had many powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters working for him, and he himself was a master who had been reborn by seizing another's body, so he probably had a lot of dangerous methods at his disposal. It would be a foolish decision if Zheng decided to stay, as he might lose his life here. At that moment, he felt completely vexed. If he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have been oppressed by someone much weaker than him. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. While he was still lost in his thoughts, Zheng suddenly heard a series of gentle thuds. Then his entire figure shook as though something had penetrated his defense and reached for his vital points. Following a sharp pain, he realized that it was difficult for him to use his strength, and even his figure had stiffened. A hand had silently penetrated his body from behind and grasped his heart. Zheng widened his eyes in fury as he was bound to the spot. With difficulty, he turned his head and saw a face that was covered with demon chi. Then his expression darkened. The demon chi weltered and cleared away before a smiling but wicked-looking face was revealed. He was none other than Zheng's only surviving subordinate. It was then Zheng realized that he had been set up by his own subordinate, which was totally inconceivable to him. Certainly, he had figured out by now that Black Crow was nowhere near, and that it was this person who detonated the ship on his own. "What are you doing, Emotion?" Zheng asked in a grim voice. "Emotion?" The man chuckled. "You're wrong. This king isn't Emotion. Emotion is long dead. This king is just using his body." "You took over his body?" Zheng's face fell as he recalled something. Many years ago, a person named Emotion suddenly came to Myriad Demon's Heaven and claimed that he was the sect's disciple. However, he accidentally fell into a sealed world and became trapped for many years. Right after he broke free from that place, he immediately returned to Myriad Demon's Heaven. However, since the incident took place too long ago, the records from that period were spotty at best, especially regarding a lower-level disciple. Nevertheless, they still found a document from over 100,000 years ago that had some information about Emotion, thus confirming that he was indeed their disciple. In the past, he suddenly disappeared for no reason, and there had never been any news about him since. This was similar to the statement he had given. Moreover, his pure demon chi couldn't be faked, so Myriad Demon's Heaven accepted him in the end. When Emotion returned to the sect at that time, he still wasn't an Open Heaven Realm Master, but his aptitude was excellent, so he managed to ascend to the Fifth Order Open Heaven in just a few years. He was then assigned to work under Zheng. Since they had to set up a locking divine spirit array this time, Zheng decided to bring Emotion with him. However, it never crossed his mind that he'd be harmed by this person instead of getting killed by Zhu Jiuyin. Zheng's fury was burning within him as he widened his eyes and said through clenched teeth, "Who are you?" The person replied smilingly, "Do you want to know? I don't mind telling you." Then he sported a solemn expression and yelled, "This king is Wu Kuang, the one destined to conquer the 3,000 worlds and one day become its supreme ruler. Ti Zheng was so exasperated that he started laughing. You want to be the ruler of the 3,000 worlds? Ridiculous. He looked at Wu Kuang as though the latter was a lunatic. Usually, if he heard a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm master say such a thing, he would have laughed out loud. Nevertheless, at this moment, he didn't have the strength to do so. Wu Kuang chuckled and said, "You won't be able to find out whether I'm being ridiculous or not because you're going to die today. Don't even try to use your world force. This king's all-sealing needle is an ancient artifact. Once it's inserted into a person's body, it will seal off his small universe unless he's able to force it out. It seems that you're really severely wounded. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stood a chance to succeed." Ti Zheng said grimly, "So what if you kill me? You want to become the ruler of the 3,000 worlds? That's a pretty ambitious goal. Why don't you release me and let this monarch lend you a hand instead?" His small universe was in chaos, so he was unable to surge his power to begin with. Now, his world force had even been restricted by Wu Kuang's all-sealing needle, so he was totally powerless to counterattack. Therefore, he was racking his brain to come up with a way to get himself out of danger. Wu Kuang sneered, "Do you think this king is a 3-year-old child who would believe such an empty promise? You'll kill me the moment I release you. Am I right?" Ti Zheng said, "I can make a heart demon oath. As long as you release me, I'll never settle accounts with you. What's more, I can give you a lot of resources for cultivation. As a mere Fifth Order Open Heaven cultivator, without my support, it will take you ages to reach the 7th Order. However, things will be different with my backing. I can assure you that I'll help you ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm within 1,000 years, as long as you have the necessary aptitude." Wu Kuang shook his head. 1,000 years is too long. Ti Zheng's face fell as he said, "How can you say that it's too long a time to go from the 5th Order to the 7th Order? Do you know how long it took this monarch to go from the 6th Order to the 7th Order?" "I'm not interested to find out anything about you," Wu Kuang scoffed. A pale Ti Zheng snapped, "Are you determined to kill me? Even if you kill me here, you won't get any benefits. Most of this monarch's assets have fallen into that brat Yang Kai's hands. So, what's the point of you doing this?" This was what puzzled Ti Zheng the most. Even though Wu Kuang had taken over Mo Sheng's body, Ti Zheng reckoned that he had been treating him well over the years, as he rarely reproached him. What was Wu Kuang trying to do by taking such a huge risk to launch a sneak attack on him at this moment? "Your very existence is the biggest benefit for me, sir." Wu Kuang looked fervently at Ti Zheng as he licked his lips. "I've never tasted a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master before. I'll enjoy it now, sir. Please do your best to persevere until the end." Following that, Ti Zheng suddenly felt a horrifying suction coming from the hand that was grasping his heart. Under the influence of this suction force, his blood essence and the heritage of his small universe uncontrollably streamed towards Wu Kuang. A horrified Ti Zheng widened his eyes and exclaimed, "The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture?" Soon, however, he shook his head and realized that it wasn't the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture, even though he had never cultivated it before, thus not knowing the abstruseness of it. One of his disciples had comprehended some chapters of the scripture before. Therefore, Ti Zheng had some basic understanding of it. As far as he knew, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture was indeed an incredible secret art, but it could only be used to absorb blood essence. There was no way it could absorb the heritage of a person's small universe like what was happening now. Wu Kuang's secret art shared some similarities with Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture, but it seemed that his was even more powerful. "What kind of evil technique is this?" Ti Zheng asked in horror. "Heaven-devouring battle law." Wu Kuang seemed to be enjoying himself greatly, as though he was feasting on the most delectable delicacy in the world. Not only did he appear ecstatic, but his voice quivered in ecstasy. It is the secret art that this king devised himself. How does it feel, sir? Upon hearing that, Tijung was flabbergasted. This person was an extraordinary genius to be able to create such a secret art. Just now, Tijung scoffed at Wu Kuang for shamelessly boasting that he would conquer the entire 3,000 worlds and become its ruler. But now, Tijung kind of believed him. A person who was able to devise such a secret art was bound to achieve great things in life. It was a shame that he had only ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm, so the limitations of his future had been set in stone. Wonderful, Wu Kuang guffawed. A seventh order open heaven realm master tastes much better than those fourth and fifth order open heaven realm cultivators. Sir, your power is sufficient for me to ascend to the sixth order. Many thanks for giving it to me. Upon hearing that, Tijung recalled that there were times when several of his subordinates and Wu Kuang went out to carry out some tasks, but some of his subordinates would be killed in the end, and only a battered Wu Kuang managed to return. Tijung had only thought that they had come across some kind of danger, but now it seemed that his subordinates were actually killed by Wu Kuang, as he felt the foundation of his small universe leaving him like a flood, and he couldn't help but feel flustered even though he was usually a resolute person. It wasn't like he had never expected to die one day. There was no way a human could live forever, but this kind of death was simply too miserable. Presently, the all-sealing needle in his body had sealed off his small universe, which disallowed him to use his own power as he pleased. If he rashly surged his world force, his situation would probably exacerbate. Faced with this lunatic named Wu Kuang, Tijung realized that there was nothing he could do to deal with him. As his thoughts ran through his mind, he suddenly said through gritted teeth, "Since you want to devour this king's power, I'll give it all to you. Let's see how much you can absorb." Upon finishing his words, instead of trying to stop his strength from leaving his body, he did the opposite and cooperated. As he bore the excruciating pain, he attempted to force the all-sealing needle out of his body while frantically infusing the power of his small universe into Wu Kuang's body. Even though Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law was an extremely evil art, he was just a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Therefore, he was still much weaker than a seventh-order open heaven realm master, and the capacity of his body and small universe was limited. If Tijung could push him over the edge, he might stand a chance to live. Surprisingly, Wu Kuang started laughing like a madman. "Many thanks, sir. Please give me all of your power." As he spoke, a layer of blood mist formed around his body, and even all his 7 orifices started bleeding. It was apparent that he had been impacted by Tijung's efforts. Upon seeing that, Tijung clenched his teeth and continued what he was doing to fight for a chance to survive. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4380, Shadowless Cave Heaven. Half a day later, Tijung fell into a despairing state. Most of the foundation of his small universe was gone. Even if Wu Kuang stopped sucking his strength now, his cultivation would definitely regress, and it would take him countless years to restore it, if that was even possible. On the other hand, Wu Kuang had swollen significantly after absorbing so much power, now looking like a giant fatty. World force could be seen spurting out from his pores and bringing with it streams of blood, which formed a thick layer of blood mist around his body. It seemed that he would explode at any moment due to his inability to contain so much power, but in reality, he didn't seem to have the intention of stopping, as he still madly used his heaven-devouring battle law to absorb Tijung's power. Furthermore, as time passed, Wu Kuang's aura increased rapidly. It had only been 7 or 8 years since Wu Kuang ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm. This amount of time was normally only enough for a cultivator to stabilize his cultivation, but presently Wu Kuang seemed to be at the peak of the fifth order open heaven realm, as he was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. Upon seeing that, Tijung was horrified. What kind of evil technique is this heaven-devouring battle law? Does it even allow him to rapidly increase his cultivation without any drawbacks? Without saying a word, Wu Kuang madly circulated his heaven-devouring battle law and greedily absorbed the last remnants of the seventh-order cultivator's small universe. This kind of chance was extremely hard to come by. Even though he had done similar things before, the ones he targeted had always been fourth and fifth order open heaven realm masters. Now that there was such a great chance, he certainly wouldn't want to miss it. In fact, it was all thanks to Yang Kai that he managed to have this chance. If Yang Kai hadn't brought a mature divine spirit with him that severely injured Tijung, Wu Kuang's sneak attack wouldn't have been successful. It never crossed his mind that Yang Kai would manage to cause such a massive stir in the 3,000 worlds just several decades after they separated, even becoming the Lord of Void Land. It was true that a talented person would never fall into oblivion wherever he went. 3 days later, Wu Kuang stopped circulating his secret technique and took a deep breath to suppress his weltering vitality. After 3 days of continuous absorption, he had swollen tremendously. From afar, he looked more like a balloon than a person. Blood was still streaming out of his 7 orifices as the blood mist swirled around him. However, his aura was already much stronger than when he started. There was no doubt that he had reached the peak of the fifth order open heaven realm. On the other hand, Tijeng's breathing was extremely weak. His gaze was listless and his figure had withered as his small universe had been completely drained. Presently, he was already on his last legs. Even if Wu Kuang decided not to kill him, he would soon die. "Do you have any last words?" Wu Kuang asked in a grim voice. Without saying a word, Tijing stared fixedly at him. Wu Kuang nodded. "Farewell then, sir." Then he landed a palm on Tijing, who exploded into dust and went with the wind. The fact that a seventh-order open heaven realm master fell into such a state was truly miserable. After killing Tijung, Wu Kuang immediately shot towards the depths of the shattered heaven. Soon, he found a spirit province and snuck into it. Then, he set up a number of spirit arrays that could conceal his presence and set the spirit province moving towards his destination. Following that, he sat down with his legs crossed and focused on refining the power he had just absorbed. He was extremely full now, so it would take him a long time before he could digest it all. When he stepped out of seclusion next, he would be a sixth-order open heaven realm master. He was the one who had created the heaven-devouring battle law, and since he arrived at the 3,000 worlds, he had modified and improved it several times. With this heaven-defying secret art in his hands, he could just drain the powers of some open heaven realm masters to increase his cultivation, which was why he disregarded Tijeng's promise to him. Just like what Wu Kuang had said, 1,000 years was too long for him. If he wanted to ascend to the seventh-order open heaven realm, he just had to look for his own chances instead of waiting for others' help. Under the gray sky, there was a barren land that was filled with death chi. The principles and world force in this place seemed broken and incomplete. Is this the shadowless cave heaven? Presently, Yang Kai was standing on a barren mountain as he looked around with a frown. Compared to the blood monster cave heaven, the shadowless cave heaven was too dreary. Although the blood monster cave heaven was just a universe cave heaven, it had a lot of different biomes and sceneries. However, the shadowless cave heaven was extremely desolate as far as the eye could see, which puzzled Yang Kai greatly. This was the first place he landed after he passed through the void and entered the shadowless cave heaven. Since there was a portal, one should theoretically be able to go in, as well as come out. However, after scanning his surroundings for a long time, Yang Kai was unable to detect any space principal fluctuations nearby, let alone find the entrance where he had just passed through. In other words, if he wanted to leave the shadowless cave heaven, he had to look for a different exit. Where's proprietress? Yang Kai looked around, but found nothing. Nevertheless, since the shadowless cave heaven was just a universe cave heaven, its landmass shouldn't be comparable to a true universe world. As long as Proprietress was here, he would find her one day. Before he even moved, though, Yong Kai suddenly detected something and looked in a particular direction, only to see some figures rapidly approaching him. In the blink of an eye, they already reached him. There were 3 people in total. Their aura suggested that they were all open heaven realm masters, with the leading one being a middle-aged man in the 5th order. Then there was a 4th order woman and a 3rd order young man. At first glance, they looked like they were a family of some kind. However, when a cultivator reached the open heaven realm, it was impossible to tell his age by looking at his appearance. Therefore, Yong Kai couldn't be sure that they were indeed related. He was just trying to look for the proprietress when he came across these people, which elated him. Obviously, he had caused some disturbance when he entered this place, which attracted these people. Before Yong Kai could ask anything, the middle-aged man sized him up and asked, "Are you a newcomer?" Yong Kai saw no reason to deny it, so he simply nodded, "Yes." The middle-aged man said, "Judging from your aura, you seem to have just broken through." Yong Kai's aura was too conspicuous, as he was unable to completely control it yet. Anyone who wasn't blind could easily tell that he was a newly promoted open heaven realm master. Yong Kai nodded again. Indeed. Such a shame. The middle-aged man shook his head while the woman and the young man behind him appeared sympathetic. It was truly miserable that Yong Kai had fallen into this place not long after he entered the open heaven realm. After comparing their own experiences to Yong Kai's, they felt less frustrated now. At the very least, they only accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven many years after they entered the open heaven realm. "What's your name?" "Senior brother." Yong Kai cupped his fist at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man replied, "Ma Tian Yuan." "So it is Senior Brother Ma." Yong Kai flashed a smile at him. "I'm new to this place, so I know nothing. Would it be all right if I ask you some questions?" A curious Ma Tian Yuan gazed at him and asked, "What do you want to know?" "I'm looking for 3 people," Yong Kai replied. "They arrived in this place half a year ago. 1 woman and 2 men. The woman is a 6th order master, while the 2 men with her are in the 5th order. One of the men wears a big apron with a slaughter character on it, while the other has a pair of arrogant-looking eyes that makes you want to punch him on sight." As soon as Yong Kai finished speaking, Ma Tian Yuan narrowed his eyes, while the 4th order open heaven realm master woman and the 3rd order open heaven realm master young man exchanged glances. It seemed that the proprietress was indeed in the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, Ma Tian Yuan and the others seemed to recognize her, chef, and accountant. If not, they wouldn't have reacted in such a way. "Ha ha! So, you're close to that madam, junior brother." Ma Tian Yuan suddenly laughed. An elated Yong Kai asked, "Do you know where they are, Senior Brother Ma?" Ma Tian Yuan replied, "And I do. They're guests in our unrivaled guild, which is not far away from this place. If you want to see them, this Ma can lead the way for you." A grateful Yong Kai said, "Many thanks, Senior Brother Ma. Don't mention it. That madam is unrivaled guild's honored guest. Since you're close to her, you're also our guest. This way, please." Ma Tian Yuan extended his hand towards a particular direction. After thanking him one more time, Yong Kai followed him, and afterwards was followed closely by the woman and the young man. On the way to their destination, Yong Kai asked curiously, "Senior Brother Ma, it's my first day here, so I know nothing about this place. What kind of place is this unrivaled guild? Is it your great force?" Ma Tian Yuan replied, "I wouldn't dare to say that. The 3 leaders of Unrivaled Guild are all 6th order open heaven realm masters, while this Ma is only a 5th order. I'm just someone who works for the leaders, so I wouldn't dare to say that Unrivaled Guild belongs to me." A shocked Yang Kai asked. There are 3 sixth-order open heaven realm masters in unrivaled guild. There were only 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters in all of Void Land. Throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, it was rare for any second-class Great Force to have 3 sixth-order open heaven realm masters. The woman couldn't help but add, Big Brother Ma was also a sixth-order open heaven realm master in the past. An astounded Yang Kai turned to look at Ma Tianyuan. Since you managed to reach the 6th order, how did you end up in the 5th order? Ma Tianyuan appeared dejected as he shook his head with a bitter smile. It's a long story. You've just come to the shadowless cave heaven, so you have no idea about the environment here. You'll soon find out how dangerous this place is soon enough. By the way, how did you fall into this place? I came here looking for someone, Yang Kai replied. Upon hearing that, the 3 people sported awkward expressions. Ma Tianyuan asked, Are you looking for that, madam? And Yang Kai nodded. Ma Tianyuan tutade, You've come all the way here to look for her? Do you know that no one has ever left this shadowless cave heaven before? Once you fall into this place, you'll never be able to escape. I did hear about that. Yang Kai nodded and put on a smile. However, I believe that as long as there's a will, we'll be able to find a way out. There was an admiring look on Ma Tianyuan's face. Those 3 people must be very important to you. Yang Kai smiled gently. That woman has called you he. She's as my elder sister, so she's certainly important to me. I see. Ma Tianyuan nodded upon hearing that. Yang Kai went on to say, Elder sister you, he has done me a lot of favors. Without her support, I couldn't have achieved anything in this life. Ma Tianyuan praised him by saying, You're a righteous man who knows how to repay favors. This Ma is more than happy to become friends with someone like you. Why did you stop walking suddenly, junior brother? He was puzzled at the sight of Yang Kai stopping in his tracks all of a sudden. As their eyes met, Yang Kai looked smilingly at him with a meaningful gaze. That elder sister that I'm looking for is not named Yuhi, Yang Kai said slowly. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4381. You just became a 5th order. Ma Tianyuan asked with a frown, What do you mean, junior brother? Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. You said that the 3 of them are honored guests in your unrivaled guild, so it's impossible that you don't even know their names. You're a 5th order open heaven realm master, so you're supposed to hold an important position in your sect. The fact that you know nothing about them shows that they're not in your sect. As he spoke, Yang Kai's expression darkened. Since they're not in your sect, what are you trying to achieve by luring me to that place? Ma Tianyuan explained, You misunderstand, junior brother. That Madam is indeed a guest in our sect, but it's the 3 chiefs who received her, so this Ma doesn't know her name. Is there still a need to hide anything at this point? Yang Kai shot him a cold glare, cutting him off. After a moment of silence, Ma Tianyuan sighed and said, Since you've already realized it, this Ma will drop the pretense. That's right. That Madam is not an unrivaled guild. Where is she? Yang Kai demanded. Ma Tianyuan shook his head. I don't know. Half a year ago, I did meet those 3. The 3 chiefs wanted to invite her to join Unrivaled Guild, but she refused and left with her people. I don't know where she is now. However, I heard that the people from Profound Young Mountain are trying to hunt them down. Perhaps they've been captured by now. There's also a possibility that they're dead. Profound Young Mountain, Yang Kai arched his brow. Ma Tianyuan explained, There are 3 great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Profound Young Mountain, Unrivaled Guild, and Twin Spirit Island. Each great force has several 6th order open heaven realm masters, and we usually don't interfere in each other's affairs. Why do those from Profound Young Mountain want to hunt them down? Yang Kai asked. Ma Tianyuan replied, There are rarely any newcomers in the shadowless cave heaven. The environment in this place is hostile and it lacks all cultivation resources. Therefore, every newcomer will be asked to join one of the forces and hand over their cultivation resources. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai said, "Is this the reason you want to take me to Unrivaled Guild?" Ma Tianyuan nodded frankly. "That's right. Although you've just entered the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, you must have some resources with you. Once you join Unrivaled Guild, your things will be ours. Your friends are pretty powerful, so they should have some good things on them. Hence, it is expected that they are being targeted by those from Profound Yang Mountain. Furthermore, the Second Mountain Lord is a lascivious man, and that madam is quite alluring. It isn't surprising that he'd lust after her." Profound Yang Mountain, Yang Kai sneered. The proprietress was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, and after many years of accumulation, she had reached its peak. Basically, the only reason she wasn't breaking through to the Seventh Order was due to her heart demon oath. On the other hand, chef and accountant were newly promoted Fifth Order masters. Even though the people from Profound Yang Mountain were powerful, they probably couldn't harm the proprietress. Therefore, she should be safe for now. The most important thing for Yang Kai now was to look for them. Ma Tianyuan went on to explain, "Junior brother, I'm inviting you to Unrivaled Guild, not entirely for your resources. I'm also doing this for your own good." Yang Kai scoffed. "That's a pretty novel statement." Ma Tianyuan said, "The Shadowless Cave Heaven is a hostile place. If you don't join one of the three great forces, you won't be able to survive." Yang Kai asked, "Why is that?" Ma Tianyuan shook his head, apparently not wanting to explain. "You'll find out what I mean after you stay here for some time. If you don't believe me, you can ask them whether this Ma is lying." The Fourth Order Open Heaven realm woman sighed and said, "Senior brother Ma is right. If you don't join one of the three great forces, you'll probably lose your life within a few years. This mistress suffered a setback when she fell into the Shadowless Cave Heaven. It took me a long time before I recovered." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai snorted. Although the woman appeared sincere and didn't seem to be lying, these three were from the same sect in the end. There was no guarantee that they hadn't come up with a fabricated story beforehand, so Yang Kai wouldn't readily believe her. Ma Tianyuan continued trying to persuade him. In comparison, joining Unrivaled Guild is the best option because you only have to contribute 60% of your resources, meaning you get to keep 40%. If you join Profound Yang Mountain or Twin Spirit Island, you'll have to give up 70 to 80%. Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm not interested in joining your Unrivaled Guild. The only reason I've come all the way here is to look for my friends." Ma Tianyuan said grimly, "What's the point of you being obstinate? Junior brother, you've just broken through, and your aura isn't even stable yet, so this Ma doesn't want to make a move on you. Therefore, you'd better comply." Yang Kai shot him a glance. "What if I say no?" After a sigh, Ma Tianyuan said, "Resources are scarce in this damned place. In order to cultivate, I have no choice but to offend you even if you say no. Don't worry, junior brother. This Ma isn't a ruthless person. As long as you're not too stubborn, I won't kill you." Yang Kai chuckled. "I will spare your life as thanks for your consideration." Ma Tianyuan's expression darkened. "It seems that you won't cry until you see your coffin." He waved his hand and bellowed, "Make your move then." As soon as he finished his words, he pushed his hand out at Yang Kai. A thick world force blasted out from his palm, as though the pressure of an entire world descended upon the latter. Meanwhile, the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm woman and the Third Order Open Heaven realm young man used their secret techniques at the same time and attacked Yang Kai. It was apparent that Ma Tianyuan didn't have the intention of killing Yang Kai. Otherwise, he could have directly summoned his artifact. He was originally a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, but due to some unfortunate events in the shadowless cave heaven, his cultivation regressed to the fifth order. Despite that, he was still one of the top cultivators in the same order. Faced with a newly promoted fifth order open heaven realm master like Yang Kai, he didn't need to go all out. There was a stark difference between the amount of time they had spent accumulating strength, so their heritages were naturally dissimilar. Confronted by three powerful open heaven masters, Yang Kai would have fled in the past. Although he had killed a number of low-rank open heaven masters, he had to exert all his strength and resort to his divine manifestation Golden Crow, cast the sun each time he did so, to say nothing of the fact that he was faced with three open heaven realm masters at this moment, one of them in the fifth order. However, things were different now. Presently, he was also a fifth order open heaven masters, but he was different from others in this realm. After his small universe formed in his body, he also merged it with his small sealed world. The small sealed world had devoured a lot of the fragments from the blood monster cave heaven and digested that heritage. In other words, some of the heritage from the blood monster cave heaven had turned into the capital of Yang Kai's small universe. Furthermore, Yang Kai wanted to test the limits of his new strength. Therefore, instead of fearing these three, Yang Kai's fighting spirit had been ignited as his eyes turned fervent. Assuming a combat stance, his small universe began exuding world force, and with a wave of his arm, two moon blades shot out. Both gigantic moon blades contained a rich world force as they clashed with the fourth order open heaven realm woman and the third order open heaven realm young man. At that instant, two people were heard screaming as the woman and the young man were sent flying away while spraying blood. The woman was in a better condition as only her clothes were cut open, revealing a patch of her fair skin. On the other hand, the young man was severely injured as he was almost cut in two. However, this kind of injury wasn't lethal to an open heaven realm master, so he just needed some time to recuperate. Yang Kai easily broke through their blockade with a wave of his hand. Ma Tianyuan was stunned as he hadn't expected Yang Kai to still be capable of dispatching his subordinates under his pressure. At that moment, he felt both ashamed and furious as the world force on his palm thickened. After turning around, Yang Kai pushed out his palm. Following a loud boom, both of them staggered backwards. It wasn't until they moved back nearly 300 meters that they managed to stabilize themselves. Upon trading moves, they realized that they were equally matched. Across from Yang Kai, Ma Tianyuan narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Was the person before his eyes really a new fifth order open heaven realm master? When their palms came into contact earlier, Ma Tianyuan could feel that the other party's world force was just as rich and powerful as his, and the outcome of the exchange proved that. But how could that be? He had fallen from the sixth order to the fifth order. So, throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, there shouldn't be anyone in the fifth order open heaven realm that was a match for him. However, the young man before his eyes was. Did you really just break through to the fifth order open heaven realm? Ma Tianyuan asked in horror and disbelief. Indeed, Yang Kai took a deep breath as he was drowned in an indescribable feeling of joy. Was this the power of the open heaven realm? He felt as if he could draw on an infinite power from his small universe. It was as though he was able to tear the world apart simply by raising his hand. Meanwhile, Ma Tianyuan was still in disbelief. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's aura fluctuated conspicuously, so it was apparent that he had indeed just achieved an ascension. Otherwise, he would be able to control his own aura. He was already so powerful just after breaking through. So what heights would he achieve in the future if he was given enough time? The notion terrified Ma Tianyuan. How can someone so extraordinary exist in this world? You haven't fully used your power, right? Yang Kai grinned at him, while Ma Tianyuan sported a solemn expression. Yang Kai went on to say, "What a coincidence. I haven't fully used all my strength either. You should probably stop holding back. Otherwise, you might get hurt." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai shot forward and directly appeared in front of Ma Tianyuan. The next moment, Ma Tianyuan felt an immense world force pressing against him, and when he lifted his gaze, he saw a palm flying at his chest. An infuriated Ma Tianyuan roared, and no longer dared to hold back, fully mobilizing the strength of his small universe, pouring out as much world force as he could. Hong, hong, hong. Explosive sounds were heard as the surrounding space shook. Immense world force permeated the region as two figures clashed, stirring up a great storm. Sometimes they met in the sky, sometimes on the ground. Mountains collapsed around them as fissures opened in the ground. Wonderful, wonderful. Yang Kai's expression was like that of a madman as he cried out in excitement. He thrust out his palms in quick succession in order to vent the joy he felt in his heart. Ma Tianyuan was shocked by how crazy Yang Kai appeared, thinking that the young man was some kind of battle maniac who only wished to fight until one of them died. At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma. Faced with the storm of attacks, he had no choice but to fight back with everything he had, or he would be seriously wounded. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4382. The Wind is Coming. After trading more than 100 moves, Ma Tianyuan felt his small universe begin to shake. Meanwhile, the world force coming from the other party increasingly thickened with every move, like there wasn't an upper limit to his output. Flabbergasted, Ma Tianyuan didn't dare to hold back anything. He began using his secret techniques and even summoned his fifth-order artifact. Despite that, he realized that he was still no match for the other party. Is this guy really human? A horrified Ma Tianyuan speculated that Yang Kai wasn't a newly promoted fifth-order open heaven realm master at all. He had never seen any new fifth-order master who possessed such immense power. This young man must have spent hundreds, if not 1,000 years of accumulation in his current order. The aura he exposed must have just been a camouflage. What a devious man! Although Ma Tianyuan was utterly vexed, he had to admit that his opponent was truly incredible. Despite the fact that he had fallen from the sixth-order open heaven realm, he had the confidence to defeat or at least match anyone in the fifth order. However, not only had he come across such an opponent on this day, but he was even at a disadvantage. This had never happened to him before. "Stop!" Ma Tianyuan bellowed after trading one more move with his opponent. Due to the scarcity of resources in the shadowless cave heaven, unnecessary fights were pointless, as it would only increase one's consumption of power. When the people in this place came across one another, they wouldn't make a move if there wasn't a need for it. Therefore, upon realizing that Yang Kai was so powerful, Ma Tianyuan decided to stop fighting. However, Yang Kai ignored him. It was the first time he bumped into an opponent in the same order since he broke through to the fifth order open heaven realm, which was why he wanted to test out his power. In fact, he hadn't used any secret techniques after his initial 2 moon blades and had merely been drawing out the power of his small universe to battle against his opponent. He wanted to make use of this battle to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. While they were locked in an intense battle, the woman and young man watched in horror from the side. They were respectively in the 4th and 3rd order, but they were easily defeated by their opponent in the opening moments of the battle. Furthermore, they were totally powerless to intervene in the current fight. Such a fierce battle seemed to have surpassed the 5th order open heaven realm. Perhaps it wasn't far from a battle between 6th order masters. All of a sudden, the woman sported a solemn expression and scanned her surroundings. Then she yelled at Ma Tianyuan, "The wind is coming, senior brother Ma." Ma Tianyuan, who was already exhausted from dealing with Yang Kai, appeared horrified upon hearing that. Hurriedly, he made a feint in an attempt to withdraw from the battlefield. Certainly, Yong Kai wouldn't grant his wish. Such an intense battle was able to help him rapidly stabilize his cultivation, which was greatly beneficial to him. Upon seeing that Yong Kai was relentless, a shocked and furious Ma Tianyuan bellowed, "The wind is coming. Stop right now." A puzzled Yong Kai asked what wind. Judging from Ma Tianyuan's tone and the woman's expression, Yong Kai reckoned that this wind must be unusual. That was because the three of them sported terrified expressions, as though they were truly afraid of what was coming. However, Yong Kai was a newcomer to the shadowless cave heaven, so he had no idea what this wind was. Ma Tianyuan was resentful of him, so he wasn't willing to explain anything to him, and simply said through clenched teeth, "You'll soon experience what kind of wind it is." After he finished his words, the artifact in his hand suddenly shone brightly. As he infused all of his power into the artifact, he attempted to smash it down on Yong Kai's head. There was no doubt that Ma Tianyuan had exerted all of his force with this attack, so Yong Kai wouldn't dare to meet it head-on and quickly dodged to the side. Seizing the chance, Ma Tianyuan leaped away and yelled, "Run!" Following this, he rushed in a particular direction. The woman took a long glance at Yong Kai before she supported the young man's weight and fled in the same direction. Yong Kai frowned and looked at their retreating figures without any intention to pursue them. Then he looked down at his hands and slowly balled up his fists. If he had this kind of power back then, he wouldn't have to hide and only make use of 9 heavenly layers grand array to fend off his enemies, which was all he could do when the 100 Sex Alliance attacked Voidland. If he had this kind of power at that time, he wouldn't have been powerless to counterattack when he was besieged by Shen Liang and Jiang Yunshan from Heavenly Sword Union, just outside of Void territory. Presently, he finally had power of his own. In the 3,000 worlds, a person would never be regarded as important if they weren't even an Open Heaven Realm Master. The starting point of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm was a letdown, as he had spent many years trying to directly become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. However, instead of endlessly waiting for a dream that might not even come true, the power in his hands now was far more real. Therefore, Yong Kai didn't regret the decision he had made. If the battle earlier went on, Yong Kai had the confidence to kill Ma Tianyuan, even though he would be slightly injured as a cost. Nevertheless, there was no blood feud between them, so it wasn't necessary for Yong Kai to be so merciless. However, after the battle, he had a more direct understanding of his current strength. Just then, he felt a breeze whisking across his face like an invisible hand fiddling with his hair. Wind was indeed blowing. Yong Kai carefully inspected the wind, but didn't find anything strange about it. So he wondered why Ma Tianyuan and the others appeared terrified just now. At the mention of the wind, all of their expressions changed drastically, and Ma Tianyuan had chosen to trade injuries with him to create an opening to withdraw. As Yong Kai shook his head, he identified a direction and stepped forward. Ma Tianyuan had met the proprietress and the others, but he had no idea where they were now. On the other hand, the people from Profound Yang Mountain were hunting them down. Yong Kai had a feeling that he could find some clues by heading to Profound Yang Mountain and asking them about it. Nevertheless, he had no idea where Profound Yang Mountain was. At that moment, he regretted that he hadn't asked Ma Tianyuan and the others about its location first. The wind was rapidly intensifying. It was still a breeze just a moment ago, but now a gale lifted all the sand into the air, which made it impossible for Yong Kai to see clearly. It was then he realized why the shadowless cave heaven was so desolate. Given such a hostile environment, it would be strange if this place was fertile. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just a regular storm, but the problem was that the wind was extremely strange, as it was able to sneak into a person's flesh, which made him feel an excruciating pain all over his body, as though he had been repeatedly cut with countless knives. Besides that, the wind could even penetrate his small universe. It was only as Yang Kai checked on his small universe that his expression changed, as he realized that the wind had caused the place to descend into chaos. Even the foundation of his small universe was being damaged by this gale. At that instant, he was dumbfounded as he couldn't believe there was such horrifying wind in this world. Then he recalled that the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm woman had mentioned that Ma Tianyuan was originally a Sixth Order master, but due to some unfortunate events, he regressed to the Fifth Order. It seemed that the incidents must have something to do with this strange wind. Not only was this wind excruciatingly painful, but it was also able to grind down an Open Heaven Realm master's small universe, draining their world force and damaging their foundation. It wouldn't matter if this only happened once or twice, but if a person had to endure this repeatedly, the heritage of their small universe would be permanently weakened, and their order would drop. That should be how Ma Tianyuan fell, to the Fifth Order. Moreover, this was just the beginning. As time passed, the gale intensified to the point where Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be negligent. Quickly summoning his Azure Dragon Spear, he dug a deep hole in an attempt to seek refuge underground. However, it was futile. Even though he dove several thousand meters below the surface, the wind seemed almost immaterial and penetrated the earth, infiltrating his small universe in the process. It seemed that there was nowhere in the shadowless cave heaven that was safe from this wind. Of course, there must be places in the shadowless cave heaven where one could evade the wind. Otherwise, all the Open Heaven Realm masters in this place would have been killed following the collapse of their small universes. At the very least, the places where the three great forces were based must be safe zones. The gale didn't seem to be stopping any time soon. Even though Yang Kai was trying his best to resist underground, his efforts proved useless. He could only bear this unspeakable pain while praying that the eerie wind would soon pass. The wind disappeared as abruptly as it came, vanishing an hour later. When Yang Kai climbed out of the hole he had dug, he was completely battered. Not only was his hair a mess, but his skin was also covered in cuts. These flesh wounds didn't matter, as he could recover quickly given the resilience of his physique. However, the loss of heritage in his small universe pained his heart. The environment in the small universe didn't change, as the sun and the moon still moved cyclically. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could detect that the heritage in his small universe had been reduced by about 10%. In other words, if he came across the same kind of wind 10 times, his small universe would destabilize and collapse, killing him. The immense loss pained him more than the injuries on his body. It would take him a very long time before he could restore this 10%. In other words, the gale had wiped away years of hard cultivation. What was that wind? Why was it so strange? After stuffing a handful of Open Heaven pills into his mouth, Yang Kai carefully examined his small universe. It was the first time he refined Open Heaven pills since he ascended to the Open Heaven realm. As the pills dissolved in his stomach, the medicinal efficacies streamed into all his organs and turned into world force, which was used to replenish the heritage of his small universe. A handful of pills were fully refined after just a few breaths, which astounded Yang Kai. It was no wonder that Open Heaven realm masters required a lot of cultivation resources. Given this rate, he was able to refine more than 10,000 Open Heaven pills in a day, several 100,000 pills in a month, and 3 to 4 million pills in a year. The calculation made was based on the fact that he was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. How many pills would he need when he ascended to the Sixth Order or the Seventh Order? How long would it take before he could achieve an ascension if he merely relied on refining Open Heaven pills? How many pills would be used in the process? Yang Kai didn't dare to keep thinking about it, as that number must be astronomical. Yong Kai initially thought that the open heaven pills he had accumulated in Void Land were sufficient, but now it seemed that he was very wrong. After all, when the great emperors and the cultivators from the star boundary ascended to the open heaven realm, they would need massive amounts of open heaven pills to keep cultivating. It was no wonder that open heaven realm masters had a thirst for cultivation resources, as it was just too slow to refine open heaven pills. It would be much faster to refine cultivation resources of different orders, but that would require a lot of money as well. However, if a person was wealthy, they probably wouldn't mind this. In comparison, it was much better to strengthen the heritage of one's small universe by refining cultivation resources than open heaven pills. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4383, Shadowless Astral Wind. Yong Kai refined open heaven pills while examining his small universe. The eerie gale had caused his small universe to descend into chaos. All of a sudden, he became startled for a moment before he zoomed in on a particular place in his small universe. That was the place where the manifestation of his towering evergreen divine manifestation was located. It was a gigantic ancient tree. The area around the gargantuan tree that was covered by the tree crown was totally undamaged. Yong Kai couldn't see any traces left behind by the gale. It was as though the eerie wind was blocked by something around this area. Yong Kai frowned and carefully examined other areas in his small universe. He could confirm that all other places were damaged by the wind except for this place. That discovery made his gaze brighten as he thought that his towering evergreen might be able to fend off the effects of the wind, which was why this area was completely undamaged. Unfortunately, he didn't pay attention to this area when the gale was torturing him. Otherwise, he could have intently observed it. He could only wait for the wind to strike again before he could test his speculation. If his theory was correct, he would have a way to protect himself in the shadowless cave heaven. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about his small universe being damaged when the wind struck. After pulling himself together, Yong Kai set off. He had no idea where Profound Yang Mountain was, but he reckoned that he would find out about it if he came across others. Ma Tianyuan had said that there were 3 main great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, and all cultivators belonged to one of them. That was because a cultivator wouldn't be able to survive if he or she refused to join one of the great forces. Perhaps everyone had gone into hiding due to the wind just now, because as Yong Kai moved forward, he didn't bump into anyone. Half a day later, he finally saw 2 figures passing by from the corner of his eye. Hurriedly, Yong Kai charged forward and raced after them. When the 2 people detected Yong Kai's presence, they immediately stopped in their tracks and turned around with vigilance, preparing for a fight. Yong Kai landed on a spot in front of them and sized them up before discovering that both of them were in the 4th order open heaven realm. One of them looked rough while the other was tall. As soon as they sensed Yong Kai's 5th order open heaven realm aura, they put up their guard, and the rough-looking man bellowed, "Who are you? Why did you run after us?" "Don't panic. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask for directions." Yong Kai cupped his fist with a smile. The 2 of them traded glances. Then the rough-looking man asked with an awkward expression, "Where do you want to go?" Yong Kai asked, "Where is Profound Yang Mountain?" The rough-looking man appeared to be in disbelief. "You don't know where Profound Yang Mountain is." The other man seemed clever as he figured out something and secretly spoke to his companion. It was only then that the rough-looking man realized something and asked, "Have you just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, senior brother?" Only newcomers would be clueless about the location of Profound Yang Mountain. "That's right." Yong Kai nodded. "I accidentally fell into this place and heard that there are 3 great forces. There's no doubt that Profound Yang Mountain is the strongest, so I'd like to join it, but I don't know where it's located. That's why I want to ask you about it. I'm sorry if I've offended you in any way." Upon hearing that, the rough-looking man guffawed. "I see. I see. I thought you were going to rob us. You're right. Of the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Profound Young Mountain is the best. We have four great mountain lords, all of whom are sixth-order open heaven realm masters. The first mountain lord is even just one step away from the seventh-order open heaven realm. Unrivaled Guild only has three sixth orders, while Twin Spirit Island has two. They're not even worth comparing to our Profound Young Mountain. Yang Kai's gaze brightened when he heard that. Are you two from Profound Young Mountain? He had never expected that the first people he bumped into would be from Profound Young Mountain. After giving it a thought, though, he realized that it wasn't so surprising. There were only three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven. Since he had met the people from Unrivaled Guild, it was expected that he'd also chance upon people from Profound Young Mountain. The rough-looking man sported a modest smile. That's right. An elated Yang Kai said, "What a coincidence. Would it be all right for you to lead me to Profound Young Mountain? Of course, if it's not convenient for you, you can just tell me the directions, and I'll go over there myself." The rough-looking man exchanged glances with his companion and secretly communicated with him before nodding. "We don't have any important tasks to attend to anyway. Since Senior Brother is willing to join Profound Young Mountain, I believe that the Mountain Lords will welcome you. We'll lead you to the headquarters now." A fifth-order open heaven realm master was considered fairly powerful in the shadowless cave heaven, so any great force would welcome him. Moreover, a newcomer would have to hand over a large portion of his resources. When that happened, they would get some rewards for bringing Yang Kai to the sect. That was also the reason Ma Tianyuan wanted to lure Yang Kai to Unrivaled Guild. "Many thanks." Yang Kai cupped his fists with gratitude. The rough-looking man laughed and said, "Don't mention it, Senior Brother. If you join Profound Young Mountain, we'll be one family. Both of us are weak, so you have to take care of us in the future." "Good, good," Yang Kai replied with a smile. Then they identified the direction and headed straight to Profound Young Mountain. As a fifth-order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai seemed pretty easygoing, so the two men wanted to befriend him. Therefore, they had a pleasant chat on the way to their destination. The two of them were biological brothers whose surname was Wei. As they spoke, they implicitly asked about Yang Kai's background. Yang Kai was being frank as he mentioned that he was from Void Land. While treasure hunting in the shattered heaven, he accidentally fell into the shadowless cave heaven. Void Land was a very new great force, while these people had lived in the shadowless cave heaven for years, so they knew nothing about the place Yang Kai was from. As such, they were unable to figure out whether Yang Kai was speaking the truth. However, regardless of one's background, it was useless in the shadowless cave heaven. There was once a disciple from one of the cave heavens who fell into this place and thought himself superior to others, but he ended up in a miserable state. Perhaps he was secretly killed by one of the top cultivators here. Yang Kai's aura suggested that he was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, while the Wei brothers were only in the fourth order, which was why they were polite to him. There came a moment when Yang Kai thought that it was the right time to ask about the wind. "By the way, I came across a strange gale in this damned place half a day ago." "What was that? Why was I still unable to avoid it even though I dove several thousand meters below ground?" At the mention of the eerie wind, the Wei brothers couldn't help but shudder. The older brother Wei gazed at him with an awkward expression and asked, "You snuck into the ground in order to avoid the wind, Senior Brother Yang?" "Yes." The Wei brothers exchanged glances and seemed to take a stroll down memory lane. Then the older brother Wei burst into laughter. "That was what we did in the past, but it was totally useless. The wind is unavoidable. Not only can it reach underground, but it also blows into our small universes. We suffered immense losses because of that." Yang Kai repeatedly nodded. That was what happened to me. My small universe is in a mess now. The younger brother Wei added, since you're a newcomer, it's expected that you know nothing about it. We call that strange wind shadowless astral wind, but no one knows what it actually is. The wind is able to penetrate essentially any kind of barrier to reach every point in the shadowless cave heaven. Only a few special spots are safe from it. You can avoid the wind anywhere else. The older brother Wei said, these places are the headquarters of the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven. The location of Profound Yang Mountain is the biggest one. Whenever the shadowless astral wind comes, all of us have to avoid it. Otherwise, we suffer big losses. Upon that realization, Yang Kai nodded. It's no wonder that the person I came across earlier told me that we're unable to survive in the shadowless cave heaven if we don't join one of the three great forces. The older brother Wei nodded repeatedly. True. Without shelter, a person will lose all the heritage in his or her small universe due to the wind, and once their small universe collapses, they'll die. A worried Yang Kai asked, are only the headquarters of the three great forces safe from the wind in the shadowless cave heaven? In that case, the proprietress and the others were probably in a terrible state right now. It had been 1 year since they fell into the shadowless cave heaven, so they must have experienced the astral wind many times, which would certainly have a negative impact on their small universes. The younger brother Wei shook his head. Not exactly. There are some smaller places where one can take refuge from the wind, but they can't accommodate a lot of people. The older brother Wei followed up. To be honest with you, even the headquarters of the three great forces are not completely immune to the shadowless astral wind. It's just that the impact is less severe when we hide inside those places. Even though there are other shelters, none of them are as good as the headquarters of the three great forces. To the side, the younger brother Wei nodded in agreement. Yang Kai arched his brow. It seems that we're really unable to survive if we don't join one of the three great forces. That's right. Yang Kai looked away and asked, has no one survived over the years while not being in one of the three great forces? There are none. You had a taste of shadowless astral wind earlier, Senior Brother Yang. Even though you're a fifth-order open heaven realm master, how many times do you think you can endure it? The younger brother Wei muttered, and I remember that there are three people who are outside of the three great forces now. I wonder how they're doing. 3 people. Yang Kai appeared shocked. Who are they? Why are they not part of the three great forces? The younger brother Wei took a glance at his older brother, not knowing whether he should talk about it. After a moment of hesitation, the older brother Wei reasoned. Senior brother Yang is going to join Profound Yang Mountain, so there's no reason we can't tell him. It was then the younger brother Wei continued. Senior brother Yang, you said you want to join Profound Yang Mountain, but do you know our rules? Please tell me about them. If you join Profound Yang Mountain, you can stay in the great force when the wind comes to prevent being harmed. However, cultivation resources in the shadowless cave heaven are very scarce, so every newcomer has to hand over 80% of their cultivation resources upon joining. I did hear something like that. Yang Kai nodded. It was then the younger brother Wei breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that other great forces must have attempted to lure Yang Kai to join them, but he had turned them down. It wasn't until he had a taste of shadowless astral wind that he decided to join Profound Yang Mountain. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4384. None of them can fight. In fact, the same thing happened to the Wei brothers in the past. After all, no one was willing to hand over a large part of their own resources to someone else. However, once a newcomer had a taste of the shadowless astral wind, they would be eager to join one of the three great forces without anyone luring them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the shadowless cave heaven. As the Wei brothers recalled the past, they put on bitter smiles. After pulling himself together, the younger brother Wei continued, "There were 2 men and 1 woman. All of them are fairly powerful. The woman was in the 6th order open heaven realm while the men were in the 5th order. When they arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, they happened to land on a place just outside of Profound Yang Mountain. The mountain lords noticed them and attempted to make them join our great force. The 2nd mountain lord even promised the woman that she would become the 5th mountain lord. However, she turned down the offer." "The 5th mountain lord? Why did the woman turn down such a good offer?" Yang Kai asked in puzzlement. The younger brother Wei explained with a helpless smile, "In fact, our 2nd mountain lord has a problem. It's that he's very lascivious. The woman is alluring, and she's as powerful as the 2nd mountain lord. Therefore, he declared that the woman needed to be his partner before she could become the 5th mountain lord in Profound Yang Mountain. Perhaps the woman was from a powerful background, so she was rather hot-tempered. After an argument, she got into a fight with the 2nd mountain lord." "What happened next?" Yang Kai asked. Although the woman was powerful, she was unable to fight against so many people on her own. There are 4 6th order open heaven realm masters in Profound Yang Mountain, so it was expected that she was no match for them. The mountain lords joined forces and injured her, but she managed to flee in the end. The 2nd mountain lord was so furious that he hunted them down for a while, but to no avail. Even though Yang Kai was furious, he pretended to be nonchalant. The older brother Wei continued, "They won't let that woman off. Although she was powerful, the mountain lords could have prevented her from fleeing if they went all out. However, the shadowless cave heaven is different from the outside world, as resources are scarce here. No one is willing to make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. That's because fighting consumes a lot of power. If the mountain lords wanted to make the woman stay at that time, they would have had to pay a hefty price. That was why they let her go." The younger brother Wei nodded his head. "A long time has passed since that incident. I guess the 2nd mountain lord is about to make a move. Even if those 3 were able to find a shelter, their strength must have been weakened by now as they had to constantly resist the shadowless astral wind. Certainly, the 2nd mountain lord will be able to easily defeat them now." Yang Kai asked, "Do you know where the 3 of them are now?" The older brother Wei gave him a weird look. "Why are you asking this question, senior brother Yang?" Yang Kai put on a faint smile. "Just curious." The unsuspecting older brother Wei shook his head and replied, "We don't know where they are now, but the 2nd mountain lord should be aware of it." Then he pointed at the front. "Profound Yang Mountain is over there. It's the 2nd mountain lord who is in charge this month, so I'll bring you to meet him first. After you join Profound Yang Mountain, we can have a proper chat." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded. There were more than 10 mountains in Profound Yang Mountain. Looking from afar, one could see many palaces scattered around the mountains, and quite a number of cultivators were seen moving about. The people who could enter the shadowless cave heaven were all open heaven realm masters. On the way to their destination, some people would greet the Wei brothers and inquire about Yang Kai's background. The Wei brothers were completely honest with them, and upon hearing their explanation, these people appeared envious. That was because Yang Kai was brought to Profound Yang Mountain by the Wei brothers. After he handed over 80% of his resources, the Wei brothers would also get a handsome reward. Certainly, these people were envious of them for getting such benefits. Soon, they reached a peak where there was a majestic grand hall. One could even hear some flirtatious and playful voices coming from inside. Upon reaching the entrance, one of the Wei brothers spoke up, "Please wait for me here, senior brother Yang. I'll inform the 2nd mountain lord about your visit." Yong Kai nodded and waited patiently. The older brother Wei entered the grand hall, and just a moment later, he stepped out and said to Yong Kai, "The second mountain lord is ready to meet you. Please come with me, senior brother Yang." As soon as Yong Kai followed the Wei brothers into the grand hall, he caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance and felt a rather decadent aura. Looking up, he saw a lot of women's clothes scattered around on the ground, which also included some undergarments. At the other end of the grand hall, there was a rather soft-looking man lying on a huge chair, surrounded by 7 or 8 women in revealing clothes. These women were wearing different styles of clothing, and they were each beautiful in their own unique way. There was a woman who squatted in front of him and helped him massage his calves. There was also a woman who let the man lie on her thighs and rubbed his temples. Another woman was seen sipping some wine into her mouth and then passing it into the man's mouth. The sight was extremely licentious. These women were barely covered, as a large part of their skin was exposed. When the Wei brothers and Yong Kai stepped into the place, the women turned to look at them with their alluring eyes. Be it Ma Tianyuan or the Wei brothers, they all said that the second mountain lord from profound Yang Mountain was a lascivious man. It seemed that it was indeed the case. The women around him were all open heaven realm masters, ranging from the 3rd order to the 5th order. After the Wei brothers entered the grand hall, they hung their heads low and stared at their feet while Yong Kai looked fixedly at the man. As their eyes met, the soft-looking man curved his lips into a wicked smile. While he remained lying on the chair, he wandered his hand around one of the women, which caused her to moan incessantly. "You want to join Profound Yang Mountain?" The man asked impassively. "Are you the second mountain lord of Profound Yang Mountain?" Yong Kai questioned him instead. The man put on a faint smile, and, "This king is second mountain, lord of Profound Yang Mountain, Yun Fei Bai. Half a year ago, a woman and 2 men arrived at this place. Were you the one who injured that woman?" Yong Kai asked. Yun Fei Bai narrowed his eyes and shot Yong Kai a meaningful glance. To the side, the Wei brothers realized that something was off as they turned to gaze at Yong Kai. The older brother Wei pulled Yong Kai's sleeve and secretly spoke to him. "Why are you asking this question, senior brother Yang?" An unfazed Yong Kai stared fixedly at Yun Fei Bai. "Is it true?" Yun Fei Bai retracted his hand and slowly sat up before glaring at the Wei brothers. Faced with the stern stare, the brothers were immediately drenched in cold sweat as they felt a crawling sensation on their scalps. Then Yun Fei Bai turned to look at Yong Kai and replied smilingly, "And she was hurt by this king. She should feel honored that I was interested in her, but she couldn't appreciate my kindness. This king had no choice but to harm her a little. What's wrong? Do you know her?" "Yes." Yong Kai nodded. "She's my proprietress." Yun Fei Bai said, "In that case, you're not here to join Profound Yang Mountain. What's the purpose of your visit?" Yong Kai flashed a grin at him. "Since you've hurt proprietress, I'm here to return the favor." Yun Fei Bai became startled for a moment before he pressed his palms together and guffawed. "You retaliate against me?" Then he sized Yong Kai up. "You've just entered the 5th order, right? Why are you making a scene here in Profound Yang Mountain instead of strengthening your own cultivation? Are you sick of living?" He paused for a moment. Good. This king was preparing to deal with that slut in a few days. Since you've come all the way here, I'll capture you and then look for her. I believe that she's important to you, which is why you're so concerned about her. You should make a good bargaining chip. You want to capture me? Let's see if you're capable of doing that. As soon as Yong Kai finished speaking, he unleashed his 5th order open heaven realm aura, and like a flood dragon leaving the ocean, he charged at Yun Fei Bai. The Wei brothers beside him were forced to stagger back from the impact, while Yun Fei Bai remained seated while giving Yong Kai a disdainful look. "You dare? One of the women who leaned against the man yelled and raised her hand before pushing her palm towards Yang Kai. The woman was a fairly powerful cultivator in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Clad in very thin clothing, her precious places were exposed while she made a move. Any man who saw this would feel their blood boiling. Scram! Yang Kai bellowed and pushed out his fist. Following a loud boom, the woman shrieked and sprayed out a mouthful of blood while she was sent flying away. Her tender body crashed into the wall and then fell into the debris. Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically as he stood straight up and roared. Impudence! He didn't make a move just now because he didn't think there was a need to. There was no way a newly promoted Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could possess much strength, so the women around him should be able to deal with him. However, it never crossed Yun Fei Bai's mind that his strongest woman would be sent flying after just one exchange of blows. The other women were dumbfounded, but they soon came to their senses and shouted as they used their secret techniques on Yang Kai. These women were not just Yun Fei Bai's playthings. After all, they were all Open Heaven Realm Masters who were strong in their own right, though their orders varied quite a bit. Presently, they were making a move at the same time. So the sight was both alluring and imposing. An unafraid Yang Kai threw out his fists in quick succession, unleashing a barrage of fist shadows as he attacked the women in all directions. Explosive sounds were continuously heard as his world force blew out the surrounding walls. These women clad in skimpy outfits were all sent flying in different directions. Amidst the weltering dust, Yang Kai shot into the sky and looked around before knitting his brows. So weak. None of them can fight. Besides the first woman who traded moves with him, there was also another Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among these women, while the rest were Third and Fourth Order. However, these two Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were totally incomparable to Ma Tianyuan. After the battle against Ma Tianyuan, Yang Kai had a better understanding of his own strength. He thought that all Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be about as strong as Ma Tianyuan, but after this battle, he realized that he had overestimated others while underestimating himself. After giving it a thought, he realized that it wasn't surprising. Ma Tianyuan fell from the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm to his current strength, so he was at the very peak of the Fifth Order. These two women were naturally much weaker than him. The place was a mess, but although the women were injured by Yang Kai, they were still alive. Outside the ruins, the Wei brothers were dumbfounded at the turn of events as they shuddered in fear. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4385, Fighting a Sixth Order Master. You court death, Yun Fei Bai roared. He would be completely humiliated if word got out that his women were hurt in his own room. Initially, he intended to capture Yang Kai, and then deal with the woman named Lan Yurua. However, his mind was now filled with murderous intent. As his Sixth Order Open Heaven realm aura permeated the air, he raised his hand and then brought down his palm. A gigantic green palm was immediately formed above Yang Kai's head, made from the purest world force. The attack was like an entire small universe pressing against Yang Kai. Moreover, it was the small universe of a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At that instant, Yang Kai felt tremendously pressured. Although he'd had a good fight with Ma Tianyuan after he had just ascended to the Open Heaven realm, he hadn't been forced into going all out. However, as he was faced with a furious Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, any slight negligence would cost him his life. His fighting spirit had been ignited as he boldly shot into the sky and met the palm head-on. A sense of ruthlessness flashed through Yun Fei Bai's eyes as he clenched his fist, whereupon the gigantic palm also closed and turned into a cage as it grasped Yang Kai's small figure. The next instant, however, Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically As world force undulated, rays of light shot out in all directions. The gigantic hand exploded as a figure shot out and charged towards Yun Fei Bai as swift as lightning. Upon seeing that, Yun Fei Bai snorted. Although he didn't seem to be moving, he abruptly appeared in front of Yang Kai. As his clothes flapped in the wind, powerful but inconspicuous attacks bombarded Yang Kai. Every attack contained an extremely horrifying world force. Yang Kai continuously fended off the attacks as his figure shook and stepped backwards upon impact. He reflected as he fought, realizing that a sixth-order open heaven realm master was truly powerful. Although he was pretty strong as a fifth-order open heaven realm master, there was still a difference of one order between them. Therefore, there was a clear disparity between their might. Yang Kai knew he had to settle this fight as soon as possible. After all, they were in profound Yang Mountain where there were 4 sixth-order mountain lords. If the battle dragged on, the other mountain lords and the powerful masters from profound Yang Mountain would take notice of the commotion. By then, Yang Kai would fall into a perilous situation. He wasn't arrogant or ignorant enough to believe he could deal with several sixth-order open heaven realm masters all at once. You're really something, brat. Although Yun Fei Bai was incensed, he still couldn't help but praise Yang Kai upon seeing that the latter was able to ward off his attacks. Even though there was only a difference of one order between the fifth order and the sixth order open heaven realm, the disparity in strength was as great as the distance between the heavens and the earth. If Yun Fei Bai was dealing with any other fifth-order open heaven realm master, he was confident that he would be able to take down the other party in 10 moves. However, Yang Kai had already fended off 100 blows, and aside from looking a bit awkward, was perfectly fine. He couldn't help but wonder whether Yang Kai really was a new fifth-order open heaven realm master. Is he just playing the pig? If he isn't a new fifth-order open heaven realm master, what's going on with that unstable aura of his? While Yun Fei Bai was still lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai, who was forced to continuously step backwards, suddenly stopped in his tracks. At that instant, Yun Fei Bai felt his chest tightening as a sense of crisis suddenly befell him. The next moment, Yang Kai reached out his hand and summoned a long spear into his grip. The entire world seemed to shake the moment the spear appeared. A mighty dragon roar resounded as a majestic dragon pressure permeated the air. Yang Kai's demeanor changed completely as he held the spear in his grip. He let out a breath and wielded the spear. Without any wasted movements or hesitation, he unleashed the full power of his supreme, limitless spear technique. Yun Fei Bai's expression changed drastically when he saw the spear approaching him. In his eyes, he could see a terrifying great dragon charging at him. As the dragon swam through the air, seemingly determined to swallow him down in one fell swoop, faced with this terrifying monster, he felt as insignificant as an ant. He immediately bit his tongue to compose himself. Resisting the dragon pressure, Yun Fei Bai roared as he summoned a scroll on which some illegible characters were written. Despite that, every stroke of the characters looked like a uniquely shaped sword. The terrifying sword chi spread out. After he infused his world force into the scroll, the characters came apart and turned into beams of very pure sword chi. As they slashed across the void, the sounds of breaking through the air were heard. This was a complete humiliation. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Yun Fei Bai was forced to use his artifact when dealing with a mere fifth-order open heaven realm master. This was totally inconceivable to him. Prior to this, it never crossed his mind that such a formidable fifth-order open heaven realm master existed in this world. Comparing himself, back when he was still a fifth-order open heaven realm master, to this young man, Yun Fei Bai felt he wasn't even worthy of carrying the latter's shoes. To the side, The Wei brothers were dumbstruck and shuddered violently. They were not on the battlefield, so they were not able to experience how powerful Yong Kai was directly. However, upon seeing that the second Mountain Lord had summoned his artifact, they knew that the latter had no other means to deal with the opponent. That was why they appeared horrified. Yong Kai wielded the Azure Dragon Spear with complete freedom, unrestrained by anything. The spear was like an extension of himself, and he could manipulate it in any way he imagined. The scroll glowed wildly as the beams of sword chi crisscrossed one another. However, they were all warded off by Yong Kai. It had been many years since giant spirit god Da had given this spear to Yong Kai, and Yong Kai had used the Azure Dragon Spear and killed many enemies already. Nevertheless, it wasn't until this moment that he had a real taste of the spear's true might. This was an artifact that only an open heaven realm master could truly wield. Although he was able to bring out a fraction of the spear's power in the past, it was only because he possessed a dragon source. Since he was weak, he was unable to fully display the spear's might. However, this time was different. With the weapon in his hand, Yong Kai could clearly feel fluctuations that resembled joy coming from the spear. Holding it, he felt as though he could challenge all 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises alone. Like a thunderstorm, Yong Kai repeatedly thrust out his spear in rapid succession. The attacks didn't only contain the power of the Azure Dragon Spear, but also Yong Kai's understanding of the Tao of space and Tao of time. In Yun Fei Bai's eyes, Yong Kai's spear and figure were blurry and elusive, making it almost impossible for him to follow his movements or identify his position. On top of that, his own thoughts seemed to be disturbed, like there was a disconnect between his mind, body, and the surrounding world. The power of the scroll had been fully activated, and all the characters had left its surface, transforming into colorful blades of sword chi that repeatedly slashed through the air. A long time seemed to have passed, but it was also as if only an instant had gone by, when Yong Kai's figure completely disappeared from Yun Fei Bai's sight for an instant, and he suddenly felt a tremendous sense of danger engulfing him. As a sixth order open heaven realm master, he had experienced countless life and death moments. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to danger, and he was able to react appropriately. All the sword chi returned and formed into a dazzling sword wave in front of him before he pushed it forward. The next moment, Yong Kai abruptly appeared before him, as though he was throwing himself into the sword wave. He didn't seem to have the intention of backing down, as his eyes were filled with determination and murderous intent. As Yong Kai stared fixedly at his opponent, he unleashed a grand thrust with his Azure Dragon Spear and bellowed, "Die!" Blood splattered everywhere. Yun Fei Bai's chest had been penetrated by Azure Dragon Spear, while Yong Kai's neck was slashed across by the sword wave. The flesh around the wound rolled up as he was almost decapitated. Upon impact, both of them were forced to step back as their blood splattered out. It had to be said that at that moment of crisis, Yun Fei Bai had reacted in the best possible manner. If he hadn't harmed Yong Kai with that sword wave, forcing his spear thrust off course ever so slightly, the attack could have killed him. After they separated, Yong Kai held the spear in one hand while covering the wound on his neck with his other. He seemed determined to continue attacking. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly looked in a particular direction and snorted, "This isn't over. When I see you again, I'll definitely kill you." Upon declaring so, Yong Kai shot away from Profound Yang Mountain. He wanted to kill Yun Fei Bai, but the intense battle just now had alerted the top masters from Profound Yang Mountain, and he could detect that those sixth-order open heaven realm mountain lords were approaching. If he stayed there any longer, he would have been besieged by them. "Kill him for me! Kill him!" An extremely pale Yun Fei Bai stomped hard, and his roar reverberated across the entire Profound Yang Mountain. The figures who were coming to Yun Fei Bai immediately turned around and chased after Yang Kai, including the third and fourth mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. There was only one person who landed in front of the ruined Grand Hall. It was a fair-skinned and gentle-looking person who looked like an innocent young man. However, the shrewdness behind his eyes suggested that he was older than he appeared. Head Mountain Lord. The Wei brothers hurriedly lowered their heads. This young-looking man was actually the first mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain, Mao Zhe. The four great mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but he was the undisputed leader because he was just one step away from the Seventh Order. In this regard, the other three mountain lords, as well as the three chiefs of Unrivaled Guild and the two island masters of Twin Spirit Island, were incomparable to him. In the shadowless cave heaven, cultivators were still able to break through to the next realm. However, due to the scarcity of resources and the existence of the shadowless astral wind, cultivators who had fallen into this place considered themselves lucky if they could maintain their current order. No one dared hope to achieve a breakthrough here. It took a substantial amount of resources for a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master to ascend to the Seventh Order. Therefore, even though Mao Zhe had remained in his current order for over 10,000 years, he was still unable to take the leap to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, everyone believed that if he hadn't fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, he would have reached that realm in the outside world long ago. Second brother, what happened? Mao Zhe looked around and asked, with a pair of eyes that seemed able to spit fire. Yun Fei Bai said through clenched teeth, I was caught off guard by some brat. Mao Zhe looked in the direction Yang Kai had left with a slightly furrowed brow. If I'm not mistaken, that person is only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, right? Martial Peak, Chapter 4386, for Great Mountain Lords. Yun Fei Bai flushed and said, I was just careless. He's really something as he's able to harm you when he's just a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master. Mao Zhe nodded. Where does he come from? Yun Fei Bai glared at the Wei brothers. They have some explaining to do. Mao Zhe turned to look at the Wei brothers, who turned pale instantly as they were soaked in a cold sweat. Not daring to hide anything, they hurriedly narrated their encounter with Yang Kai. Upon hearing that, Mao Zhe fell into his thoughts for a moment before saying, he came all the way here for Lan Yu Ruo. Yun Fei Bai was severely injured as his chest had been penetrated by the Azure Dragon Spear, and his clothes were covered in blood. Given the fact that he was a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, it would take him 1 to 2 months before he could fully recover. However, he wasn't at risk of losing his life, at the very least. While Mao Zhe spoke to the Wei brothers, he was already seated with his legs crossed and adjusting his breathing to prevent his injury from worsening. The Wei brothers darted their gazes between Yun Fei Bai and Mao Zhe as they were completely apprehensive, even though they had no idea that Yang Kai was audacious enough to make a scene in profound Yang Mountain. They were the ones who brought him to this place after all. Hence, they could not stay clear of this matter. Now that Yun Fei Bai was severely injured, they would probably get some harsh punishments. They couldn't help but secretly curse at Yang Kai for dragging them into this. They felt that they had been unfairly victimized. A while later, 2 figures descended from the sky. They were the third mountain lord and the fourth mountain lord of profound Yang Mountain. Mao Zhe turned to look at them, whereupon the third mountain lord Gengqing shook his head. He escaped. Mao Zhe arched his brow. Oh, he managed to flee with you 2 personally chasing after him? Wasn't that boy injured by second brother? The fourth mountain lord was the only woman among the 4 great mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain. Apart from her alluring face and curvy figure, her watery eyes seemed able to suck a man's soul into them at any moment. Upon hearing Mao Zhe's words, she replied, "That boy seems to be adept in the Tao of space. He teleported away while third brother and I were chasing him, vanishing into thin air." Mao Zhe's gaze brightened. "He's adept in the Tao of space." Gung Qing dipped his head. "I believe so." Mao Zhe immediately closed his eyes and scanned his surroundings. A moment later, he nodded. "It's true. There are some residual fluctuations of space principles here. No wonder he had the guts to make a scene in profound Yang Mountain. I heard that masters of the Tao of space are unrivaled when it comes to chasing and escaping. Unless we're able to seal the heavens and lock the earth, we won't be able to restrict his freedom. It seems the rumors are true." After pondering on it for a moment, he went on to say, "Since that boy has come all the way here for Lan Yu Rua, he'll definitely look for her. Third brother, fourth sister, please go over and capture that boy. I don't care about the others, but that boy has to be brought back to me alive." Gung Qing and the fourth mountain lord Zhou exchanged glances. Then the former asked doubtfully, "It seems that you have a high regard for that boy, big brother." Mao Zhe gently rubbed his fingers together and asked, "How many years have you been in the shadowless cave heaven, third brother?" After giving it a thought, Gung Qing replied, "I can't remember the exact length of time, but I suppose it's been 3,000 years. What about you, fourth sister?" Zhou replied, "I'm sure it's been more than 1,000 years. Then Mao Zhe took a glance at Yunfei Bai, who was trying to heal his wound, and said, "Second brother came earlier than you two. He's been around for 6,000 years, while I've been stuck in this place for more than 10,000 years. The shadowless cave, heaven, is neither big nor small. Over the years, we've searched all the places we could, but we're still unable to find an exit." All of them appeared dejected at the mention of this. Besides profound Yang Mountain, those from Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island had constantly been looking for a way out as well. However, they were unable to find any clue, regardless of how hard they tried. "It's been so many years. Don't you want to go out and see the outside world again? Do you want to remain stuck in this damned place forever?" Gung Qing replied, "Of course we want to leave." Zhou appeared to be in her thoughts. "Big brother, you mean—" Mao Zhe nodded. "That boy is a master of the Tao of space, so he's much more sensitive to space principle fluctuations than us. Perhaps he'll be able to find the way out." The gazes of Gung Qing and Zhou brightened when they heard that. Although they were unable to find the exit after so many years, it didn't mean that the shadowless cave heaven had no exit. It was just that they hadn't found it. If they could make use of this boy who was proficient in the Tao of space, perhaps they would have a pleasant surprise. An excited Gung Qing said, "And don't worry, big brother. Fourth sister and I will call the roll and capture that boy immediately." Just when Mao Zhe was about to speak, Yunfei Bai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Wait a moment." Gung Qing gazed at him. "Is there anything you want to say, second brother?" Yunfei Bai said through gritted teeth, "Please leave this matter to me. Big brother, it's utterly humiliating that I was injured by that brat. If I don't get my revenge, I'll never have a good night's rest again." Upon hearing that, Mao Zhe frowned. Zhou said, "Second brother, your wound, how are you going to make a move? Don't forget that Lan Yu Rua is also a sixth order open heaven realm master. Although her power might have weakened during this period of time, it's still not easy to deal with her if she's pushed into a corner." Yunfei Bai replied, "This kind of injury will heal in No, it'll heal in 1 month. We've been waiting for years, so why can't we wait another month?" Then he gazed at Mao Zhe and sported a solemn expression. "Please give me 1 month's time, big brother." Mao Zhe closed his eyes and fell silent. A moment later, he nodded gently and said, "Since you're so determined, we'll wait for your recovery, and then you'll lead the operation." An ecstatic Yunfei Bai replied, "Many thanks, big brother." Following that, Mao Zhe moved and abruptly disappeared. Gung Qing and Zhou Ye exchanged glances. Then they told Yun Fei, Bai to take a rest, and dispersed. After the other 3 mountain lords were gone, the women who were injured by Yang Kai earlier appeared and came over to help Yun Fei Bai up before they headed to another mountain. The Wei brothers traded glances and shuddered before fleeing from that place, feeling as though they had just escaped from death's door. Meanwhile, a battered figure landed on a barren mountain. He was none other than Yang Kai, who was running for his life just moments before. Yun Fei Bai's attack almost beheaded him. The long wound on his neck was hideous, and all his clothes were soaked in blood. However, he had a strong physique, so even as he ran for his life earlier, his wound was starting to heal. The flesh around his wound was seen squirming and reconnecting already. Now, the most important thing for him was to get rid of Yun Fei Bai's world force. Otherwise, his wound would never heal. Upon making sure that no one was pursuing him, Yang Kai dug a hole in the mountain and snuck into it. Then he stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth and pushed his world force to suppress and expel the power left behind by Yun Fei Bai in his neck wound. Although Yun Fei Bai was 1 order above him, his residual power wasn't a living thing. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to disperse it, as he just needed some time. Half a day later, Yang Kai's expression changed as he opened his eyes and released his divine sense. Soon, he realized that there was a woman pacing around outside the barren mountain. Yang Kai initially decided to ignore her. After all, he had to recuperate as soon as possible, but the woman kept pacing around for a long time as though she had discovered something. His heart sank as he had no choice but to leave his hideout. The woman was only in the 4th order open heaven realm, so given Yang Kai's current strength, he could kill her as he pleased. Therefore, even though he was wounded, he wasn't afraid of her. The woman was just looking around when she sensed something and looked up, only to see Yang Kai staring coldly at her. She was shocked as she subconsciously took a few steps back. All of a sudden, something flashed through her eyes as Yang Kai abruptly appeared before her and clenched her neck with his iron-like hand. The force coming from his palm felt as lethal as a python's bite. At that instant, the woman was horrified as she coughed and pleaded with the man with her eyes. Yang Kai stared dispassionately at her for a moment before frowning. "You're one of Yun Fei Bai's women?" The woman looked familiar to Yang Kai. She was one of the women who surrounded Yun Fei Bai earlier. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the one who massaged Yun Fei Bai's calves. Presently, she was clad only in a thin layer of clothing, leaving her curvy figure faintly visible to the eyes. Moments ago, Yang Kai fought with those women and sent them all flying away, this woman included. The woman wanted to nod, but she was unable to move a muscle, so she could only bat her eyes. "How did you find me?" Yang Kai asked coldly. He had even shaken off 2 6th order open heaven realm masters, so how did this weak woman find his whereabouts? As he spoke, he slightly loosened his grip. The woman hurriedly explained, "I'm sensitive to smells, and Sir's blood is different from others." Yang Kai frowned, not knowing whether he should believe her. As he expanded his divine sense, he realized that there was no one else besides them in this place. He had the intention of killing her, but faced with a much weaker woman who didn't have a blood feud with him, Yang Kai didn't have the heart to cross that line. After glaring for a while, he snorted and released her. "Since you're able to find me, why have you come to look for me on your own instead of telling the leaders of profound Yang Mountain to come here? Aren't you worried that I'll kill you?" The woman pressed her lips together. Without replying to him, she fished out a jade slip from her space ring and passed it to him. "What is this?" The woman didn't explain anything, and upon seeing that Yang Kai wasn't taking it, she gently put the jade slip down on the ground and stepped backwards as she said, "I'll owe you a favor if you can kill Yun Fei Bai." Yong Kai furrowed his brows while the woman turned around and left, leaving behind a rather pleasant fragrance in the air. After taking a look at the jade slip, Yong Kai balled up his fist and grasped it in his hand. Upon examining it, he arched his brow. That was because the jade slip contained a detailed map of the shadowless cave heaven and the proprietress location. As he recalled the woman's words before she left, Yong Kai fell into contemplation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4387, I Don't Dare. It seemed that the woman wasn't willing to become Yun Fei Bai's plaything. She was forced into such a state. Unfortunately, she was too weak to resist. The fact that Yong Kai barged into Profound Yang Mountain and wounded Yun Fei Bai allowed her to see a glimmer of hope, so she came all the way here to look for him and give him some information. After storing the jade slip, Yong Kai turned around and left. He hadn't fully recovered yet, and he wasn't certain whether the woman was telling him the truth. It'd be terrible if Yong Kai's opponents found him, because she was leading him into a trap. Therefore, he decided to change hiding spots. A while later, he found a cave on another barren mountain and snuck into it to recuperate. The wound on his neck was hideous. However, it was nothing more than a flesh wound after Yun Fei Bai's residual power was expelled, so it wasn't difficult to heal it. Given his intrepid physique, it would only take him 3 to 5 days to recover. A few days later, Yong Kai fished out the jade slip and identified his current position. After going through the information in the jade slip, he turned into a beam of light and headed in a particular direction. Half a day later, he landed on a huge caldera. Looking down, he realized that the caldera was basically bottomless. Horrifying red magma weltered inside the basin, while dark smoke was seen billowing from it. There were countless such calderas in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers radius, and from time to time, the magma would burst out and form red rivers. The environment here was more hostile than most places, but according to the information in the jade slip given to Yong Kai by that woman, the proprietress, chef, and accountant were currently hiding here. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, there were only a small number of places that were safe from the shadowless astral wind. Besides the headquarters of the 3 great forces, this caldera was one such place. However, it was less effective compared to the headquarters of the 3 great forces. Yong Kai rubbed his nose as he felt a lump in his throat. The proprietress was a beautiful woman, but she was also a peak 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In order to look for a cultivation resource for him, she fell into the shadowless cave heaven, and eventually she had to hide in this kind of terrible place. He couldn't help but blame himself. In the past, he was determined to become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and didn't listen to anyone's dissuasion. Perhaps he had been too willful back then. When he took a deep breath, the pungent smell seemed to have turned into needles and jabbed into his lungs. Looking down at the caldera, he yelled, "Anyone home?" There was a passageway under the magma that had been set up with a barrier to serve as a shelter. Chef suddenly opened his eyes and listened attentively for a moment before poking Accountant with his elbow. Then he asked in a small voice, "Do you hear anything?" Accountant opened his listless eyes and shot him a glance. "What do you mean?" Chef scratched his head. "I think I heard Yong Kai's voice." Accountant hurriedly took a glance at the proprietress, which revealed more of the white parts of his eyes, before glaring at Chef. "Stop spouting nonsense. That brat is just an Emperor realm cultivator. How is he supposed to enter the shadowless cave heaven? You must have heard it wrong." Chef nodded. "You're right." "Wait. Listen." Accountant sported an awkward expression because while speaking to Chef, he could indeed hear a familiar voice calling out to them. Due to the weltering magma, the voice was only faintly audible. If Chef hadn't pointed it out, he wouldn't have noticed it. In a nearby spot, the proprietress opened her eyes, which were filled with doubt and puzzlement. A moment later, she became furious and snarled through clenched teeth, "That damned brat." Then she stood straight up, and as the hem of her dress flapped in the air, she shot out of the passageway. After exchanging glances, chef and accountant hurriedly followed her. Atop the caldera, Yang Kai had called out to them several times, but no one responded to him. He thought that the woman might have lied to him as the proprietress, and the others might not be hiding in this place. However, there wasn't a need for that woman to take the risk to do such a thing. After all, what if Yang Kai was determined to end her life? Just when he was about to dive into the volcano to have a look, his expression changed as he stared fixedly at the magma. A moment later, the magma formed into a huge swirl, as though it had been stirred by an invisible force. Just then, a figure shot out through the center of the swirl. Her snowy white imperial dress was conspicuous in this hostile red and black environment. Like a lotus on a snowy mountain, she was pure and immaculate. Before she even arrived, her familiar aura came right at Yang Kai, who smiled like a fool, waved, and called out enthusiastically, "Proprietress!" As he spoke, he flew forward and spread his arms to tackle Proprietress in a bear hug. Proprietress' expression was so cold that it was as though one could scrape a layer of frost off her face. Before she could even say a word, though, she was stunned by the sudden hug. When chef and accountant dashed out of the vortex and saw what was going on, they were dumbfounded. Chef opened his mouth so wide that it was as though a fish could be stuffed into it. He snapped out of his dazed state a moment later and poked accountant. "Am I seeing a hallucination? Is proprietress in his embrace right now?" Accountant was equally astounded, but upon coming to his senses, he furiously summoned his abacus and shook it noisily. With his eyes filled with murderous intent, he was ready to charge forward. "Proprietress is being taken advantage of. Let's kill him together." Chef immediately pulled him back. "Don't panic. It's not easy to take advantage of proprietress, and she doesn't need us to make a move on her behalf." Accountant shot him a glance and fell silent for a moment before nodding. "You have a point." Then he put away the abacus and silently waited for the good show to start. Nearby, the proprietress was so stiff that it was as though she had been bound to the spot. As she felt the immense force, which contained a deep sense of longing, coming from the young man's arms, her fury significantly subsided. Just then, Yang Kai was heard saying, "I'm truly happy that you're fine, proprietress." She sighed, and then Yang Kai looked up at chef and accountant before grinning at them. "You guys look energetic as well." While chef chuckled, there was a perfunctory smile on accountant's face. The moment he finished speaking, Yang Kai found his head being lifted up forcefully. Releasing the woman in front of him, he asked hesitantly, "What are you doing, proprietress?" She was grabbing his hair and pulling him backward. The coldness behind her eyes weltered as she said through gritted teeth, "What am I doing? I should be the one asking you that." Upon finishing her words, she landed a kick on his shoulder. Although she was a woman, she was also a powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. She had exerted a lot of force with her kick, and Yang Kai didn't dare to resist. After a grunt, he was sent flying away like a sack and crashed into the nearby cliff, forming a human-shaped hole in it. As the broken rocks tumbled down, Yang Kai felt the world spinning around him. Before he could pull himself together, proprietress pounced on him and grasped his ankle before she spun around several times and hurled him into the magma. Yang Kai plunged into the magma with a splash and disappeared below. Following that, proprietress shot downwards as though she was determined to kill. Chef and accountant both had their faces twitch as they watched. A moment later, violent movements were felt coming from the magma. Following that, a pitiful shriek broke through the sky as Yang Kai was blasted out of the magma, while flailing his limbs in the air. Proprietress followed him closely and repeatedly assaulted him in a ruthless manner. Faced with the storm of attacks, Yang Kai groaned in pain and covered his head. His nose had even started bleeding. "You dare dodge? Try dodging one more time and see what happens." Proprietress beat him up while verbally threatening him. Under the pressure, Yang Kai didn't dare to resist in any way. Helpless, he could only lie on the ground and curl up into a ball, covering his head to protect his vitals while he let the proprietress vent out all her anger on him. "Stop hitting me, proprietress! I can see what's under your skirt," Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed. Proprietress was already incensed to begin with, so upon hearing such loathsome words, she exerted even more strength into her kicks. Unable to take it anymore, chef and accountant immediately went over to pull her back. Proprietress' chest heaved heavily as her figure trembled with fury. She said through clenched teeth, "Let go. I must kill this infuriating boy today." "Please calm down, proprietress. You don't have to do this kind of dirty work yourself. We'll do it for you." As chef spoke, he sent a signal to accountant with his eyes, whereupon they pushed proprietress away and pounced on Yang Kai, who had curled up on the ground, before they beat him up in a merciless manner. Although proprietress' attacks were hurtful, Yang Kai wouldn't have any grudges against her. She must be aware that he had ascended to the open heaven realm, so it was only natural she felt various kinds of disappointment and grief in her heart. However, Yang Kai wasn't about to put up with chef and accountant beating him up. Therefore, he shot them a glare to mean that he would settle the score with them for assaulting him today. "You dare you glare at them?" Proprietress bellowed while placing her palms on her hips. "I don't dare to. Forgive me." Yang Kai covered his head again. With proprietress backing, chef and accountant became increasingly ruthless. Meanwhile, Yang Kai silently counted the number of attacks they landed on him. A moment later, proprietress suddenly spoke up. "All right, stop. Do you two really want to kill him?" She didn't mean it when she said she wanted to kill Yang Kai. Simultaneously, chef and accountant leapt away and retracted their powers since they were done with their job. Yang Kai, who was still lying on the ground, slightly parted his fingers and examined proprietress through the gap. Upon seeing that she was still furiously gritting her teeth, he quickly flashed a fawning smile at her. However, his swollen face made him look both funny and abominable. Upon seeing that proprietress took a step forward, Yang Kai shuddered and quickly covered his head again. She bent over and clenched the man's collar before hoisting him up to her face. Glaring at him with a pair of slightly reddened eyes, she questioned solemnly, "You broke through to the open heaven realm, didn't you?" "Yes." Yang Kai bashfully nodded his head as he wouldn't dare to look her in the eyes. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4388. "Good brother?" "Fifth order," the proprietress asked again. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai forced a fawning smile. "Why must you infuriate me so?" The proprietress stomped her foot so hard the ground shook. "The fifth order open heaven realm still makes me an open heaven realm master." Yang Kai rubbed his nose. The proprietress glared at him with reddened eyes and gritted her teeth as though she wanted to skin him alive. The moment she heard Yang Kai's voice just now, she knew that he must have entered the open heaven realm. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have entered the shadowless cave heaven. That was because only open heaven realm masters could enter this damned place. However, given his situation, it was extremely difficult for him to obtain a high-rank element treasure. For a moment, she prayed that he had come into this place as a high-rank open heaven realm master. Nevertheless, as soon as she saw him, she knew that he didn't manage to directly advance to the high-rank open heaven realm. In that case, It would give her some solace if he at least was a sixth order open heaven realm master. Unfortunately, the fifth order was all he could achieve. She was fully aware that Yang Kai had built an incredibly solid foundation, and that was the reason she was heartbroken. He had the potential to become a high-rank open heaven realm master directly, but he ended up breaking through to the fifth order instead. It could be said that his martial Tao was ruined, and his future was bleak. To the side, accountant and chef fell silent as they looked sympathetically but admiringly at Yang Kai. They finally acknowledged him as one of their own. Yang Kai must have come all the way here to save the proprietress, although they had no idea what had transpired for him to eventually advance to the fifth order open heaven realm. They could venture a guess. While Yang Kai was unable to find a high-rank element treasure, he was too concerned about the proprietress' safety, which was why he quickly directly advanced to the fifth order open heaven realm and entered this place. The proprietress sighed. She had accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven when she was looking for a high-rank element treasure for Yang Kai, but he decided to ruin his own future and become a fifth order open heaven realm master in the end in order to save her. Everything had gone wrong. However, the fact that he had done all this for her proved that he was a righteous and loyal person. "Don't cry, proprietress," Yang Kai suddenly said as he stared dazedly at the tears sliding down her face. He raised his hand in an attempt to brush the tears away, but the woman turned around and disappeared into the magma. Yang Kai pressed his lips together and scratched his head. His impression of the proprietress was that she was a resolute and astute woman. It was as though she was able to support the sky's weight with her slender arms even as it came crashing down on top of her. It never crossed his mind that he would see such a woman cry one day. "I'm doomed." Yang Kai was apprehensive as he gazed pleadingly at chef and accountant. She must be so mad that she started crying. "What should I do?" Chef heaved a sigh and went over to pat his shoulder. "She isn't crying because she's mad." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was startled. "What is the reason then?" "She's blaming herself," accountant spoke up. "She must be thinking that if she hadn't fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, you wouldn't have forcefully broken through to look for her. She believes that you've fallen into such a state because of her. You're supposed to be able to make it to the seventh order directly, but you only ended up in the fifth order. She's crying because she's heartbroken and is deep in self-blame." Yang Kai furrowed his brow. "Ascending to the open heaven realm is my own decision. It has nothing to do with her." Chef shot him a glance. "Do you even believe what you've just said?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai became startled and fell silent. Chef went on to say, "Regardless, what is done. Let's go in first. Since you've come all the way here to look for us, you'll also be my good brother from now on. In the past, only old Bai and the accountant were my good brothers, and now you're also included." As he spoke, he went over to hoist the battered Yang Kai. With a serious expression, accountant nodded. "You're also my good brother." Then he dashed forward and helped Yang Kai up alongside Chef. Yang Kai suddenly muttered, "Chef, you punched me 38 times and kicked me 13 times just now. As for you, you punched me 27 times and kicked me 16 times. As soon as he finished speaking, Chef and accountant released him at the same time, which caused him to fall on his butt. While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, the two of them turned into rays of light and plunged into the magma. A furious Yang Kai said through clenched teeth, "You two really are my good friends." "Huh?" Then he got to his feet and rubbed his backside before chasing after them. There was a cave below the caldera that was separated from the magma using a spirit array. Although the environment wasn't pleasant, it wasn't unbearable at the very least. It was a cave about the size of several houses, and since the restriction had opened up, Yang Kai was able to enter easily. Presently, The proprietress was seated motionlessly on a rock chair as she faced away from the entrance. Chef and accountant, who had come into this place earlier, were just standing behind her. Chef turned his head to take a glance and said in a small voice, "He's here, proprietress. Do you want us to chase him away? Or do we let him stay?" The proprietress didn't respond to him, as though she hadn't heard anything at all. Accountant followed up, "What's the point of asking this question? Proprietress is obviously mad. Chase him away and let him perish on his own outside." Chef grunted in a deep voice, "Good." Following that, they were ready to make a move as they rolled up their sleeves. Unable to take it anymore, the proprietress said coldly, "Do you two want to anger me as well?" Upon hearing that, Chef stiffened as he put on a fawning smile. "We wouldn't dare. Please don't be mad at us, proprietress. We won't chase him away." Then he sent a signal to Yang Kai with his eyes. Yang Kai got the message and took a seat in the opposite corner of the cave. After that, the two of them said to the proprietress in a subservient manner, "Please get some rest." As they exchanged glances, they carefully moved away and approached Yang Kai. One of them looked condescendingly at him, while the other crouched down and stared at him. "Chef Tutate is a swollen-faced the trend these days, young boy. How do you even have the face to ask such a thing?" Yang Kai glared at him. Right after he was beaten up by the proprietress, these two guys mercilessly assaulted him. If it weren't because he had a strong physique, his face would have been deformed by now. Chef grinned meaningfully. "These flesh wounds don't matter. I have a blood-staunching paste with me. Come on, I'll help you apply it." Upon finishing his words, he fished out a slimy paste from his space ring and scooped up a bit of it with his fingers before applying it on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai looked away to dodge him, thinking that he wouldn't need any blood-staunching paste for these flesh wounds. However, he saw the chef subtly signaling with his eyes in the proprietress' direction. Yang Kai's expression changed as he figured out what he was trying to do. Therefore, he stopped avoiding him and let him do it. Nevertheless, he soon screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ouch! It hurts! Can't you be a bit gentler?" Snorting, Chef replied, "I'm a cook. This is how I deal with the meat and the fish every day." Yang Kai snapped, "Do you think I'm some kind of meat to be tenderized? You just said I'm your good brother." Chef refuted, "This and that are separate issues. How can you confuse them?" Accountant, who was standing in front of them with his hands behind his back, grew impatient and said, "All right, stop arguing. Yang Kai, how did you find out we're here? Did Old Bai tell you about it?" Yang Kai nodded, and Old Bai came to Voidland and told me what had happened. That's why I rushed over here. How is he now? Yang Kai replied, "He's fine, so don't worry about him. He should be in Voidland now. He initially wanted to follow me into this place, but I had no idea what was going on here or whether I would be able to leave or not. So I shook him off and snuck into this place on my own." Accountant nodded gently. "That's good." Then he took a glance at the proprietress, and upon seeing that she had straightened up to listen attentively, he secretly found it funny. After that, he asked, "There's one thing I don't understand. You'd built up such a solid foundation, but why did you end up in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm? You could have ascended to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, at the very least. Weren't you only lacking a suitable lean element treasure?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai smiled helplessly. It's a long story. Before coming to the Shattered Heaven, he wasn't aware that only Open Heaven realm masters could enter the shadowless cave heaven. If he knew, he would have gotten a Sixth Order Een element treasure ready just in case of emergencies. However, it was too late, as he only found out about it after arriving at this place. Sixth Order materials were already highly sought after in Voidland to begin with, to say nothing of the fact that Een element materials were even rarer. As soon as any sixth-order materials appeared in the Star City, those from Voidland would buy them up. In the end, when Yong Kai needed such a resource, he realized that he didn't even have one with him. Even Ti Zheng and the others didn't possess one. Left with no choice, he could only ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm. Upon hearing that, Accountant snorted. I knew that something was off about it. Now, it seems that some people were really behind this. After falling into the shadowless cave heaven, he had some suspicions, but he didn't have any evidence to prove it. After hearing Yong Kai's story, though, he realized that his speculations were right. They hadn't accidentally fallen into the shadowless cave heaven. Rather, it was a trap they had been caught up in. After the proprietress was trapped, they released Bai Qi to let him inform Yong Kai about it. Then, they set up a siege just outside the shadowless cave heaven. It would be best if they could kill Yong Kai, thus settling this issue for good. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could force him to ascend to the open heaven realm, as that was the only way to enter the shadowless cave heaven. In the end, their plot was successful, as Yong Kai had no choice but to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm. However, they had never expected that Black Crow Divine Monarch would lead a group of people and launch a sneak attack on them at the critical moment, which resulted in them suffering immense losses. Furthermore, in order to make Yong Kai willingly ascend to the fifth order, the space rings of all 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters were confiscated. It could be said that their losses were almost unbearable. In any case, they had finally settled the issue regarding Yong Kai. This kind of outcome was still acceptable, and while no one was happy, they were at least satisfied. As for their grudges with Black Crow, they would have to settle the score with him in the future. You had the potential to become a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but you ended up in the 5th Order. Don't you regret it? Accountant asked in a grim voice. If he were the one who had to go through this, he couldn't have remained calm and collected. It's a shame that I'm unable to achieve my goal, but I don't regret my decision. Yong Kai shook his head. Given the situation I was in, I probably won't be able to get a high-rank element treasure, even if I waited for 1,000 years. Rather than wasting so much time waiting for something that might not even come to be, I believe I should have a power I can call my own. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4389, Consuming a World Fruit. You're pretty poised about all this, Accountant said admiringly. Yong Kai shrugged while replying, There's nothing else I can do about it, so I think I should be optimistic. Just then, a rustling sound was heard. Proprietress rose from the chair and approached the 3 of them, who turned their heads to look at her. When she reached them, she extended her hand toward Chef, who promptly passed her the blood-staunching paste and took a rock chair from a nearby spot before placing it behind her. As the proprietress took a seat, she gazed at Yong Kai with a conflicted look and scooped up some blood-staunching paste before applying it to the bruises on his face. In response, Yong Kai beamed at her. A frustrated proprietress snapped, Why are you smiling like a fool? Then she exerted more force with her hand, which caused him to wail in pain. After a sigh, she rubbed the paste on his skin and said, Since you've ascended to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, there's no going back. The small universe in your body has formed, so it'll be useless even if you regret it in the future. I won't regret it. Yong Kai shook his head. When I arrived in the outer universe, it was you who took care of me like a caring senior. Now that you're in trouble, there's no way I can sit back and do nothing. I'm even willing to barge into the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises for you, let alone a mere shadowless cave heaven. Stop boasting. The proprietress shot him a glare and ground her teeth. A senior? Am I that old to you? In an instant, Yong Kai was soaked in cold sweat. Proprietress is still in the spring of her youth, The word old can in no way be associated with you. I was wrong. After a snort, the proprietress gently continued. Since you've ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm, your limit will be the seventh order open heaven realm. Given your heritage and foundation, it won't be difficult for you to make it to the seventh order as long as you have enough resources. If you want to go further than that, it'll depend on whether you'll come across the right opportunities, so you'd better brace yourself for it. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. By refining open heaven pills and resources of various elements, a cultivator could only rise 2 orders from the one they initially broke through to. This was a universal truth that had been proven by countless cultivators since time immemorial. No one had managed to overcome this law. That was because there was a limit for growth regardless of whether one refined open heaven pills or other resources. However, if one could find innate open heaven pills formed in the universe furnace, they could break through this limit. Unfortunately, such pills were incredibly rare. Whenever the universe furnace appeared, it would cause an upheaval in the 3,000 worlds and lead to a reign of terror and bloodshed. Even the eighth order open heaven realm masters, who rarely stepped out of the cave heavens and paradises, would make a move upon getting wind of its appearance. In that kind of situation, even the seventh order open heaven realm masters were unable to interfere, as they could be easily killed if they were the slightest bit careless. Whenever the universe furnace appeared, it was normal for hundreds, if not thousands, of open heaven realm masters to lose their lives, all of them at the mid-rank at minimum. Even many seventh order and eighth order open heaven realm masters would die in this struggle. There's no rush to cultivate, as you have to stabilize your foundation first. When a person reaches the open heaven realm, all they have to do is accumulate more power in order to advance. While the proprietress was giving Yang Kai a valuable lesson, she suddenly glanced at his neck and pinched his chin before turning his head slightly. With narrowed eyes, she asked, "How did you get this wound?" Although the wound on his neck caused by Yun Fei Bai had basically healed, there was still a mark left. Upon realizing that it was a cut that almost beheaded Yang Kai, the proprietress was shocked. "Who hurt you?" she asked in a grim voice. Yang Kai batted his eyes and scratched his nose. "Before coming to this place, I went over to Profound Yang Mountain." Yun Fei Bai. The proprietress' eyes turned cold. Yang Kai explained, "I had no idea where you were, but I heard that Yun Fei Bai from Profound Yang Mountain was hunting for you, so I decided to go over and get some information from them. Don't worry. Although I've suffered a setback, he isn't in any better condition. I left a hole through his chest, which can be considered a little interest for what he owes you." Upon hearing that, chef and accountant exchanged astounded glances. It was only now that they understood how Yang Kai was able to find them in the caldera. It turned out he gathered some information from those in Profound Yang Mountain. They secretly admired him for his audacity. They were aware of how powerful those from Profound Yang Mountain were, and Yun Fei Bai was in the sixth order open heaven realm. It was inconceivable that Yang Kai was able to wound Yun Fei Bai and even escape from that place. The fact that he had pulled off this feat was beyond their ability to imagine. When they took a look at the wound on Yang Kai's neck, they confirmed that it was a cut that almost decapitated him. He was so close to losing his life. "Are you sick of living? How could a mere fifth order like you barge into Profound Yang Mountain?" The proprietress gazed at him in astonishment, as she still couldn't believe what she had just heard. Yang Kai just laughed like a fool while feeling warm in his heart. The proprietress ground her teeth as though she was ready to reproach him, but upon recalling that he had done all this for her, she didn't have the heart to be harsh. Therefore, she said in a caring manner, "You mustn't act on a whim again in the future." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I'll remember it." With her eyes filled with a sense of self-blame, the proprietress heaved a sigh. If she had been careful enough back then, she probably wouldn't have fallen into the shadowless cave heaven, which led to Yang Kai getting forced to ascend to the fifth order open heaven realm. Just treat your wounds first. You've just ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm, so you have to immediately consolidate your cultivation. You should cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Although this place isn't particularly safe, we can't find a better location, the proprietress ordered. Moreover, you've just arrived in the shadowless cave heaven, so you're not aware of the dangers here yet. I'll tell you about it at a later time. There's no rush. Before Yang Kai was able to finish his words, the proprietress shot him a glare. Go now. Yang Kai immediately jumped up and complied. Yes. Then he walked into a secret room in the cave and sat down with his legs crossed. The proprietress set up a number of barriers outside the room before stopping. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only start cultivating in seclusion. The wounds inflicted on him in the previous battle had healed, and the assault from the proprietress, chef, and accountant had only resulted in some bruises, which could be ignored. The reason he screamed at the top of his lungs just now was to arouse the proprietress' sympathy, which proved to be effective. Now he closed his eyes and checked on his small universe. His small universe was newly formed as he had just ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm. Anyone else would have to cultivate in seclusion for 3 to 5 years to stabilize their foundation. However, Yang Kai's small universe had inherited the heritage of the small sealed world as he had merged the two, so he was able to stabilize it much quicker than normal. Furthermore, the previous 2 battles with Ma Tianyuan and Yun Fei Bai respectively had helped him quickly consolidate his cultivation, even though the battles didn't last long. His battle against Yun Fei Bai was especially intense as he was constantly at risk of dying. This kind of immense pressure was more effective than cultivating in seclusion, which was dull and tedious. Now, instead of fortifying his fifth order open heaven realm cultivation, Yang Kai had to hurriedly ascend to the sixth order. The shadowless cave heaven was obviously not a hospitable place. Those from profound Yang Mountain, who had 4 sixth-order mountain lords with them, had formed grudges with the proprietress and Yang Kai. Even in the 3,000 worlds, profound Yang Mountain could be considered a top second-class great force. Without its 2 divine spirits, Void Land would be incomparable to profound Yang Mountain. Since Yang Kai had injured Yun Fei Bai, those from profound Yang Mountain would never let him off, so it was expected that they would make a move sooner or later. Given his fifth order open heaven realm cultivation, he couldn't survive when dealing with such a behemoth, even though he had the proprietress with him. Therefore, Yang Kai would only gain the qualifications to struggle against them by reaching the sixth order. He was already able to injure Yun Fei Bai while he was in the fifth order, so it shouldn't be hard to kill him after he made it to the sixth order open heaven realm. By then, he could join forces with the proprietress to oppose the entire profound Yang Mountain. Anyone else would have to wait for a painfully long time if they wanted to go from the fifth order to the sixth order, refining countless open heaven pills and cultivation resources to strengthen the heritage of their small universe. If this process could be completed in hundreds to 1,000 of years, it would be considered fast. Those who had less aptitude and resources could take thousands to over 10,000 years to do this, if they managed to at all. However, Yang Kai was different. He was supremely talented, and his foundation was incredibly solid, so he was able to refine open heaven pills and cultivation resources at a much quicker pace than average. Furthermore, he still had a mid-rank world fruit. In the primordial land of the grand ancient ruins boundary, Yang Kai repeatedly entered worlds in the fruits and obtained a number of world fruits, which included 2 mid-rank ones and 13 low-rank ones. He also managed to obtain a root from the world fruit tree. After that, Meng Hong from Great Moon Province gave him a mid-rank world fruit, so he ended up with 3 mid-rank ones in his possession. World fruits were heaven-defying treasures that could allow an open heaven realm master to directly ascend to the next order. The limit of low-rank world fruits was reaching the third order, while the limit of mid-rank world fruits was the sixth order. There was no doubt that these fruits were invaluable. When Yang Kai was on the way to the star boundary, he was besieged by He and forced to let Guiziyan and Lu Shui respectively consume a world fruit to turn the situation around. Guiziyan was originally a second-order open heaven realm master, so he directly rose to the third order after taking a low-rank world fruit. On the other hand, Lu Shui was a fourth-order open heaven realm master, so she became a fifth-order one after consuming a mid-rank world fruit. Furthermore, Yuhi had consumed a mid-rank world fruit, allowing her to reach the sixth-order open heaven realm. Hence, Yang Kai still had one last mid-rank world fruit with him. That was the reason he was willing to ascend to the fifth-order open heaven realm at that time. With such a heaven-defying fruit, it could be said that it made no difference whether he ascended to the fifth order or the sixth order. The only issue was that he had to consume the last fruit. However, he managed to make up for this loss somewhat by taking the space rings of the 4 high-rank open heaven realm masters who had ambushed him. The most valuable aspect of a world fruit wasn't its ability to make a cultivator directly reach the next order, but rather its ability to increase the limit of a cultivator's martial Dao. Such an opportunity could never be purchased with money. Yang Kai had ascended to the fifth-order open heaven realm, so theoretically, the best he could achieve in the future was the seventh order. However, after taking a world fruit, he would reach the sixth order directly, and his limit would increase to the eighth order. When Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the open heaven realm outside of the shadowless cave heaven, he had already considered that. Tizheng and the others thought that his future was ruined, but they were not aware of his intentions. The reason Yang Kai even agreed to break through was that he had a mid-rank world fruit with him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4390, The Astral Wind Blows Again. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai fished out a box from his space ring and carefully opened it, whereupon a translucent spirit fruit the size of a fist came into his sight. It was the last mid-rank world fruit he had. Lights were seen swirling around the fruit surface, giving it a rather entrancing look. After taking out the spirit fruit, Yang Kai took a bite without hesitation. As the fruit peel broke apart, the fragrant juice flowed into his mouth. He arched his brow as he hadn't expected the taste to be so pleasant. Then he wolfed down the world fruit, including the fruit pit, and licked his lips with a joyful expression. The next moment, Yang Kai's face turned solemn as he quickly focused on his small universe. The world fruit's medicinal efficacies dissolved in his stomach and turned into the purest world force imaginable that streamed into all his organs. The force wasn't intense, so it was still bearable for Yang Kai. What was special was that there didn't seem to be an end to this stream of world force. Yang Kai's small universe opened wide and accepted this world force. He didn't even need to spend any effort to refine it, as the world force quickly assimilated into the small universe, adding to his heritage and foundation without any obstruction. Yang Kai was stunned. It was no wonder that the world fruits were extremely precious and were called heaven-defying. When an open heaven realm master consumed open heaven pills and cultivation resources, there was a refinement process. However, the world force streaming out of the world fruit didn't require any effort to assimilate. They just had to open their small universe and accept it. This fact alone made world fruits a unique treasure. As time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the heritage of his small universe was increasing in a rapid and steady manner as it marched towards the sixth-order open heaven realm. Outside the secret room, the proprietress had to leave the cave from time to time while chef and accountant stayed there to stand guard for Yang Kai so that he wouldn't be disturbed. The reason the proprietress went out was that she had to look for a way to leave this damned place. She had been doing that since before Yang Kai's arrival. Unfortunately, she hadn't gotten any clues so far. The shadowless cave heaven was neither big nor small. So over the years, the three great forces had gained a footing and searched everywhere they could. If there was really an exit, they would have discovered it by now. It had only been 1 year since the proprietress and the others arrived here, so their efforts weren't comparable to the thousands of years the three great forces had invested. One day, while keeping guard in the cave, chef and accountant realized that the barrier had been triggered. Looking up, they saw the proprietress returning from outside as the magma roiled behind her. She used her power to open up a passageway and plunged into the caldera. After looking around, she stared at Yang Kai's secret room and frowned. "Hasn't he come out yet?" Chef shook his head. "Not yet. It's been a month, but it seems that his injuries are pretty serious, which is why it's taking him such a long time to recuperate. Do we need to check on him, proprietress?" She rejected his idea by shaking her head. "There's no need for that. It'd be terrible if we happened to disturb him during a critical moment." Accountant spoke worriedly. "The astral wind is due to blow again in a few days. Although this place can fend it off somewhat, we can't totally avoid its influence. By then, Yang Kai will be disturbed." That was indeed a serious problem. The place they resided could ward off some of the astral wind's effects, but it wasn't as good as the headquarters of the three great forces. If it weren't for this place, they couldn't have made it to this day, as all their cultivations would have been ground down by the eerie wind. Despite that, they had suffered quite some losses to their small universes after a year. The proprietress was in a better state, as she was able to persevere given her strong and solid cultivation. However, it had only been a short time since chef and accountant ascended to the fifth order open heaven realm, so their heritages were not solid to begin with. The brutality of the wind had repeatedly destabilized their small universes. After the astral wind struck each time, they would have to use up a lot of resources to simply stabilize their cultivations, and even more to try to make up for the losses. Upon pondering on it for a moment, the proprietress said, "We'll play it by ear. Don't disturb him for now. However, we have to be wary of those from profound Yang Mountain. I took a stroll around that place some time ago and realized that they're gathering quite a few people together. It seems that they're preparing to make a move on us." Chef was shocked when he heard that. Does it mean that we have to escape somewhere else? Those from profound Yang Mountain had a lot of people on their side, including many powerful masters. If the two parties fought, the proprietress would definitely not be a match for them. The reason they had been safe for such a long time was that the proprietress, a sixth order open heaven realm master, was intimidating enough. The people from profound Yang Mountain reckoned that even if they could take down the three of them in the end, they would have to pay a hefty price. That was the reason they backed down and allowed the three of them to hide in this place. However, after such a long time, the proprietress' strength must have decreased under the influence of the astral wind. Although chef and accountant were in the fifth order open heaven realm, they were unable to affect the overall situation. Previously, Yang Kai had made a scene in profound Yang Mountain, which must have infuriated them, so it was expected that they wanted to retaliate against them. The proprietress shook her head. "Where else can we go? The shadowless cave heaven is only so big. The only options left for us are Unrivaled Guild and Twin Spirit Island." She paused for a moment. "Which do you think we should join?" In the past, she had never considered joining one of the three great forces. That was because all of these great forces had established themselves in the shadowless cave heaven, so they would be restricted in many ways if they joined one of them, not to mention that they had to hand over a large part of their resources. Nevertheless, things were different now, and it was time they made a choice. If they remained stubborn, they wouldn't possibly be able to survive in the shadowless cave heaven. After exchanging glances, chef and accountant said in unison, "Twin Spirit Island." The proprietress nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment. Among the three great forces in the shadowless cave heaven, Twin Spirit Island was the weakest because they only had two sixth-order open heaven realm masters. Unrivaled Guild had three, while Profound Young Mountain had four. What's more, the head mountain lord was just one step away from the seventh order. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, if the proprietress joined Twin Spirit Island, it would allow them to be on par with Unrivaled Guild, which was a chance for Twin Spirit Island to strengthen its position. Furthermore, the proprietress had headed to Twin Spirit Island some time ago and was greeted hospitably by the two island masters. They had a joyous chat during the encounter, and the island masters were obviously trying to persuade her to join them. There was no doubt that they were more polite than those from Profound Young Mountain. After a moment of silence, the proprietress spoke up. "Let's talk about it after the astral wind is gone." Without any objections, chef and accountant nodded. Then they started setting up some arrays in the cave. The astral wind was able to penetrate everything, including the small universes of open heaven realm masters. Although their arrays were not highly effective, it was better than nothing at all. The proprietress didn't leave again, and 3 days later, the astral wind struck, just as expected. Initially, it was just a light breeze, but it soon turned into a gale and caused a sandstorm outside of the cave. Despite the fact that they were hiding inside the lava cave below the volcano, the astral wind was still able to sneak into the place and grind away the world force in their small universes. Obviously, it wasn't the first time the proprietress and the others faced such a predicament, and after so many experiences, they had developed some methods to resist. The strange wind in this damned place would strike once a month for 1 to 2 hours with a margin of error of 3 days. In the entire shadowless cave heaven, besides safe places like the headquarters of the three great forces, only a few places like the area around this caldera were able to weaken the strange wind. They had been looking for the reason behind it, but to no avail. Even the three great forces couldn't figure it out, as they speculated that it had something to do with the deceased shadowless divine monarch. After all, it was a universe cave heaven left behind by him after his death, so any strange events could be traced back to him. Fortunately, the three of them had prepared a lot of cultivation resources. Since the proprietress returned to the cave, she had been refining them nonstop. Presently, she was working harder to replenish the loss of her strength. Suddenly, an extremely pure wood element power exploded from the depths of the cave. The proprietress and the others were stunned as they opened their eyes and fell into a dazed state. An emerald green ancient tree had abruptly appeared before their eyes, one with a gigantic crown that covered the entire cave. A soft green light descended from the tree, containing an astonishing vitality that cast a green glow on their figures and made them feel completely at ease. "What is this?" Chef was astounded. "Is it a divine manifestation?" Accountant exclaimed. The proprietress nodded her head. "It should be so." She had sharp vision and vast experience, so she could tell that it was a divine manifestation the moment she saw it. Following that, she turned to look at Yang Kai's secret room and realized that it was where the roots of the tree were located. Apparently, the wood element divine manifestation was Yang Kai's doing. The proprietress couldn't help but wonder about the order of wood element power Yang Kai had condensed, which allowed him to use such an incredible divine manifestation. The moment she found out that Yang Kai had condensed the Golden Crow's true fire, she knew that he must have condensed a high-rank wood element power as well. Otherwise, he couldn't have suppressed the burning power of the Golden Crow's true fire. However, high-rank wood element treasures could still be classified into different orders. The proprietress had never probed Yang Kai about his background, But now it seemed that the wood element treasure he had refined was truly extraordinary. Otherwise, such a wood element divine manifestation couldn't have been derived from it. Resting under the gigantic tree, they not only felt warm and comfortable, but also clear-headed, like their thoughts had been accelerated. They had also discovered that they were able to restore their strength at a quicker pace. All of a sudden, Chef exclaimed, "This divine manifestation seems able to ward off the wind, proprietress." Certainly, the proprietress was aware of that as well. The moment the divine manifestation exploded out, the astral wind in the cave disappeared, kept off entirely by the green aura around them. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.